most of the profit on this trade off already. So I've missed out on yesterday's move, obviously. But it has come back down. And I suspect we'll probably drop further today, back down to yesterday's low and the previous day's high. And that price is at $440, $439.50 actually. And that's a great place to buy MSTR if you're looking to get long. And I think with all of these names, you're going to have to look for dips. And I think the bull move is just starting, so you may not get very deep dips. And if you're going to buy shallow dips, you're going to have to use very strong, strict, stern money management so that if it does have to go to a deeper dip, you're not stuck. So keep that in mind. But I do think all of these are going up. And I've got a long on Tesla. That's fantastic. I like Tesla very much. And as they all say, it's not a car company. It's something else, which I think is true. Tesla moved up yesterday. Again, I don't have this in pre-market unless I switch. But this is a really good one because we've got this island abandoned baby reversal at the bottom here at the 200 period. Sorry, it's the 100 period moving average. This is the day chart on Tesla. And we've moved up. I'm afraid I can't get rid of that black bull sign there until I shrink my charts down. Sorry, back end. I know this is not live, so we can sort of do this little bit of commentary. But look here, look at all these moving averages. We've got the 20, the green one, the red one's the 50, and the purple one's the 200. The black one is the 100, way below us. But if we can break up there today and hold, let's go to the Nasdaq ticker.
Yeah, that would be good. Nice confidence if you can get above that for sure.
Yeah.
Turn those sellers into buyers.
Yeah. Let's see if we can. Tesla. We don't. Tesla Motors on Black Bull. Tesla Motors. Is it still called Tesla Motors? I don't think so. All right. So yeah. So we're actually in pre-market right where we closed. So there's nothing to be gleaned from that. But abandoned baby island reversal at the 100, and we're now trading spot in between this other cluster of all the other moving averages. So yeah, if we can close above there, and once again, like MSTR, if you're day trading this, look for yesterday's low, yesterday's high. Those are the first points that you'll be looking to buy into. We don't really want to get below the 200-day on the moving average, but probably we'll have to just dip down and top.
No, and it's really good when you've got that squeeze of moving averages, right? It's perfect because if you can just get above them, you get a lot of people coming into the market, and that's the sort of confidence you need. So this could be quite an exciting day, I think, for Tesla.
Yeah, you're right, Paul. And I just call it's like heavy traffic. Once you get through the traffic, then there's space, and you get into what's called what you guys call fair value gaps and so on, which just means a place where the price moved pretty fast. So we need to get into some of these FVGs up here and then push up. But I think we're on the cusp of that, and today's the day, or at least this week. Same with the MSTR. And the other one, ARK-K, we got long yesterday. So this is a trade I've been waiting for a long time, and we got it. So you can see where we got long. We're in a bit of profit now. We got long at, I don't know, 46.50, I think it was, 50 or 40. We're trading at 47. So we're about $1 in profit right now. But the reason for this is I like the company. I like the name. It's been beaten down for a few years now. I like what's in their ETF. It's all the technology stuff, and it changes quite frequently, but it's like medical technology, AI stuff, Tesla, a lot of crypto, all in that sphere that we were talking about yesterday, Paul, in that NVIDIA ballroom. I have a friend, you know the saying, it's not in the same ballpark. I have an Afrikaans friend who doesn't speak English natively. So he says it's not in the same ballroom. So that's kind of funny.
I like that.
It's an Afrikaans.
I like that. NVIDIA and Tesla dancing together in a ballroom. I like that. That's very nice.
That's it. So Tesla, NVIDIA, Bitcoin, BlackRock, the whole lot of them, we put them all in the same basket. And I want to buy ARK because ARK, I think, kind of represents that collection or collective. So in a rough sense, what we've got here is a megaphone pattern. I better draw this because someone asked me last time and we didn't. It's not actually perhaps immediately clear. And then when I'm done with this, Paul, I'm going to hand it over to you. I'm just looking for a triangle. Actually, there's a tool on. Not going to talk about that either. All right, so it's called a disjointed chart or something or other like that. And I've got to
Yeah.
change the colors, and it's still not working. Anyway, I hope you can see it. It's a triangle with the apex of the triangle over here, and it spreads out into these corners, okay? Going higher and going lower simultaneously. Higher highs and higher lows. That's a megaphone. It's a reversal pattern, and it's occurred at the bottom of a downtrend. So it means that, you know, the best bet here is to go up from the bottom of the megaphone, and it's right at the bottom of the megaphone, perfectly measured. So that's where we got in. And that's it. And I think this one as well has got a long way up to go. I mean, we've been beaten now by about 85% over the last few years. Don't know if this chart will even show it. Let me just show you.
Yeah, how long has
I think
ARK
we've
been
got to get on
around
this.
for? Because I mean, that's quite interesting. How long has it been around?
Yeah, a number of years. You can look at this chart and be amazed and petrified at the same time. So they've been around since, where does this go back to? Yeah, a long time, almost 10 years, really. Starting off down there and boom, all the way up from nothing to $150 and then all the way back down to 50 or 30. So I've been buying RK within this pattern since the beginning, from the bottom, just buying these dips over the years. And it's never really gone anywhere. But now we've broken out. We broke out a few weeks ago, fell right back down again. Classic. That's the perfect breakout. That's exactly what you want, because you got the breakout and then you got the buy the dip. And
Yeah.
the fact that we came back in after the breakout does not invalidate the breakout. And so
No,
we
it's
got
still,
the
still
buy
a
the
bullish
dip after the
signal.
breakout. And that was, sorry?
I mean, it's still a bullish signal. I mean,
Yeah.
you've conquered those moving
Yeah,
averages,
yeah.
which means everyone's in the market. So
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
agree.
Yeah. So I've been buying all of these dips, and now that we've broken out, and we haven't been in trade for about 6 months on this, and we did buy all of these, we're not going to get those dips anymore, I don't think. So I've had to buy on strength rather than on weakness, and that's okay. I'm happy with that. And of course, if we swing below this recent swing low at 68.30, or let's call it 68, I'll hedge the entire position, expecting that this will go up much further in the future, but I'll hedge it to ride it back down on the retrace, probably back down to the channel and the 50-period moving average. At that
Yeah.
point, I'll exit the short side of the hedge, add some more longs on, and ride it back up to where we've just come from, and then beyond there.
No, that's good.
So
To
that's
get
my
my hands in the
plan on
sand.
that one. Yeah. And then NVIDIA, I don't have a position, apart from not a long position. I have a short position. I just forgot about it. That's why. And I'm going to finish with this one. Sorry, Paul. I'm just going to get this up on the Nasdaq ticker, NVDA. This is a great one. I'm bullish on NVIDIA, but I am short. I said this yesterday about something, Paul, and you thought it was very funny. I don't know, can't remember what it was. You thought it was a
Me neither.
strange way to approach the market. Yeah. So this is NVIDIA. Ignore all the sort of shaded areas below. These are just, actually, you can get rid of these. Let's get rid of this one. I'm going to leave that on there. So basically, NVIDIA, we had a breakout of this once. It looks almost like the Nasdaq or the S&P. I'm not surprised because it makes up most of both of them. But we got to the top 200 period Bollinger Band, and we have not had the pullback from the breakout, although we had a little pullback, not a proper one there. There's the 20. If you're a mean reversion trader and you're a day trader, you might be aiming for that as a mean reversion play. And you might be looking at the 5 or 15-minute charts and looking for this to dribble down, which it seems to be doing. That's the 15, and this is the 5-minute chart on NVIDIA. And my target really is back down to this line down here. So I think you could probably get at least, we're trading at 165, probably down to these swings here and that low, down to 162. There's $3 in it if you're a day trader, and the lower Bollinger Band, that would be my target, and the top of this falling trend line. So normally what I do is I draw blobs in on my charts like this, and I'm looking for where this is going to go. I've got an angle here of this trend line, and I think we could get there at first attempt.
Yeah, I concur.
Yeah. So that's a day trade, right? NVIDIA, just down to there, a few dollars, $2, $3, $4. But I think we're probably going to have to get back down here. Another $10 beyond that, down to the breakout level, where we did try once, not very, okay, look, maybe that was it, maybe it's not coming back here, but I think it might. And if you go to the day chart, really, you've got to be a bit concerned about this continuing much further from here. And as we're short already and in some profit, I'm going to hold on to that one.
Yeah, it's
Target back
giving
down
House of
there, as I
Cards
said.
light. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll immediately exit the shorts there. But I won't add a long position necessarily. I'll watch to see the price action over a day or two or three once we're back down at the 20-period moving average. That's a simple 20-period moving average. This is the 50 50 simple moving average, 50 period. And I think we could get a dip into any one of these. So yeah. There's the triangle that we broke out of. We got long at the breakout of this triangle, and now we want to get back down to that triangle. That's the original breakout, actually. That's more significant, I think, than this breakout up here. So can we get back down to that ascending triangle and the $143 level? And we're at 160 something right now. So yes, I think we could. And with that, Paul, I'll hand over to you.
Well, that was great. That was extremely thorough. It looks like we're going to be in for an exciting day potentially of trading. Quite a lot of opportunities lining up. So it'll be interesting to see what the guys following us do with it. That's quite good. But could we put my chart up, please, folks? And let's just check in what that little thing called Bitcoin is doing, and just see if we can make sense of what's happening. Here we go. All right. So we're looking at this chart yesterday. Bitcoin 12-hour chart, and really straightforward. There's not much to talk about really. We've broken out. It's all very exciting, but in terms of trading, we need to draw a line in the sand to figure out what we're doing. So let's just zoom in slightly. Now, when we see these sort of breakouts, especially with Bitcoin, when there's a lot of fervor, there's a lot of people talking about it, I tend to just switch off for it, right? I mean, we haven't had a retest of this area following the breakout. This could be anywhere in this. Speaking of blobs, there's a little blob of mine, and that could be a nice area, but how do we know we're going to come down there, right? How do we know that we're not going to bounce from here, which we could, right? Well, firstly, the RSI is cooking a little bit, and we're not at the median line yet, which is the usual bouncing off point, as you can see here, for bullish continuation. We haven't seen that yet. Also, though, we have this single candle here, which is essentially creating a very low liquidity transitory space. So if this red line is essentially broken, then you would expect the price action to come down to this area. So today for Bitcoin, pay attention to how this line is the price action reacts to it, which is around 115.5K. And if you break below it on a significant time frame, like the hourly or the 2 hourly, then this is probably the space you want to look for an entrance. And then of course you've got the moving average coming up here. But that's essentially Bitcoin. I mean, any dissenting views, James, about that?
May I speak? Okay, Paul, what's that dotted line there? What price is that, the red one?
About 115.5K, just a line in the sand, essentially.
Yeah, no, I like that. I think that's great. So what I've done right now, actually a little below where we are currently, because there's a bit of a bounce going on. If you zoom in, you'll see that we're busy trying to find support at
that's true,
around 116. So it's pretty close to your line, right? Basically, so you're looking for a clean out through that flat bottom there.
Yeah, I mean, the line is not 100% accurate, but yeah, grab. I mean, look, for me, it's like, when I see these quick movements upwards, right? All I know is that if we can't maintain above them, we're going to go straight back down through them, right? And then we're going to find support down here. That's generally the idea with these kind of transitory spaces, as I call them. And if we just put it as a little box, if I can find the box, right? This area is just it's just a transitory space, and if we do get a candle body close into it, I can imagine us coming back down here and finding support. That's just the general idea. That's how I would trade. So if we do get, say, a confirmed bounce above this level here, about 118, then we may be going upwards. But until we see that, we need to just see how this line reacts, and then that will give us a signal whether we're going up or going down, essentially. I mean, at least that's the way I approach the market.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. Actually, the guys last night were talking about account sizing and how to trade Bitcoin with small accounts. I think it's quite difficult when you get a 5%, 5.5, 5.7 yesterday swing downwards, and if your account's only 50 or 100 or 1,000 or $2,000, you're probably trading with leverage, and probably a whole bunch of you got wiped out right now, like a few hours ago. So that's the problem. So it does move like 5, 6, 7, 10% a day, and it's very, very difficult. But my approach to Bitcoin is the reason I bring this up is because I'm basically a Bitcoin investor now. I haven't been an investor for about 10 years in anything. Haven't trusted anything, not property, not gold, not stocks. Sadly, not stocks. But so I'm a Bitcoin investor, and any dips I have to buy up. So I bought some last night again at 100, I don't know, 115. Did we get 115? I think we got 116,200, my
Yeah,
last
that's right.
tranche. So I added like another
Yeah.
10% on there. And every time we get we mini dip, I'll add some more on. And then I'm trying to just take it off at the top on the rallies. So I'm not I'm either hedging or buying. I'm not selling. I won't sell even in trading until we get to about 150, 160, 170 maybe, like we were saying yesterday. So it's basically about where are the dips? Where are we going to be buying Bitcoin? Where are the dips?
Yeah, and I
And
think as what we were talking about with Nvidia, right? I think when everyone starts talking about Nvidia, buy Nvidia now, it's going to the moon. That's when I just turn off and I'm just like, okay, and I just focus on the charts. And I think it's very important for Bitcoin to do that as well. Because it's not a question of is it going up or is it going down? It's a question of how do we determine whether it's going up or whether it's going down, right? And this essentially just drawing simple lines can help you as a trader, because if I don't see a move below this, then I'll know the narrative is going to remain bullish and we won't have a deeper pullback. But yeah, it's interesting times because you also have a lot of people who aren't paying attention to lines in the sand, who are just jumping in as well. And that can drive the market too. But I think, as we mentioned yesterday, retail's not necessarily paying attention at the moment to Bitcoin. So it's going to be interesting to see how things react. But just want to just put my chart back up, guys. Thank you so much. If that's all right, thank you. So just the thing which is curious at the moment is, of course, the altcoins. Now, this is Bitcoin dominance. 1 hour chart. Now, basically, when this is going down, you'll notice the candles are green, and when this is going up, you'll notice the candles are orange. So essentially, it's Bitcoin season when things are going up, and the altcoins aren't getting much love. But you can see we are actually now, we've broken down out of this symmetrical triangle, which has given some of the altcoins a bit of levity. Now, if you're thinking of entering an altcoin trade today, regardless of what time frame, then what you want to be watching, of course, is an interaction with this area. If we get a break to the downside of this pattern against probabilities, because it's 70% chance of a break to the upside, then that would mean there is going to be potentially some good altcoin long action over the next few days as a result of Bitcoin's bullish posture. And even if Bitcoin is just retracing a little bit, it's still above all-time highs. It's still very bullish, even if it comes back down to here. So we want to see how the altcoin market is going to react to the current bullish ideas. And if we have a quick look at total 2 on the right versus Bitcoin on the left, same time frame, you'll notice there is a divergence has now occurred between Bitcoin's price action and total 2s, which represents essentially the entire altcoin market, excluding, of course, Bitcoin. And this divergence is suggesting people are starting to enter some of their long positions, and it might be the beginning of more sustained movement from the altcoins at the moment. So yeah, and just to show a couple of setups which might be ripe at the moment. Let me just check something. Bear with me. Just check something. You know, everything's fine. Yeah, just checking my audio settings. Pepe is pretty ripe for a bounce right now. So as long as Bitcoin stays pretty, so I'm just going to get rid of all these things. Hang on, too much on my screen. You can't see it, but I can. So Pepe, if we get a bounce from Bitcoin right now, as we just said, if we get a bounce from here, Pepe is most likely going to move because we've had a nice little breakout of this cup and handle with this pattern, nice confluence, and we could see some movement up to the top of this range. So there's a play with Pepe. And then again, SUI, we're starting to see some altcoins starting to break out. And even though, of course, this is something you've got to be wary of, this particular setup, we need a bit more of a significant price move. But you can see altcoins are looking now to try and get some bullish momentum going after a bit of a long space of some bearish ideas. So essentially that's what we're looking for today. Just want to see some sustained movement, and it's very dependent on what Bitcoin does. If Bitcoin retraces from here, altcoins will start to probably take off as it approaches this area. But if we do get a confirmation of a bounce, altcoins are going to go with Bitcoin for sure. So it's going to be an interesting day, but these are the lines in the sand to pay attention to. And I just want to get James, get your opinion on this chart. This is Bitcoin monthly. And you'll notice that previous cycle tops have coincided with, well, firstly, the law of diminishing returns. This is back in 2011, super oversold conditions, overbought conditions. Then the next bull cycle, still very oversold conditions, but then slightly less oversold conditions around 95. And then the last bull cycle, we touched about 90. But you can see here, in terms of cycle tops, we have plenty of room to go before we enter this arena. And if you see a similar move that we did following this, you can see just a move up here would take us to about 400K. Any thoughts on this chart, this very straightforward chart, James, from your perspective?
Yeah, I like it. I like it very much. That's all I got to say, really. It's interesting, actually, the diminishing returns that it's quite nicely represented there, but it doesn't show diminishing losses, though. Actually, the losses seem to appear to get more severe, which is a little concerning. But yeah, but I like it. Can we switch back to my charts quickly? We can
please,
switch back and forth, back end, if we can just switch over. Yeah, so I'm just going to go back to this chart that I showed that we put up yesterday, Paul.
There it is. Yeah, I remember. Good chart.
All right. Yeah, so it's even simpler than yours, and it's a bar chart even. So it goes back about 30 years in terms of its look and feel. Isn't it beautiful? It's such a beautiful chart. Honestly, you will not see a more beautiful chart than this in your life.
We need some paint and a cave wall. That's what we need. Paint and a cave wall.
Yeah, I'm being serious, guys. You will not see a more beautiful technical chart ever. That's a fact. And so that's where we are. And I'm going to get rid of this Fibonacci extension. Maybe I'll just leave it on. I want to just point out, so we had a big move up. I'm going to look at yesterday's candle, which is not a candle, it's a bar, this one here. And the top of, and include the sort of overnights into early this morning. Let's go from the bottom there and include that as one candle and simply find out where halfway back is. Most of the time, markets will retrace 50% of a given move. Simple as that. So where is that? There's the 50% level, and that's right on top of your line there, your dotted line on your chart.
Yep.
Right there.
Sounds about right. So
that's it. Buy the dip to 115,271 is what I'm going to be doing. And that's my next Bitcoin play. And I think also and I'll let you carry on, Paul. This chart also just shows this very simple idea, and it's the simplest form of price projection using the pattern, bull flag, pole, bull flag, and the next move is equal to the length of the bull flag pole. The flag pole. And that takes us up to 136,000. And that's the most conservative minimal target for Bitcoin in this next run. And we'll probably be there next week, I would imagine. So, yeah, very, very bullish. And I'm not really a Bitcoin bull mostly, but I am now.
Well, I mean, anything which has been in an uptrend consistently for a couple of years always gets my attention. But, as I've talked about previously, I don't actually trade Bitcoin directly. Bitcoin is a measuring tool for the health of the market, and I use Bitcoin's price action to determine whether I enter trade. So we're looking, of course, for when Bitcoin is going to stop. Then you'll see altcoin longs start to take off because people are obviously doing the same thing with their position. But I thought so. It's going to be quite interesting what we see today. I'd love to be able to say exactly what direction Bitcoin is going to go, but I think as long as you as a trader are looking at firstly the inflation data which comes out, which we've just looked at, and obviously it's a little bit. I mean, it's fair to say it's a little bit more dovish, right? Even though it's a little bit ambiguous in some areas, you'd say it's quite dovish, James, right? So that's obviously going to it's going to obviously have an impact on Bitcoin. And if Bitcoin was having a retrace and it looked like it probably could come a bit lower, but then we have a little bit of dovish news like this, then it could be all we need just to rise the other markets up. that will then lift Bitcoin up, and then it will continue on its way. So it's all about timing in that case. But the one thing which I did want to just briefly look at in terms of the crypto market, but perhaps we can turn back to the remainder of the markets to cover with you, James, is XRP. So if we could put my my chart up, wonderful back team, we can have a look at what Crypto OG Ripple XRP is doing. Thank you so much. Now, I just want to be very clear that I am a big grump on XRP. I am very grumpy about XRP. I always have been grumpy about XRP. Even when XRP 10x my money a few years ago, I'm still grumpy on it. However, that narrative may have to change because...
why are you grumpy for? What's making you grumpy?
Look, back in the day, right, XRP looked set to revolutionize everything. And then the SEC got involved, and apps I was using with Ripple, all kinds of stuff for financial transfers, everyone just abandoned it because of the SEC chasing it. Now that's just literally the last month or so is over now. But when everyone was talking about XRP in terms of it's going to go to $100, when I kind of sat down and did the math about how big it had to be in terms of market cap, and I know it's not necessarily linear like that, it was very difficult for me to figure out where the money was coming from, essentially to make it that big. So even though XRP is doing great, it's still just $3, and all the talk over the last 5 years or so about it going to 10 or 100 seems a little bit crazy. So I always just want a bit of splash of cold water with XRP, and because it's not a deflationary asset like Bitcoin. So, but there's a lot of institutional interest, of course, now. So I am being a little less grumpy for sure. Certainly when we see some price action like this. We've had a really strong breakout, of course, which we've been eyeing for a while, which has invalidated any kind of bearish slant. And we've got moving averages right where we want them. We're right above the 0.618. So I can see XRP basing out here and moving up from here. However, it may not retrace much at all, because this is XRP versus Bitcoin. And essentially what that means is XRP, despite Bitcoin's recent gains, is now outpacing Bitcoin as well. And this can be an indicator that XRP is going to be pretty solid over the next week or so, as the interest seems to be high. Because at the moment, it takes quite a lot to outpace Bitcoin, even though it's a huge asset, because the altcoin market has been pretty much dead the last few months. So, I mean, are you less grumpy on XRP? Do you know anything about XRP, James? You've got any interest in it?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. I like your chart. Let's switch back to my chart back end, and we'll carry on with there. Yeah, I like XRP very much, Paul. It's my third biggest crypto holding. Actually, it's my second biggest crypto holding, just overtaken Ethereum. So I've now got Bitcoin, XRP, and Ethereum is now third in terms of size, with just allocation. But I do like this very much, and we looked at this yesterday. You've got a triangle, I've got a channel. We end up at the same result. I could draw the triangle line in underneath there. But nevertheless, we stuck at the top of the channel. We formed a base, didn't manage to break out, faked out, cleaned out the bottom there, which has to happen. If that doesn't happen, the move hasn't begun. So when that happens, you know the move is about to start, particularly when there's a clear bullish reversal, almost an engulfing candle, followed by another big bullish. So we got long. But Paul, I've been long on XRP since I didn't even know about XRP when we were in this range at 50 cents or 30 cents. But when we got up to about $1 and a little bit, maybe $1.10, about there, I suppose, in this first move out of that initial range, I started buying XRP then, and I got out of it basically about near the top. I didn't get that last bit, but I started buying back in on these dips, and I've been holding those. I have not let go of them. And my sort of most recent purchase price was well below $2, about 180, 178, I think. So we're trading at $3 now, just about. And the question, much like Bitcoin, is where do we come back to? And once again, we can just draw a 50% retracement on here. Let's just start. This is a very basic way to start. Just put on a fib retracement, look for the 50% number. Ignore the 38. If the 38, we may bounce off the 38, but in traditional studies, I try to, as tempting as the 38 is, I try to ignore it because most of the time it'll go to the 50. As many times as it goes to the 38, it'll go to the 50 beyond that. All right, so aim for the 50, draw a line across there, and that's kind of your starting point. And that's at $2.50. Sounds like a good round number too. So I'd be looking to buy into dips at 250. But if you're an aggressive trader, now here's a great thing about XRP, is that if your account's only $500 worth, you can buy like 200 XRP and still not be leveraged on your account. You can buy $500 worth of XRP and have 200 XRP coins on your book with no leverage on your account. And it's very unlikely that we're going to drop back down below like $2 down to the 150s again. Incredibly unlikely. And even if it does, you've only lost a third of your $500, which is like $120, $150, $170. But if we drop that low, which is probably not going to happen, it's not a non-zero chance, but it's unlikely. But your $500 worth of XRP could be worth $5,000 in a year's time. So you're risking $150 and the upside's 5,000. To me, it's a no-brainer, and I'd be buying this all day long. That's my thought on XRP.
I originally got into it when it was 0.19, right? And that was the last bull cycle. And I've since sold it. But I think the most important thing to understand is that when we're looking at the reason why I brought up the XRP versus Bitcoin pairing is because obviously the entire market is a slave to Bitcoin, and it only really depegs for a small period of months every cycle. That hasn't really happened yet. However, because XRP is outpacing Bitcoin, it indicates that it may be less of a slave to Bitcoin's next move. So therefore, obviously, if Bitcoin comes down, it's going to put some downwards pressure, but XRP is showing a lot of resilience, which means it may be operating a little bit more independently than a lot of the other cryptos simply because of that. So I think a steep retrace, as you said, James, is probably not on the cards unless something happens with Bitcoin. But as long as Bitcoin maintains its bullish posture, I would look at XRP with a bullish slant. And if you're looking at the 0.5 and the 618, probably going to be close to the 0.5, I think. And maybe even this time the 382.
Yeah. Maybe. So Paul, if you, and for the viewers, look at what's happened at the top here. Here's a nice smooth takeoff. It is exponential or parabolic or parabellum, as we said yesterday in this event. But look what's happened over here. It's become very, very messy and volatile right at the end of this move. And that normally is a big warning sign. It's like a death. It's like death. When an animal dies, it starts thrashing around violently, out of control, kicking about. That's what the markets do when they want to turn around or die. So be careful of that. That's the only thing on this chart that worries me a bit, is this death throw at the top here.
You heard it here first,
Doesn't
everybody.
mean it's necessarily that.
James thinks XRP is going to die like a wounded animal on the side of the road.
No. Well, I hope not. Anyway, but yeah, just be careful of that. So what that kind of looks like is that it's got to be cleaned up a bit. It's just there's too many loose ends here, so probably just got to dip down a bit. And yeah, maybe the 38, as you said, Paul.
You're very right. I mean, the problem, if you look at the big picture of XRP, there is and we talked about this with Bitcoin briefly, there is a huge transitory space which allowed us to come up to these higher price points. And it was looking for a couple of months ago, looked like we could lose that level and then it was just going to tank. But now because we've shown a lot of resilience in very difficult trading conditions and pressures for the altcoin market over the last few months, because XRP has stayed there, right? And also because it's outpacing Bitcoin right now, which it's not impressive because it's a smaller market cap, but given the fact of what the altcoin market has been, it is quite impressive. And therefore, even though you do have some areas which potentially could offer warning signs on the chart, the actual signals we're getting are not really supporting that that's going to happen. But that's only something to worry about if the market turns in the wrong direction as a whole, perhaps.
Yeah. And so again, looking at this chart, I think, is it still up on your screen? I hope so. So I like to draw patterns and put images in my head on my charts. So look at this. I'm just going to humor everyone, and it's a bit of I'm allowed to do this. I'm old and I can do these dad jokes sorts of things. So look at this, a skinny long neck. That's what you're saying about the fair value gap or whatever, avoidance zone or whatever. No action taking place in there, really, just a big move up.
Yeah.
Like a free ride through there, nothing going on. And then we've got what's happened since. That's like a big bobbly head stuck on the end of a long neck. And it looks like it wants to fall off, right? It's just too heavy. And
Yeah.
that's a ridiculous metaphor, but it kind of works. When you see a lot of weight like that at the end of a move, it's just not, it doesn't look great. So I think that's going to have, it's too heavy for the top there. It's got to cap. And I think actually the 38, as you said, Paul, is perfect. That's right at the top of that previous swing high, 38, 200 period moving average here on the 15, 1 hour chart rather, sorry. So if I was buying, if I wasn't already long, I'd be looking to get in on 260, and I'd go 262 or 258 because the market never stops at the zeros. It always goes to the twos and the eights. So probably 258. I'll be buying XRP today.
Yeah, and we don't,
but I've got
like,
loads of it already.
Traders,
I'm not going to buy any more anyway. What's that?
No, you want to buy more. But I think this is the thing, as like traders
I've got enough.
I don't think you'd be feeling that way when it reaches $100, but whatever. So
yeah.
I think the most important thing is that a lot of traders, certainly in crypto with the market, they'll look at, right, what's the level I need to come in at, and it's a false premise. You don't have to come in at just one level, right? You want a good average entry price, right? Which means scaling in, is quite important tool to use in volatile markets. So you can look to start entering your positions at 382 if you've got a good bullish case, which we do, and then you can save a bit for the 0.5, right? And then everything's good. And it's a really good thing in crypto because it's all about emotional control. And if you enter your position and then you see it goes down lower, all of you feel bad, even though you've got a good entry. But if you've got more to put on, then it's just an opportunity which you're happy about, and it also offsets any losses from very quickly falling your first position, just in case there's any issues. So yeah, I mean, those are the areas to watch, and you don't have to stick to any one. Just you can have a couple.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we've got to finish fairly soon, but for those of you trading oil, and I'm sure there'll be some of you coming on later to look at the oil markets, oil and natural gas. I don't think many of you trade natural gas, but oil, this is WTI on the day chart at, this is the continuous price at my broker. And I can't get rid of those labels. Sorry, backend. I don't know how to do that. I know you're not meant to be showing other brokers, but, and I'm only speaking as if we're not live because we aren't, so I won't do this when we are live. But here's WTI, and we've got quite a big position on this, really. Not unmanageable and not unreasonable, but a solid, decent position. And really, we've come up just up to this 200 period moving average. We've sold at that tweezer top. It's a rounding tweezer top, particularly in the two candles in the center here. Tweezer doji, and rounding down underneath the 200 period moving average as the 20 is moving down and around as well. We're also stuck above the 50, which is the red one below us. But I think we're on, basically, I've been selling WTI for 2 or 3 years, almost 3 years. Those are all my short positions up until today. We've had 2 long positions since, I don't know, 2022, which is it's mad. It's crazy. And we're short again. So it's obviously a habit, right? So, but I want to get back down there to those 2 green arrows at 55 and take that profit off on the short and then reconsider what's going to happen down there. And I think we'll probably bounce again initially, maybe another $5, $7. But I think we're going to break that level and we'll be below 50 before the end of the year.
Yeah, that's cool. That's a cool thing to end on. Well, I think we've run out of time.
Yeah.
That was, I think we've been quite an exciting day, I think, ahead. But so really interested to see what the next few sessions bring. But next up is Futures Takeoff, where Sam and other coaches should hopefully be identifying key market levels to pay attention to for this day. And of course, me and my good friend James will be back at the same time tomorrow. So from me and James, take care for now. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Coach Paul,
Hello.
Coach Troy, Coach Daryl. How's everyone doing today?
Everyone's great. I'm great. Bright and early for
Fantastic,
me.
man.
Awesome.
How are
Good
you?
to hear. Very good to hear. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. We've got about 5 minutes until the US market opens. Had a very bullish day so far. Broke all-time highs. Little sting there. Yeah. So should be a good one.
Yeah,
I think Troy's been replaced. There we go.
Hey, Troy. Is he frozen?
A little bit, maybe, but it's fine. We'll carry on.
Yeah. Yeah, this overnight session's been crazy.
Yeah. You guys taken any trades so far pre-market?
No, I haven't.
I took a trade last night on the quiet market session with Tiger on the NQ. It literally lasted like 40 seconds, and I was up like 15 points or something, and I got out because essentially somewhere around like 9:40 a.m. Eastern time, there was just a huge spike. Like the Nasdaq spiked 160 points, and then I went I went to join that momentum, made 50 points, immediately saw the order flow like just getting decimated. So then I got out. Then the shorts started coming in, and I missed a short, and then it dropped like 100 points. And but it was crazy.
It's so funny you say that because I noticed it. Same time. I mean, I'm 2 hours behind you, but I noticed it. I wasn't trading, and I saw this huge spike in the ES. And I went, oh my God, we touched the all-time high, right? We were like waiting for it all day yesterday. And I'm like, what caused this? I'm looking at news. Nothing. It was like, I don't know what it was. If it was just a bunch of buyers just rushing it. It pulls back. And then I'm thinking when I went to bed, maybe we'll have a chance to come back and see if it wants to, reclaim the all-time high sometime today. It's already touched it like 4 times in the last 2 hours here. It's crazy.
Yep.
It's crazy, yeah.
Crazy.
Well, I mean, it looks like the indices have kind of recovered, haven't they? I mean, more than just recovered.
Oh, yeah.
People are thinking, we're going back to normal. Tariff talks are not really, I don't know. I think after the first one, people thinking, it's probably not as deep as we originally expected, and sentiment is more bullish in general. So what's annoying is that I can't really short the market at the moment because there's nothing to see to the left of me. Obviously, we're all-time highs, so we're in price discovery. So I can only wait for the market to come back down into an area and then hopefully buy the market again. So I've only got 50% of the opportunity available on days like this, which is a little annoying, but it is what it is.
No, you
maybe when the market opens, we have a nice push down.
Yeah, we'll see here in a couple of minutes. But you make a great point, Coach Sam, because once you get to all-time highs, we're kind of in that like no man's land, as I kind of call it, because there's we have nothing to no levels, no targets, nothing to gauge it against, right? Unless you're using some sort of, multiple or range extension to go for. But aside from that, we're in outer space essentially. It's and like you said, you look to the left and there's it's just trending to the right.
Absolutely. Yep. But it's fine. It's fine. Hopefully something happens. I mean, if the back end wants to quickly pull up, you can pull up my charts if you want, or anyone's charts just as the market opens. US market opens in 40 seconds. So we want to see, there could be, trades making themselves available quite quickly. So it'll be good to have a chart up for that.
Agreed.
I mean, we are in an area where I potentially want to buy on the NQ just now, but this close to market open, I'm going to hold off.
I'm with you on that.
I said, if it just like plows up, that's going to really annoy me. But it happens. It happens. I mean, we are. I'd want it to drop a little bit more. Okay, market's just open. Let's have a look. Footprint. What are we saying? We've got a lot of buy pressure coming in. Actually, not a lot.
Ooh.
We got buy pressure coming in.
Yeah.
It's just
Man.
that area on the dot. That was a little gap in volume, and that just perfect. That would have been a perfect buy, but again, too risky to buy on the open. You just never know how the market's going to react in that second. But hopefully, I want it to drop down just a bit. You know, maybe down to these areas here, and I could find a nice buy opportunity. My ideal level is 23,192, which would be, I can't actually see that. 1 second. 23,192. So yeah, just down here, just to these lows. That would be fantastic if we could drop down there. We might actually do it, to be fair.
I'm looking for a little bit more of a pullback in the ES. I'm looking for a pullback down. Yeah, I really want to see a pullback down to like 63.14, but what's going on?
Give it 2 seconds. There's a little technical issue on Zoom. The meeting's been closed, so we can't share our screens at this moment in time. But we'll walk the viewers through what's happening. Huge amount of buyers were trapped at the top now, and we got that sell pressure coming in.
Yeah, I was just looking at the ES with Paul here. Overnight point of control was around the 63.34.5. I have somewhere around there, and it hasn't pulled back yet to that. So I agree. I'd like to see it a little more responsive selling to come off here, some profit taking, and obviously look to the upside. My bias is north for the day. Of course, we're hitting another all-time high, so I don't want to fade this.
Yeah, what's annoying is it has just dipped into that area last minute, and it shot up again. So there was a potential, but it was just too quick, and the footprint's not really showing me any good buy opportunity. So I'm not looking to buy it just yet. I want to see sellers get trapped. It's just cleared that area. The next area is just below the point of control that I have on my charts. So that would be 23,158.
It's getting down there.
It depends. I might still buy it. It is starting to push. It is starting to push. I'm not seeing.
Let her go.
I'm not seeing much response from the buyers. There is a bit of absorption happening. Okay, if we guys just real quick, just if you want to join the Zoom again, same details as usual. Dun, 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 dun. And then we'll get this going.
No problem.
Yeah, it's starting to move very nicely down. I'm not seeing huge numbers though just yet. Just want to kind of.
Me either. This is a good patience kind of play here. Just let things kind of play out for maybe 10 to 15 minutes, see how volume comes in, and see if we can get a long target.
Yeah. So we're soon approaching my second area, but it's really starting to chug it down. I'm just looking for any sellers potentially trapped so I can jump in for a buy. I mean, we never know. This could be a downward day. The sellers are very aggressive. This could be a downward day. If we start breaking below the second area, then I am calling it a bearish move. 23,152. Put a line there. 23,152. That doesn't make sense. What's going on? No, that is correct. Okay, we're in the second area. Oh, a lovely rejection, but it happened so quick.
I know.
Lovely little quick
I
rejection,
think
but there's
the
nothing
NQ is a
until
little
the
bit
footprint.
ahead of the ES today.
Okay.
A little bit ahead.
Until the footprint confirms it. I mean, this area is holding a little bit, but I'm not liking the look of it on the footprint. I'm seeing loads of buyers coming in. They're not really doing that much damage. I don't think.
Agreed.
I don't think they're going to push it up that much more. To be honest, I think this is it's going to blow through this area. So there was potential for a really quick scalp, but nah. I want something a bit better.
Basically, just retraced all that move from 830, essentially, or close to all of it at least.
Yeah. Agreed.
If we get back up to this area here, I could potentially short the market.
Ooh.
Maybe. Let's have a look on the volume profile.
It's interesting because I'm not even considering a short at this point. I'm looking for areas to get long.
Okay, so now the buyers are coming in. They are being a bit more effective, but I just want to see something on the footprint to confirm, hey, it's just moving too quick. Too quick. Okay,
gold
we're in
has
that
just
area.
been dying for the last 2.5 hours.
What has gold has?
Gold, yeah, it's just like literally been decimated over the last 2.5 hours. So I was looking to see if maybe I could get in something there, but yeah, it's down like 40 points or so.
Well, that finally makes some sense because it's been going against the macro, right? The whole point of gold has been going against everything for the last year and a half.
Right.
And now that things are continuing to make all-time highs, it's pulling back a bit, which makes sense. I mean, Bitcoin's at all-time highs. Everything, it's just what it should be.
Mm-hmm.
We're coming back down again. I was going to get long.
Yeah, I mean, if you, I said I'll short it in that area if it comes back in. The problem is it did come back in. It's just moved too quickly. There wasn't, by the time I saw any confirmation on the footprint, we were already down here, and it wasn't a good enough price for me. So same with the buy as well. As we got to this area, I wanted to buy it, but it just moved too quick. By the time I saw any buy pressure really come in, we were already, past it. So unless I just did limit orders, which I don't tend to do, it would have worked out in this case, but it's a little bit more risky. So I'm going to wait for this area to break, and then what I'm looking for is it to come back from the other side like it just did here. Broke this area, came back on the other side, and then short it again, and then maybe target this low here. But I have to slow down just a little bit more because it's way too quick right now.
Wow.
Not fast enough.
Zoom chat, Sam.
Gotcha. Let's have a look.
Man, this is exactly what I want. I want the market to come down like 25 points to be able to feel comfortable with getting long. But at the same time, if the market is going to go down there, I guess finding a short to get down there would make sense. But like Sam's been saying, the confirmation, there has to be some sort of confirmation to jump in. And to be quite fair, I have no
We're still pushing
levels to
further
be
south.
shorting.
I know. It's crazy. We're still pushing now.
I just want to announce the US market has opened. The back end wanted me to announce that, so
Yep.
US Open, play the sting. All right, so we've broken that area now. Now I'm looking for, come on, break it properly. I'm looking for a retest on the other side. All right, now just come back into it.
There's your big move down, Paul.
There we are. My goodness.
That would have been a great short up there, wouldn't it?
I know.
Yeah.
Been a spectacular short.
Yeah.
It's already gone to what my original TP would have been. Well, if it comes back into this area, there's still a trade to play. I just hope it does it slow enough that I can actually catch it.
Yeah, and I mean right now, from that July 10th, that big July 10th day that we had, we've pulled right into that day's point of control. So that was the day where we had made originally the all-time highs in the last week. So I wouldn't be surprised if we try to trade in a range of like 63.14 to 63.34, which is roughly the upper distribution of that day. Or try to find footing in that area, maybe. But
yeah,
no, it's
I've got another area where I potentially want to buy it.
Yeah.
Well, we haven't retested the all-time high yet in the regular session here. We've come close, but we haven't, retested it. We've just been responsive selling, profit taking all the way down. In the ES anyway, which is interesting because if we were to have a profit taking day or a pullback, I would expect, right at the open or nearby, it would go up here and kind of get to that all-time high that it just made, an hour before the open in the US. It didn't do it. It didn't. We didn't have much of an uptick. And it just kind of just been pulling back. So I don't know what that means because we've been making the all-time highs in the ES mostly in the overnight sessions. We only did it at one time, like Paul said, on July 10, because that's what I like to see. If we're going to hit a milestone number, I want to see it happen during the US session. Typically, I don't want to see it in a quieter session where, the underlyings aren't really in play. Here we got the S&P, and I'd like to see it when the U.S. stocks are open and moving, right?
Yeah.
But the fact that we haven't done that yet is interesting. Very interesting.
Okay, we blew through that area again. Still waiting. Starting to slow down a bit, which is good. Which is a good sign. We're at the point of control, so I'm looking to short it. I just need to see. Okay, I see a bit of sell pressure come in. I just want them to clear those buyers without struggling. Come on.
I know. Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing in the ES what you're describing. But my point of control is a little further away than yours is.
Yeah. I just want to see those.
But if it does get up to the point of control, I would consider shorting it.
Okay, sellers are coming in. Buyers, I would say, are trapped. I don't like it though, because we're in this area, and technically that would be a bullish move in my strategy. So I'll be trading against my own strategy, but the footprint's kind of telling me could be more sells, but I'll wait for another confirmation. Yeah, no, the sellers are getting trapped. It wasn't the buyers getting trapped. Sellers are getting trapped now.
Yeah, they are.
Crude oil's also doing like nothing as well. So
that's interesting, actually. So it's interesting because oil and gold are behaving as they typically should be, which has been to the converse of what we've been experiencing for so long, right? It's everything's been trending in one direction. There's been no, opposite correlation like there's normally, no inverse stuff. Bonds have been up, gold's up, everything's up.
right.
So maybe things are settling in. I mean, the CPI number that came out at 5:30 on my time, or an hour before the open, was good. I mean, good in the fact that any heavy in the U.S. So I think that tells people, well, the tariff thing isn't going to be so bad. I think it's too much of a lag because I think, as we discussed yesterday on our calls, these big companies, we don't know what their margins are going to look like. It's going to take some quarters, right, to get through the supply chain and all the other stuff. So we really haven't seen the true effect of any of this tariff stuff yet.
Yeah.
But as we know, the market's emotional, so we see this. Oh, it didn't jump. Cool.
Oh man, I want to get short
one
gold so
price level I see
badly.
buyers.
Yeah.
Buyers are getting trapped. Might potentially get in for a short. Just let sellers come in. I've got my finger on the button. Come on, sellers. And then I have a really tight stop. All right, I'm getting in. Go.
All right.
Am I in? What's going on? There we go. Fine. Took a while. All right, I'm going back down to these lows, or really, I mean, I feel like it might reject in that area as well. So I might, the moment I see those, sellers are doing okay right this second. As soon as I see them getting trapped, I'm going to move my TP to down. Now they're getting rejected in that area. Come on, push through that area, move a bit down.
Yeah, it should.
They're struggling. I'm
Like
getting out. All right, really quick scalp.
That was good.
Took a few seconds, but got there in the end.
Yeah. Oh man, this thing is just.
There it is. Yeah, it would have been good, but I just didn't like how it reacted in that second there. I feel it would probably
point
go
of
down
control
to the original
keeps
TP.
down. Yeah. I'm seeing point of control continuing to migrate south here in the ES. So that tells me, the way I look at the auction, right, that the participants like prices lower at the current time. So I kind of missed that trade right there when you got in, Sam, because I was waiting for point of control in the ES, which was higher up to like the 63.34. Now it's dropped down to 63.27, where I could have gotten in and participated with you on that short, but that's okay. We're early. We got a whole day ahead of us.
Exactly. I mean, this is it's going to be a bit of a longer session, and the markets seem to be moving quite nicely. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of opportunity in this one.
I would agree.
Great short though, Sam. Good, great short. That was
Thank you.
Quick and easy.
Yeah, it slowed down just enough where I can jump in. But at market open, it was way too quick. By the time it updated and I saw the number on the footprint, it already moved by then. So it was just, you have to be a high frequency algorithm to catch that.
That's kind of the problem with the NQ for me, is it moves so, in relation to the ES, it's so much more erratic and quicker, right? And then on top of it, you're trying to trade at the open where everything's moving quicker. So it's it's fast and furious for sure.
I can tell you're starting to like the NQ a little bit, Sam. I can tell. I can see the evolution occurring.
You know what? I used to be all about the ES, and last week the ES I hated it, and then I thought, okay, I'm gonna, because the ES kind of whipped my ass a little bit last week. Didn't do too badly, but I had a lot of like small little losing trades because I'd have a tight stop, and then it would exactly like what just happened now. Like I'll jump in, and then it would just stop me out and then continue. And I'm just like, you're annoying me now. So, like I got frustrated. So I thought, let me check out the NQ, because when one instrument is just not behaving as I like, and then switch over to the other, and NQ was just, I don't know, behaved a little bit better, and then I made back up what I lost on ES with the NQ. I was like, okay, I'll trade the NQ until the NQ starts annoying me, and then I'll go back to the ES.
I like it.
I usually prefer the ES just because you have, like Daryl said, you have a bit of time to actually enter. If you see the opportunity, you have a few seconds to make your decision. NQ is just a little bit too quick sometimes, where you miss all of the scalp trades, and that can annoy you as well. Yeah.
I am scouring for a trade.
Are you?
I'm scouring for like a gold trade or a Dow trade or anything.
Plenty of time.
I want to see if the ES will pull all the way back down to 6,300. I mean, the overnight low was at 6,303 Didn't pierce through it to go south, but you just kind of have a feeling on days like this where it could come back down and retest. And of course, 6,300 is a big level. And we know there's a bunch of stops sitting there and sellers that were trapped from before, because don't forget, we had when the overnight in the ES opened up in Australia last night, for me yesterday afternoon, we were trending, we were kind of consolidating sideways, but we were also coming back down off of the highs of yesterday. And then all of a sudden, like Coach Paul said, at that what was it, 6:40 or 8:40 your time or 9:40 or whatever it was for you on the East Coast, we had that major spike and we hit the all-time high. It hasn't come back. So we had sellers there with stops, but we also have buyers with stops underneath. And so there's a bunch of stops sitting there. So that to me is like the fuel, right? I look at that as something I can lean against. It's just something for me to look forward to. Kind of the opposite of what we were just talking about, Sam, where when we're at all-time highs and we're, in outer space, there's nothing above us. There's nothing for me to gauge. There's no target. There's no anything. I don't know how the market will respond off of any price because we haven't reached a price yet there before. So it's just tough.
Yeah.
It's tough.
It is. You're absolutely right. I realized you can undock the little order thing. So, but I can't figure out how to dock it back in again. So I'm just kind of gonna put it to the side now.
I was playing around with it.
Oh, you can do hotkeys.
I wish there was a way. Oh, can you?
Yeah, you can enable hotkeys, so you can. I don't know.
I was messing around with it. I was messing around with the hotkeys a little bit the other day, and I just was like, you know what? I'll stop doing this. I'm just going to go back to my click.
I mean, it's cool, but when you're used to doing something, like it's just like natural, right? It just, your hand just goes to, like, I don't even look or think anymore. It's like, long, short. I just do it, and it's like an old habit, right?
Absolutely.
When Sam, when you move your, do you have your crosshairs engaged? think you do. Yeah.
Yes.
So but when you're moving on the screen, I could follow you through the crosshairs, but I can't. Yeah, it would be nice if I can get that arrow cursor or something, right? And I just don't know why it doesn't do that.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll figure that. It'll be easier to
maybe on Zoom.
Yeah, that very well could be. Because on the platform we can do it.
Yeah.
Man,
I did not know that Zoom restricts some of that.
I missed a
I'm
gold
sure
trade
there'll
for
be a
sure.
setting somewhere.
This is like, I feel like, Sam, if you had the footprint up on gold, if we had been looking at order flow on gold when this had happened like 10 minutes ago, I guess I was looking at the ES or something. I missed my long opportunity big time. I can just share my screen real quick.
Yeah, sure. I was gonna say, why don't you show it?
Yeah. Gosh, man. There's too much going on.
Pull up, the back end could pull up full screen. Thank you.
Essentially on the 1 minute chart, we saw, I'll wait until the screen is showing here on stream, but
no problem.
One of those classic like double bottom moments you see here at like 9:45, and that huge just buy up candle here where we closed above this big down candle, the blue one. When as soon as that closes above, and this is just on the 1 minute, that is just like a pure, for me, that's just like an instinctual. If I'm looking at the charts when that is closing, I'm just buying that immediately, and then putting my stop at the low. So it's like a 5-point stop. So on micro gold, that would be about $50 or so in risk. But you could probably target close to here, maybe where there was previous support that had broken through, which is funny enough, that's exactly where we just tested. So
what did it run up on? What is it, 20 points? Maybe
10 points. About roughly 9-ish, actually 9 points. So that would have been 90. That would have been a $90, a 90 to 50 risk to reward, which isn't too bad. But dang, man, these markets are moving quick this morning.
That would have been a lovely trade.
Shoot. Yeah. But let's search. Let's continue the search.
Really nice trade.
Yeah. The ES just looks boring now to me compared to that gold chart.
Yeah, it does. One directional, but it's just kind of halted.
Yeah.
But I'm contemplating going short in the ES here. I think we're going to break further south. I just want to. Yeah, I'm going to go in.
So I'm going to wait. I'm going to buy once we get to 23,111. My next area where I'm looking to potentially buy the market. So I'm hoping it drops down to there, and then I should have a nice trade. But until then,
yeah.
I again drank way too much water before the session. I've been doing this diet recently. Been doing a keto diet, no carbs, and I'm just drinking, chugging down water like crazy. I'm losing a lot of weight. It's great. Wake up in the morning, go straight to the gym, have some protein after, no carbs, and then just drinking water all day. But my God, every 10 minutes, I think we go to the toilet. But I'll hold it.
I think we got Troy back with us.
Desperate. Hello, Troy.
Yeah.
How you doing, Troy?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm not scheduled today. I just got a note from Nikhil.
That's right.
Nikhil, he says, "Get in the room." I'm like, okay. So I scrambled to put my shirt on and turned my camera on, and okay. Did Iris not get in today?
No, she's
Yeah,
having
I
a
don't think
few
she did.
computer problems. I think internet related. She's upgrading her internet essentially. She lives in the middle of like nowhere in South Africa. Her internet isn't the best, and she's upgrading it. And once that's upgraded, she'll be able to do more sessions.
So I apologize. I was not on the schedule for today at all. So
No.
Thanks for joining us.
Catch me up.
Yeah.
Catch me up. What's going on? We're taking out the lows. What's happening?
It looks like
We're not quite taking out the lows yet, but we're moving. We're moving down. We hit all-time highs in the overnight in the ES anyway.
I don't think. No, at the moment, no. I took a position earlier, a little short trade. Little scalp, maybe less than a minute.
Yeah, no.
But I missed a trade myself, Troy, but we're coming down to some levels in the ES and the Nasdaq and whatnot where we're probably going to be paying attention to the order flow very carefully to see if we can maybe grab some longs or something in the next probably 5 minutes or so. So
yeah, we've had a pretty good flurry to the south and most instruments that we look at and trade. But what's interesting is we hit all-time highs a few points in the ES overnight, and when we opened here in the US, we didn't test it. I mean, we tested it, but we didn't touch it or exceed it. So we've just kind of been pulling back, responsive selling / profit taking, if you will, and just kind of creeping back down south here. So I think I'm still looking for a place to get long at some point, but this is your day, Troy. This is we're diving, buddy.
Yeah, I was short earlier, and I shorted it right after the CPI came out, so I had a quick scalp there. I would like to see us pull back up and then retest the lows. I'd like to get short before it actually goes back down and tests that little double bottom.
Yeah. Oh, I really need to go to the toilet, but at the same time, I'm seeing that buy appearing soon. I don't want to miss it. My bladder can hold it.
You're young enough. You can wait a bit.
Exactly. Bad time to start such a vicious diet.
Man, I'm looking at market profile right now on gold, and I'm just trying to like justify an area where if we were to get start to look long on the indices, maybe I'd be looking short on gold too. And we kind of just tapped the point of control of the previous day and the the point of control that was made for the session on gold. So that could have been an area where you could short, but I'm not sure. I'm not quite positive. Gotta look at the order flow.
Come on, NQ. Do something. Here we go. It's waking up now. Oh, yeah. It's looking good.
Got about like what 60
Every
points
time it
of
looks
gap
like
in the NQ between yesterday and today
60
right
points.
now as well.
Oh, do we? Oh, yeah.
Roughly.
Well
So
spotted.
that's another thing to maybe consider, like
just the range you're looking at.
well, I mean, more so just like if, you know, a lot of you always hear a lot of people talking about wanting to fill gaps and everything, and there being such a gap up today in the Nasdaq, maybe Nasdaq traders are looking to try and short that gap all the way down to 23,063 to then maybe reverse after that instead of reversing around these areas. But it could just get, like we talk about when markets start gapping, that's usually a good thing for whatever that direction is. It's not like they always have to fill that gap in the same day and all that. So
gap and go one way or
yeah.
the other for a while, and then
Yeah.
I'm looking at
Absolutely.
All right, we're there. We're so like in the ES at least, we're right where I was saying I wanted to see some support come in. So
Yep. But I'd like to see it get back up to point of control here at 26ish, 25.
Mm-hmm. It looks like it might
And then
do
maybe
it.
short.
I mean, NQ.
And maybe. Here we go.
All right, guys, I can't hold any longer. I'm gonna pop to the toilet real quick. Back in a sec.
No problem.
yeah.
No problem.
Sam, every 30 minutes, Sam's gonna be gone.
He's drinking a gallon of water next to him. He's just chugging it, right? So it's only you can only do so much.
So Daryl, are you thinking about a short here or?
Yeah, I'm trying to reset my account. I've had an issue, and I've got the back end working on it right now. So I've been chatting because I can't seem to get and execute anything right now. Something's frozen or something. So they're probably going to reset me. So I'm waiting for that. Otherwise, I'd be sharing my screen. I don't know how I feel. I mean, if the ES comes, I really would love to see it come back down to the overnight low, which is like just a hair over 6,300. It didn't pierce below 6,300 in the overnight because it was kind of trending that way, and then we had that big move up, and Paul was talking about this earlier. We don't know what caused it to originally make the new all-time high, or the first leg, but it popped about 35 points in 6 minutes or something, and then it started pulling all the way back, and then it retraced, but then it was marching up, and then it made new all-time highs, in the last few hours before the U.S. Open, right? So I was expecting it to continue to go further, but at the Open, like I said, we didn't make a new all-time high. We didn't retest. We came within a point and a half, like 6 ticks or 5 ticks, and we've been falling south. We've held up now, like Paul was saying. We've got a little bit of a floor, but I think it's going to come back down. Even if it comes further down, I think I don't know if this is just going to be a whole sell-off day. I just don't get that feeling, especially with the way CPI came out under the inflation. I have a feeling people are just profit taking a bit, and maybe at some point today we're going to maybe march back up. But right now, the short move's been paying off if you can get in.
We've seen this pattern where they sell off the open first 30 minutes, and then somewhere between 10 and 10:15 they start marching up, and then it's just and that's my concern right here. I want to short it, but I'm afraid that pattern will show itself again, and that they're just going to chop higher from here. I was surprised with the CPI reaction, to be honest with you.
Me too. Me too.
I
wasn't surprised with I wasn't surprised with the reaction. I just was surprised it didn't hold up. I expected it to go long because the inflation numbers haven't been increasing, at least not yet, right? So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm looking at the NQ footprint, and at the bottom, where it went the lowest just recently in the last like 10 minutes or whatever. Huge amount of sell contracts trapped, 537 right on the tip of the candle. And then just above it, you got 450 as well. So those sellers are well and truly trapped. Buyers came in. I wanted to buy it, but it didn't. It didn't hit my area yet. It got very close to it, a few points away. But
I just got long one MES, and I'm sharing my screen right now. Immediately in the red at the moment, but it just looks like we're kind of. I like this little like. Essentially this dip buy that just occurred here, and then a little bit of support, and I feel like so we're starting to break out a little bit. But yeah, I got long one contract to then allow myself to get long another one at like 63.17. But it seems like every time I'm doing this, it goes, and I just am never getting into full positions essentially. So. I mean, I'll take it, but let's see how far we can get here.
That's you.
Oh, you heard that. Sorry. I thought I knew
that. I also kept my headphones in as I went to the toilet, and it's strange when you can hear you.
We didn't hear anything.
And
no, we didn't hear anything on your end.
My mic is here, thankfully. I wouldn't take the mic in. That would be a bit too much.
That'd be funny.
All right. I'm going to hold my target is roughly 63.29. That's where I'm aiming for at the moment. I guess the base of where we right before that CPI number could act as like maybe some sort of resistance, possibly in the 63.26 to 63.28 area. I don't know if that has too much weight of any sort, but
I'm potentially looking to short it right now.
I am gonna.
It's a tough one. 136, 130 contracts. I think sellers will get absorbed. No, not yet. Not yet. I'm gonna wait for a better. Oh, okay. It's looking a bit better. Nah, sellers aren't pushing it down. They came in aggressive, but they aren't pushing it down. I'm not looking short yet.
Yeah. I feel pretty good right now.
Yeah.
But I would like to see a nice little like 3-point push up right here.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to move my stop to 63.17.50. Actually, I'll just do 63.17 here. Six. Yeah, sweet. Come on, baby, push.
Look at that.
Not the craziest volume on the buy side, but it's enough. It's like that grindy volume again.
It's settling down
Troy,
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I think Troy's kind of somewhat hit it on the head. That right around that 10-15 area, it gets a little bounce of sorts. So
absolutely. I am still looking to potentially short it, but I'm not seeing
me too, but I'm not. Yeah.
True confirmation yet on the footprint. The buyers are coming in, they're pushing it up. There's sellers do come in, but they just don't really do much damage. So until the footprint shows me something.
I have a feeling.
Okay. Come on. Wow, buyers have really come in. They just absorbed all of that sell pressure. We went from minus, I can't remember, 200 something delta on one price level, and then to positive 17. Okay, yeah, now I'm seeing the sellers come in.
Yeah, I just took a scratch on that because there was no point. As soon as the buyers just kind of gave up there, that looked not great. So I just manually scratched for literally break even. So maybe I'll look to get long again.
Yeah, it looks like ES wants to get short again.
It moved a little bit too quick for me to jump in. Come on, come back for a retest, and then I can jump in. Give me a better price.
You could see at like 10-15 and change, the buying volume just dwindled. It just went from good grindy volume up to, and then there was only like 70 contracts, and then it just fizzled out. So I do like the idea of getting into a short at some point, possibly if things pan out.
Yeah. All right, we're in an area where I do want to short it. There's heavy sellers there. I want to see if they're able to defend their position from the buyers. If they can't defend it, I'm not getting in. If they do defend it, I'm jumping in. Looks like they are able to defend it. Okay, I'm jumping in for another short real quick. Come on. All right, I'm in. My stop has got to be price really tight at 23,158. TP back down to there, I would say. If the back end want to pull up my screen.
Yeah.
Heavy buying. Buyers are coming in as well. They're really stop's got to be 158. Just put a line quickly there. 185. Sorry. Is it 185? 18575. Yeah, that's got to be my stop. Don't stop me out just yet. Defend, sellers. Defend. Nah, they couldn't defend it. All they could do was get that back down to this low. But we're still kind of in that area. I think I was a bit too tight, that stop. I might jump in again. Come on. All right, 103 buyers came in. They couldn't push it down. 94 sellers are coming in. They are pushing it down. Oh, come on. I got stopped out and then it went down again. Give me... that's very annoying. Joy. To the T.
The joy. Oh, now it's coming. The ES is mimicking exactly what you're seeing in the NQ. Oh, my God.
At the bottom right here, 150 contracts on the sell side. This candle, 170 as well. So they're getting trapped. Buyers and sellers are trapped on either side of this little area. So, yeah. Sellers are trapped as well. It's not a good one.
Well, I was in there with you for a very brief second, but I covered it with slight profit.
Good stuff.
I was laughing because you're like, the sellings, the buyers are coming in. I'm like, out, done.
Yeah, I thought I could probably squeeze it out to about down here. I was thinking of getting out these lows here, but I thought, give it a couple of seconds, but it was too quick. All right, buyers are now trapped right at the top here. Yeah, it's great. I mean, my stops are super tight.
Yeah, $100 stop on the Nasdaq's awful tight.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, even in the ES.
Because the thing is, it's an area, right? The way I look at it, it's an area. If it goes above that area, then I'm ultimately wrong. I can allow it to keep going.
Right. That's right.
Like, I was ultimately wrong. Even if I have my stop up here, I'll just lose more money. Do you see what I mean? So.
Yep.
Mother, get out.
Yeah, if you're going to be wrong, you'd rather be wrong with. Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't see any problem with keeping a real tight stop, because it's like you said, if you're on the wrong side of it, you'd rather just get out, and you can always get back in. With you.
That's it.
Oh man, what is?
Yeah, no, the buyers seem to be.
This is looking good. This is looking good to the long side. Jeez.
Are you still in your trade on the MES, Paul?
No, but I wish I was.
No.
This just looks like they're like the sellers are getting grinded up, and I probably. Sure. This is one of those situations where the trading volume looked thin, and it could like wick to any of, like, because I had my stop at 63.17, for example, and I was like, with how thinly all of a sudden the selling started coming in and the buying, like, I was just like, I wouldn't be surprised if I got wicked out here. I might as well just take the scratch, look for another entry. But now the entries are like they're weird. Like I don't have whenever I feel confirmation, I know it's not in a good area. Like it would be a poorly executed price compared to where my stop would have to be and my target. So I'm not going to let myself get into that trade. But at the same time, I would love to just be sitting in the one trade at least that I had earlier. But it is what it is. Just got to look for something.
The sellers are really trying to push the market down.
I just got short.
I got a feeling the sellers are going to win. Yeah, I'm again looking at jumping in short, but I don't want to sell so low down on because they keep getting absorbed at these bottoms here. Because then my stop would have to almost be twice my potential win, so it doesn't add up right now. So got to wait for a better price, but.
While you guys look at the ES and the Nasdaq, I'll keep my eye on gold and see if I can't get a trade in gold, because it's kind of consolidating in a small range right now between 33.56 and 33.51. Might break out if the indices look to, go to the downside. Maybe we'll break out to the upside on gold, and I can get long here.
Yeah, if the back end can show Daryl's screen here, I'm in a short trade and kind of put my stop in a similar idea to what Sam did, where I've got a pretty close stop. I got a 3-point stop, which is tight for me, but I'm short, and I shorted kind of right around the point of control, because it's in my mind we're developing a big node at the bottom, a big heavy base here on the profile. So we'll wait a second for them to pull up the chart. Good. Yeah, I'm looking real good right now.
Yeah. Ultimately, the sellers are. There was a bit of chop. But back end. Can you get Daryl's screen up, please?
And what's interesting, we're almost at the initial balance. We're almost at the. Oh, let me do this. We're almost at the initial balance, which is down, kind of where my take profit is at the bottom here. That's the low of the day. I might as well move my stop and to break even a bit. But the point of control here is this pink line. This is for today's session. This is not including the overnight. And so for me, right, it's just got to get, if it goes above this area to the north, then I'm out, because it consolidated, just been in this heavy band, right? It's just been in this area here for a while. So once I saw rejection, I'm like, yeah. And I'm still thinking we may still try and retest that overnight low at 6,300 and three quarters. But either way, it turned out to be a good move here. Now we're still coming back down. So. What am I doing? Get rid of this. Don't know why. There we go. Get rid of my scribble scrabble. I could put clean lines, but I kind of like the brush only because it's easier to see. I think my lines are so faint. It's hard for you guys to probably see. So I just kind of tend to do that. And Sam and Paul, I don't know if you guys have full depth of market yet on your domes, but you can.
I do.
You guys could probably get that. Oh, okay, good. I didn't notice it this morning. That's good.
I do not have it yet. I got to ask for that for sure.
So we're a couple of minutes from the first hour. So then my IBs get locked in, and I know it's hard to see. Obviously the all-time high, the initial balance high is right below it. That's the high of the day so far, and then, like I said, the IB low is at our low. So once we lock those in, it'll be interesting for me. For my edge and probabilities, I look to take one of these things out, or both, right? So we're really close to the IB low. I'd like to see it go further south here, and if it takes out the IB and continues, that's cool. But if it pulls back, and a lot of times, then it can retest. But at least I can get out with some better, more profit. But right now, I'm not so sure what it's doing.
Absolutely. Yeah, it just bounced off the point of control. On the
well, if we keep staying down here, this node this lower node right below where my stop is could become the next point of control. So the point of control keeps moving south for both these instruments.
Yeah.
And I like to see point of control moving, because that just shows auction and participant behavior accepting certain prices. And I mean, it could stay, right? We can have a full Gaussian bell-shaped profile for the whole day, but we don't get too many of those lately anyway, the way things are moving. Come on.
It's too choppy for me right now. The wicks, up, down, up, down. With having such a tight stop,
Nasdaq.
it becomes way too. So I'm going to let it calm down a little bit. Let it break out of this area. What are the chances it will just consolidate in this area now?
All right, so I just got taken out of that trade with a profit. So, okay,
nice,
cool. So I made the move now. We'll see if we get continuation. But yeah, that's just kind of, it's interesting, because I would have thought we would have kind of marched back up to retest the all-time high by now, but we haven't. Very interesting.
Yeah.
It looks like gold wants to break out to the upside, so I wouldn't be surprised if we broke the lows here on the ES.
I love getting back in.
See, this area on the on the NQ, huge amount of selling always coming in this area here, and part of me wants to short it, but now the other part is when they get a bit further down, they just get absorbed. Lots of people want to sell, but they're not actually being that effective at getting the market really much down. So that's the only thing holding me back right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're coming in very aggressive.
Wow,
look at that.
I know.
Shot down.
Come on, go to overnight low. I got my take profit at 62.99.
Okay. I gotta check the volume profile. We broke the point of control. Wicked. It's crazy this market. The buyers aren't giving up either. Neither are the sellers. Sellers come in strong, push it down. The buyers are like, nope.
There's a lot of volume today. Yeah.
I'm going to let the big boys battle it out. One of them are going to win. One of them is going to win, and then I'll just jump on board with whoever won.
Come on.
Gold is still looking.
That's what we retail traders do.
Yeah.
We just try and collect the crumbs from the big boys. You know?
Exactly.
Let's get a continuation down. Come on now. You broke the IB, so my IB target was hit. Oh, no, don't stop me, please.
That's a big hammer candle there forming. Sheesh.
Mm-hmm.
Still got a minute and 15 seconds till the 5-minute candle would close.
Go out to 5 points, like my typical stop, 5 points. Interesting. Let's let it sit.
Footprint to me is showing a range. Buyers trapped at the bottom. I mean, at the top. Sellers at the bottom. Neither of them are really winning. Looks like a range at the moment. Oh man, I need coffee.
None of us want to jump into jump into some copper or something? Let's let's look at some copper futures. I'm just gonna take a gander.
Why not?
Yeah, exactly. Come on.
Well, gold is breaking out. Jeez.
Okay, I see something interesting.
Surprised the indices haven't kind of just like faltered with this gold breakout. That's kind of interesting.
I'm seeing a potential push to the upside now. Sellers are just getting trapped. But then again, we are near the bottom of, if it is a range, near the bottom of the range. What's the cumulative saying?
I have a... Oh, wait. I have a negative 7,000 contracts on the ES roughly on the cumulative delta for the day.
There we go. Push down.
Now buyers are getting trapped. This is ridiculous.
It's a tug of war. For sure.
It really is. I feel sorry for anyone trading this little bit, because if it's literally, I'm seeing on the footprint, everyone who's buying and selling is pretty much in drawdown. When the majority of buyers are, they're all losing. Majority of sellers, they're all losing.
Yeah.
No one is winning. Now I'm starting to shift again, and I'm like, oh, actually, it's starting to look, buyer's trap now. It's looking more bearish.
There we go. Push the ES
doing
is
this
moving
up
down
and
a bit.
down.
I need to retest this bottom here. 63.10. Come on. Keep going. It's just rotating. This is a mean reversion deal for me. You just got to sit tight. There we go. Big push down.
Okay. Okay, yes, I see.
There's about 350 contracts sitting here. Let's push through. Eat them up. There we go. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Come on, push through. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Man, it's holding it. Look at that. Jeez. I'm getting a little nervous.
Remember,
I'm getting a little nervous.
63.10 was that
take your money, man.
Super
I've already
super support and resistance area.
Yeah, I know that. I'm looking at it. Oh, come on. I think sellers are gonna come on.
You're getting nervous, take your money.
I can flatten. I'm just gonna.
If this level breaks, though, I think you're going to be looking good.
It's going to take me out right here. It took me out. Took me out with a profit.
That's okay. That's smart. That was a smart play.
Good trade.
Smart play.
Very good trade. I agree.
Very good trade.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's holding up. Look at that.
Remember that the market is, like I said yesterday, the risk is to the upside, not to the downside.
Correct. Now, let me move my low day. These are just my little markers. All right.
Oh, this is a very boring market right now. Come on.
It started out with a flurry.
I know.
I mean, it was really ripping. What is this? 6? Yeah, so.
I mean, there's a crazy amount of sellers coming in, but I don't want to join them just yet. I don't feel.
I still think, though, I think we're going to retest that all-time high before we close today's session. We don't have enough to move the sentiment bearish yet, right? Like nothing crazy's happened. So I think a lot of this is profit taking or positioning with, big hedge funds and what have you, banks and what have you, just kind of, they need buyers. I mean, they need sellers, right? And they need to build a position if they're going long. And so they're just going to have their way with this.
Yep.
But I try not to overthink it because, like we keep talking about, there's too much involved in everything, the whole financial markets, let alone trading, the macros, the economics, the geopolitical stuff, everything that goes into it, currencies, what have you. Nobody knows really how the whole thing really intertwines and works. But all I can do is, I'm a day trader, so I'm looking at my structure and how I trade. That's all I can really look at. I can't really make a rhyme or reason about it.
Well, it looks like the sellers have finally defeated the buyers now. They've just popped, which is good.
And then in the NQ?
Because I want it to drop. Yeah, I want it to drop and break the last low it created, last major low it created. I want it to break that because that's just below it is an area I want to buy in. So if it can get there, then I'll have a nice long. Because at this moment in time, I don't have an area where I can short it.
I agree with you.
I hear you say that, and I want to go short because the Nasdaq keeps the ES is lagging today behind the Nasdaq. They're correlated, but the ES is behind. So when I hear you talk about this, I'm looking at the price action. I'm going, ooh, we're going short again. But then, thank God I held off right there because we're still playing around in this little low volume node here.
Yeah.
Yeah. What time is it? 7 right
there. It's a 5 minute.
We have a decent amount of earnings this week, right? Some like bank earnings and whatnot.
We do.
Yeah. So
Wells Fargo and Citibank already came out this morning, which was interesting, but it didn't move the market really.
Right.
They basically said, Jamie Dimon was like, it's too early to see what the tariff stuff's going to do. It's kind of like what everyone else is thinking. So,
yeah.
But we've got people talking still. We've got, we got more Fed speakers later today.
Yeah. We got Morgan Stanley, I think, today. Goldman Sachs, Bank of America. Is that true?
Morgan Stanley after the bell. Let me see. Morgan Stanley's tomorrow.
Got it. Okay.
Bank of America's tomorrow, before the open. After the close, we don't have much today.
Yeah, and then you got things like United Airlines and stuff. So it'll be interesting to see like how consumer discretionary does and whatnot, and then like with the financials, there's going to be some big earnings for sure to kind of dictate the sentiment of sorts. So definitely have to keep an eye.
Agreed.
Yeah,
at 63.10 level just got taken, and I'm going short. I'm going short again here. Let's go 62.98-ish. We'll do a 5-point stop. Got in about 09 3/4. 14. That's perfect. And of course,
1,000
of course, as soon as I get it, it just pulled back in my face.
Well, I mean, you had that big bid. There was a bid of 300 contracts on the S&P, but then it was definitely some sort of iceberg because like 900 got filled.
I think it was an iceberg. I agree. Now look at this. God. Come on. There you go. Turn back down. See, sometimes I'll just get in early like an idiot. I could have just waited. God. I would have liked to have gotten in, a little higher here, like 63.12 and gotten short, but it was a little too FOMO.
It happens.
I know.
You
think
on my performance stats, on the project X, our Hola Prime futures platform.
Yeah.
The Hola Prime coaching tip was just like 5 minutes ago. Everybody's got emotions. Just make sure to understand them and embrace them to your advantage or whatever. And I was like, thanks, Hola Prime coach tip.
Ooh, don't stop me. Yeah, it's gonna stop me out. Yeah, that's fine. I should probably take a break.
I'm still waiting. I'm waiting for a long.
You're better than me. You're waiting for a long. I'm done. That just wiped out
I have a really nice area.
All the good I made on those last 2 trades. That just cleaned me out.
Yeah, happens.
That was a quick little V right there.
It was. Darn.
Now it's going to reverse exactly once it stops.
Of course.
It's just how it is.
It wouldn't be trading without it, right? Just God.
I remember when I first started trading, and that happened so often, I genuinely believed I was cursed.
Yeah.
I convinced myself at some point that there's been some ritual done on me, and I'm cursed because I was like, this just can't be a coincidence. How is it every time I get in? It's crazy.
Too good.
Oh man. Jeez. Are we going to push up the point of control? I can easily see that. I'm going in. I'm just putting in 1 contract long. Let's just see. I'll keep it tight. And there's stops up here, right? We've got all these buy stops with the sellers coming down. So I'll just put it a little bit above the point of control, because if it's going to be a stop pick, it's not just going to go to the point of control. It's typically going to kind of do a little bit of an exhaust move, right? And just kind of take them out. So I kind of just move my take profits to those levels, but I don't know if we're going to go up. No, God. I've been cursed, Sam. Oh, look at this. Oh, no. Oh, no.
I've just entered a short.
Oh, no.
Let's switch to Sam's screen then. Maybe we can.
Let's.
This ain't good.
For me.
The footprint. The moment I got in, the footprint had changed.
I'm telling you, we're both cursed.
It went from.
Look at this.
I saw buyers trapped, and now I'm seeing sellers trapped. Come on, don't untrap them. Untrap those sellers.
This is very erratic.
Choppy.
Yeah, I knew you'd like that.
But yeah, if
I'll give you my money here. I'll just give you.
Happy.
I'm done. Take my chips.
The transfer.
I'm done. Yeah.
It's hovering around right in this area. I don't know if you guys can see my screen or not, but
yeah, we do.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yep. Yeah, it's hovering exactly. As soon as I got in, we had this crazy wick that came down, which was good for a split second for me, obviously. But a lot of sellers were just trapped at the bottom of this wick. So I'm hoping they release them, let them out. But there's also buyers trapped at the top. So I'm just I might get out because that's a development that didn't happen when I got in. But I'm just keeping an eye on the footprint. Might give it another few seconds. Buyers are being angry. No need to be so angry. I might just pop my TP back down to these little lows here if it can release those sellers, and I'm getting out as well. I've got my finger on the exit just in case. If I see anything I don't like on the footprint, I'm hitting that button. And if I see something I do like, then I'm pushing my TP lower. But at this moment in time, on, that's good. That's good. 70. Come on. Don't allow those buyers to push it up now. They're coming in. The buyers are coming in very strong. They're really struggling to kind of push it up higher. But I don't want them to pop again. So I might actually have to put a stop here. 120 contracts. Don't allow them. Don't allow them. Come on. Trap those 120. Trap that 120. There we go. Trap them. That's it. Trap those buyers. They're not allowed to. Not allowed to push it up. I'm sorry, Darryl. I know you've gone long, but
it's okay. Don't worry about it.
Hopefully, the ES and NQ do two different things, and then we can both win.
They normally don't, but
exactly.
There we go. The sellers are coming in strong. There we go. That's it. Sellers are now coming in strong. That's it. Trap the buyers. I am looking to get out. I don't like it.
Oh my Lord.
That's it. Come on. Drop down. Don't get bullied. Don't get bullied. Come on. That's another 100 contracts. Sell side. Good. Good.
Wow.
Good. Good. Drop.
Wow.
Drop.
Look
drop,
at this.
Drop,
you
drop,
made the
drop.
call. Good call on your part.
That's it.
Jeez.
Almost at TP. Oh. Hit the TP. If you're going to break the low, hit the TP. There we go. Woo.
Broke through.
I got a little bit tense there. Got very close.
Nice.
But
this thing wants to go. This thing wants to go back to 6,300. I'm feeling pretty.
I want to buy it when it gets here.
Yeah, that was a bit aggressive there.
Man,
it went a bit crazy in that little area. Went a little bit crazy.
Oh man.
Well, aside from the psychological level of 6,300, you got value area low on the ES at 6,294. So that's yesterday's range, value area low.
Yeah, but it's not just the psychological level. I mean, I hear you, but it just happens to also be the overnight low, which didn't push through.
Oh yes.
Maybe because of psychological level, but that's the only reason why I'm looking at it in that respect. For me, it's just that's
yes.
I want to see things retested or attempted. You know, like what happened in the previous session. That's just kind of how I treat volume profile in the auction. So that's why I have a target there. But this thing, oh my God, every time it comes down hard.
No, I agree. Though,
I want to buy.
Yeah.
I want to buy in between these two blue lines.
No, you can't talk anymore.
I said I want to. Not yet. I still want it to drop a little bit more. Then I'll be interested.
I need Troy to give me some bearish energy.
I think it's going to keep breaking. It's sort of chopping to the downside now.
Yeah, see, that's what I like to hear. Get your magic crystals out or something. Everyone put their energies together.
I'd be careful though. It's pretty oversold, so we're due for a bounce.
I know.
But watching Sam's trade, my kidneys are now overproducing, and I'm going to have to take a break. I'll be back.
Oh,
look at that!
We're in the area.
Look at that! Jeez! Holy!
Beautiful!
Come on, baby! You can get there.
We're in the area I would want to buy in, so I'm. My footprint's frozen.
Daryl's in a trade, right?
Jeez. Don't freeze.
Yeah, I am. I'm in a trade.
We can show Daryl's screen.
I may be out of it. I may be out of the trade in a second here.
Oh, I see a buy. Potentially, I see a buy.
Yeah, it was a big hammer candle.
I don't know.
It's got to take out the liquidity first. Come on, take it out.
No, it's not.
There's about 1,000 contracts between 02 and aught.
No, it's not a buy yet. It's not a buy yet. There was a reaction, but it's not a buy yet.
You could buy it when it takes out my take profit. When it reaches that.
Are you on NQ or?
I'm on ES.
ES.
I'm short too. But I'm playing the overnight low. Come on. 3.5 points away or so. Let's go.
Let's show Coach Daryl's screen if possible, but before it might take his profit target.
No. I'm oh yeah, that'd be good. I thought you meant take my stop.
No.
Yeah, the back end could switch to my screen when they. There we go.
Yeah. I'm done, guys. So you can take over.
So I just have my take profit at 62.98, just a little bit below that 6,300, because I know there are stops, but I like to see a nice little sweep or something to the bottom. It's been moving like this, right? We've had these little mini sweeps or whatever all morning. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, baby. Almost 8 o'clock. And I know you guys know I talk about I don't really trade time, but things do happen on these top of the hour, bottom of the hour kind of stuff. Oh, God, what are you doing? There's a lot of contracts sitting there. There's like 1,000 contracts sitting there.
There is, yeah.
But I think it wants to go through it. I think it wants to eat it up. I just got the feeling the sellers are like, we'll take all those buyers. Thank you.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it at least attempts to eat some of it at the minimum.
I mean, right. So. The question is, can I sit in it while it does it, though? Because as we know, it may just go back up and, it may go down, take a bite, jump up 3 or 4 points, take me out, then only to come right back down. I'm like, wow. So the only solution I have to do would be to move my stop, and I don't want to do that because I'm already in the break even. So I just want to leave it. I like to trail, but I don't want to trail now because the way this thing's whipsawing. Come on. We're almost there. There we go. Come on. Just a little more. Boom.
There we go.
Yes, I like it. Now. Come on. And I can just flatten if I want, but I just want to see. Come on, baby. It's got to go through. Keep pushing. Oh, yeah. So funny. It one ticked it. It went to 6,300 and 50 or 25. So 2 ticked it. Now it'll down. Now it'll get it. Come on. But wouldn't that be funny if it just wanted to, just touch the overnight low and say, we give you a tick. Bye. Sam, come on in, go long.
Nah, my long is not happening.
Oh, it's 800 contracts just sitting. Let's go. Absorb. These buyers keep. It's got to be an iceberg. Paul, like you were saying. They're just throwing this stuff in.
Yeah.
Ooh, here we go.
Hey,
Push through. Come on. Come on, baby. Oh, yeah. Give me a little more. Come to Papa. See, it didn't. It didn't. Just and right at 8 o'clock. God.
Yeah.
Some you know, just it's so crazy. But it gave me my target. It went to where'd it go to 60?
Hey, you can't complain.
6,300 and a quarter. Wow. What's that, Sam?
Good trade. I said you can't complain. It was a good trade. Hit your target.
No.
It was awesome.
All right, I'm done now. You can go long.
Yeah, no, that's there was potentially a long, but I'm not seeing it. The sellers, every time buyers come in, they just get trapped. There's nothing on the footprint that's telling me.
Well, the longer the session, develops, you can start to recognize it gets easier to trade, which is why we hear so many traders say, wait it out the first half hour or the first hour and let things develop.
Sure.
And I sometimes have the patience to do it. Sometimes I don't.
Everything's kind of flowing together between the Dow, the Nasdaq, S&P.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm moving my screen all over the place. But I don't think the point of control is going to move anytime soon. It's pretty well established where it's at.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is where I get hurt because it starts to bounce and I short into it and then it just keeps chopping up.
Yeah.
That's what the pattern's been lately.
You're right. Well, yeah. See, it didn't get through the 6,300, and there's not nearly the amount of contracts that there was before, but there's still a good about 500 contracts overall within a 1.5, 2 point range around that 6,300. But they're pulling, so they're going off the book, which tells me that this thing can go up because they've had their fill. It may come back and retest it again, but I don't know. Not right this second.
My bladder's filling up again.
Am I still
never ending?
Sharing, right? Yeah. So we got this little we got a low node, right? Profile building up. So we may get up here in my view. We may get up into this level, come up here and retest, come back. I don't know. But if we get past this, then we could come back and then come up to point of control because there's fuel. The way I see it, all these sellers coming down. I mean, the institutions don't do too much of this, but if this is a lot of retail guys, right? What are they doing? They're getting short and they're putting buy stops all the way in here, all the way down, right? So when you come back up here, and the way I see when we get these big, fast moves, whipsaw moves, that's ugly. But when we get that kind of stuff, it's because they're picking up these stops, right? And these limit orders, these stops are turning into market orders and they're just flying right through. So there's fuel here and it can easily come up to point of control. But if it doesn't, and it only comes to like this low volume, then we can maybe go south again. And like Troy was saying, I get hurt here a lot too, because I think, okay, we're done with the move. We're going to have a somewhat of a trend one way or the other. And I get chopped up to death. It's it's a problem.
I was actually just taking a little peek at the 10-year note as well.
Ooh, look you.
Has kind of gotten.
You can switch. You can take the screen over if you want.
Yeah.
I'm just cleaning up my mess.
Yeah, let me share real quick. Share.
Guys, I'm gonna have to pop again to the toilet. This is ridiculous. I drank way too much.
You need a sandbox.
Oh my god! Thank God he's not flying.
I used
like a pilot.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. I used to trade the 10-year note relatively decently, and I kind of got out of it.
You did fixed income, you said, right? You did fixed income for some bank or something.
Yeah, I worked in like a lot of. I did a lot of like operation stuff in relation to like CMBS stuff, a lot of treasury stuff. I mean, a lot of corporate bond stuff. So I got a pretty decent fixed income background, but as far as like trading,
but you were doing this on your own,
like. Yeah, so I was trading like the 10-year note on my own
cool.
over the last couple of years. I had dabbled in it a bit. I mean, it's a good market for a lot of the time to like kind of get your feet wet in like developing the skill of like holding a trade for a relatively decent a bit of time, because it doesn't. Yeah. It's not that the 10-year note necessarily moves slowly, but in relation to like the Nasdaq or the S&P or whatever, a lot of the time it will definitely move in a slower fashion, the denominator. You know, the amount of money that you have to put up versus like, it's just like a low risk to reward situation on the futures in comparison to like the S&P 500 and whatnot. So I like to play around with it a little bit. I might start trading it again, honestly. It moves pretty decently. I mean, just from this morning, 9:30.
Did you ever look at any other notes, any other like a 2-year or 30-year or
no?
30-year probably doesn't move much at all.
Yeah, I think the 10-year note is relatively the better one to trade.
It's the most popular anyway, right? It's like the S&P of bonds, the way I see it.
Exactly. So I mean, not that I wouldn't dabble in it. I just more so just wanted to get kind of the cream of the crop vehicle to trade in the bond world and give it a go. Yeah. And I never really got out of it. I'm like, I don't need to trade the 30-year. Like but like you said, I don't know how much. I actually don't really follow the 30-year aside from looking at the yields like on a daily basis. I'll just look at whatever the yield curve is looking like every so often.
Right.
So.
Right. Yeah, I don't look at it every day either.
Right now, I mean, the ZN is doing nothing, so I'll switch out of this here. But let's see what gold's doing. Kind of at the bottom of this, or closer to the bottom of this range in the last hour. Oh, and the indices are kind of popping up a little bit here.
Yeah.
Nasdaq just blew through that low volume node.
ES did too.
Okay.
But I'm on to going short. Well, I just said that, but it held up for a bit, so I thought it exhausted and it was going to pull back. But maybe it's going to keep marching north. It's marching north. Wow.
Oh wow, Nasdaq's just rallied up. Damn it, I should have bought.
I opened the door for you.
You're right. You invited me.
I got out of my trade, so you can go long.
Damn. It's all good.
Yeah.
Let's see. Now is this where you get short again?
Short it. Yeah, I'm looking to short it now.
I'm going to go long. It pulled back for me to go long. I'm just long one contract. gunning for the point of control.
I might. I'm shorting it. I can't. We're doing the opposite. We don't break this area. I'm happy. I'm happy. I got in at a bit of a bad price, but it's fine.
Oh, dang. What are you doing? Sam, you're looking good.
Come on. Those sellers got absorbed.
Really? Yeah. Share your screen. Let's get Sam's screen on here.
Yeah, let's get. I want to see Sam's. I want to see the footprint.
I can't show the footprint, Sally, because it's not on.
Oh yes, that's right. That's right.
40. Go on. Sellers keep getting absorbed. Just right there.
You guys.
Come on, they're coming in strong, but they're getting absorbed. I don't like it. Nah, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I'm getting out. I don't like it. They're getting trapped right there. Huge amount of sellers keep getting trapped right here. It will stop me out. So I think I got out.
That's smart.
Break even, maybe? I have no idea. I don't know what I got out on. Oh, I took a $20 loss. I thought, oh, okay. I thought it was break even.
Close to scratch. Close enough.
Better than $100 something loss. But yeah, no.
Come on,
there
here
were
we
trap
go.
buys
Let's go.
at the top
March
here.
Forward.
It had a reaction, but I could see those sellers were not pushing it down. So, ow.
Yeah. Let's get Daryl's screen up since he's in a trade right now, and get him up here.
Yeah.
I like it, Daryl. I like it.
Yeah, but it hasn't. It wants to go. I'm just kind of right at entry here. Breakout. Breakout. Come on.
Oh, yeah. Come on. There we go.
Yeah, it's definitely more long. Daryl, hold that trade. Well,
I'm holding.
Do whatever you have to do.
I'm only $25 into the green. You can see my take profits up there by point of control. So I'd like a nice 15-point move.
Oh, the ES is moving a little bit different. Nasdaq moved up quite a bit. You're still in that range on the ES.
Mm-hmm. But I'm above this low volume where I was. That was kind of my line in the sand. We got above it and we're holding, so I'm thinking we're probably gonna. Obviously, I'm long, so I'm hoping we're going further up, but who knows?
This again is just that area where you would need to break through it. Maybe it was like the 6310 area is that pop below, or like it was a drop below, and then if we can break above, then maybe it's like a failed break, and we're going back to the upside.
It could be, but there's not a buyer energy. I mean, there is. It's just sellers are really holding it. Dang. Come on. I'm still going to stick in this thing. If it takes me out, it takes me out. It's got to want to take me out, you know.
Conviction. Yep. I love it.
Unbelievable. That's all she wrote. Look at that.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Oh, wow. Sellers came in strong right at the top.
I know.
Wow. That was unexpected. Out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Could just be one of those momentary blips where
I don't know. I'm kind of thinking now it's going to want to go past the 6,300 and go further south, but I don't know. We got 15 minutes till London closes. There could be some flurry here too.
Very true. Very true. The London definitely got to keep our eye on the time here and make sure like 5 minutes before 11:30 we keep our eyes sharp.
Yeah.
Man.
Any news going on right now?
I just checked. Yeah. I'm looking for anything to give me some inkling.
Yeah.
But
all I see is like Mexico's president talking about fighting back with tariff stuff, and then Jamie Dimons or JP Morgan talking about gold possibly getting to 4,000 at some point this year.
Man. I wonder if we're going to hold that overnight low in that 6,300 level all day.
Maybe this is where you look for like a kind of like a double bottom of some sort and some strong buyers enter, and then you would get into another long. I would be looking for that too, possibly. So, and if not,
yeah, I mean, if it comes all the way down, well, if it comes back to 6,300 and it does not break, then yeah, I'm thinking longs for sure. I don't know. If I get into a trade, what's going to happen is I'm going to get whipsawed.
Yeah,
I know really... because we're like 10 minutes away from London closing, and I know I'm going to get whipsawed. Look,
yeah,
I was even considering going long, and now it's going to come back down. This is a
not
tough
really
day.
much of a good entry. It is.
No.
Well, Sam can say it differently, I guess.
That's true. That's true. Sam's going to become an NQ convert. He's going to be like,
he is.
I think I am. I'm liking NQ lately. ES just hasn't been. I don't know.
Everything goes in waves. Yeah.
Exactly. I'll be back to ES at some point and then be like, NQ sucks. It's rubbish. It doesn't.
NQ sucks. That's kind of how I feel about the Dow because of my losing trade my small loser that I had yesterday in the Dow. I was like, man, Dow sucks. Why do I want to trade?
You only had a small loser. You only had a little.
It was just a little tiny guy, but
yeah.
We're not getting down.
I think they're all similar enough where.
Oh, they are.
You can trade all of them pretty much with the same
all
strategy.
The indices
you don't
are
have to really adapt
same.
too much.
Agreed.
Yeah,
totally.
Yeah, it's with the Dow, your execution just has to be on point. That's the thing. I guess kind of with the Nasdaq is a little bit probably more difficult when you're doing market orders to really get the price you want to, I'm sure, because it's whipping so much. But the Dow's spread, just like you have to be really on point. I feel like limit orders are usually probably the better way to go with the Dow, because I'll catch myself going market order into Dow, and I want to get in, let's say at 44,450, and I market order and it's like 44,443. I'm like 7 points lower or higher or whatever. And I'm like, what the, like, because it just, not only does it move quickly, then the spread is like 3 points, and that's just it.
Yeah, I completely agree.
I'm back in long.
I just couldn't limit order in. Oh, nice.
No, not nice. Look at it.
I just couldn't limit order into any trade because, like, I only know I want to jump in that trade 2 seconds before. Do you know what I mean? It's very hard to kind of plan. I mean, I could limit order, but I'd have to then pretty much forget the footprint. And
right.
I wouldn't want to trade without that.
And negative delta all the way across, though. God.
Yeah, this whole time in the ES, the and the Dow, the 50 period like EMA, like for just the short term like momentum following, it's stayed below it the whole day, and every time it's come up to it, it just touches it and continues to go down. So right now we're retesting that area. 6309.50 is the 50 period EMA on the 1 minute chart here. So
okay, well, let's get above it. Let's get above it.
All right.
I mean, VWAP's at like 63.17-ish. Point of control. Let me see. This is not, by the way, this pink line here on my chart is not the session point of control. It's just what's on the profile. As I scroll out, it'll readjust.
Yeah.
So it's a little misleading if you're looking at that.
Right.
Yeah. Because at first I looked at it, I went, whoa, did it move down? No, it didn't. I was like, whoa, when did that happen? Okay.
All right.
Let's go, Europe. Push me to the finish line. Give me a nice push before you close.
Oh, my brain is tired. Reading the footprint just tires you out, doesn't it? Because you have to focus so much on every number, and then
absolutely.
After about an hour, 2 hours of trading on the footprint, you just want to have a nap.
So true, dude.
Yeah, I know. Or walk away, or do some push-ups or something, right? Like you just gotta take a break.
That's it.
Come on, keep pushing up here. I like it.
Huge amounts of buyers are coming in right now. Biggest amount of contracts I've seen today, actually, in one price level. So let's see if they can push it up.
Just do it.
If they can't, I'll potentially be getting short.
I moved to break even. just because I'm about 5 points over, into my favor. So normally I would start to scale one off if I could do that, but I only have one lot on it right now, so just seeing what I can get.
I might potentially be getting short now, just because those buyers aren't pushing the
just to
market
spite me.
I mean, it depends. If the sellers are good and are aggressive.
No, I'm totally teasing you, man. We were in check in the early goings. I think we were taking similar trades in both the ES and the NQ, but then we started being opposite. Yeah. It's funny. Oh, man, like yin yang. Let's see. Come on. So where? Let me just. Okay. So point of control still at 24. Still at 24.
This area is kind of where the Nasdaq might want to try to break out of, break trend on the day. Honestly, I'm looking at the 5 minute from the high of the first candle to right now, and there's kind of just a nice little trend line that we're coming to, we're bouncing up against, and if it breaks through, maybe see a push up to 23,200. That would be pretty sweet. But yeah, I'm sure we'll have to see how Sam, you were just saying, how the sellers react right here.
Yeah, they're not coming in. I see no sellers actually coming in. I mean, there are a few, but nothing drastic. Lots of buyers coming in, but they're not pushing it up. So it's still, I would say, more in the sell favor at this very second. But if the sellers do not come in with aggression, then the buyers will keep pushing it up.
I got stopped out for a profit again, but
yeah,
my P&L is off today, so I was messing around yesterday, so I jacked that right up. So I'm just digging out of a hole, but I don't, I'm not worrying too much about it. It's not reflecting green, where for the current session it would be green. The overnight I'm definitely So we got what, two more minutes for London close, and we'll see if we get a reaction, I guess. I don't really want to get into anything now. Just close.
Yeah, neither do I now.
Just because
sellers never came in. They gave up.
The sellers came in a minute ago in the ES, and then they ran away.
Yeah.
Pushing higher. Look at this. Now we're just squeezing up, just ever so slightly.
Better wait until London closes, and then.
Yeah. I gotta sit on my hands right now.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I really need coffee after this.
Have you been going to the gym like first thing in the morning, Sam, or are you going like?
Yeah, wake up,
like
straight in the shower.
You wake up and you go.
Coffee, pretty much, yeah. And then I wake up at 6 a.m. At the gym by 7. Get home around 8:30, 9. Do a bit of work, and then these sessions start around 2 p.m. for me, 2:20.
Yeah.
But I try not to eat. I'm on this crazy diet. I'm trying not to eat until 6 p.m. roughly every day. But that's going to be a bit hard this time.
Are you fasting? Are you doing like one meal a day with keto?
One meal a day. Yeah, one meal a day, just water and a protein shake after the gym, and that's it.
Yeah. Okay.
But I've lost quite a lot of weight quickly.
Wow.
Last time I did it, I lost like 20 kilograms in like a month. and
20 kilograms.
as long as you keep, it just
like 60
it
pounds.
all goes really quick. I don't know the conversion if I'm honest, but yeah, I went from 84 kilograms.
Maybe it's like 45.
To like 66 or something. I went crazy.
Wow.
And as long as I kept
I think I need
and eating protein.
I think I need that.
I didn't lose too much muscle mass.
Guy, making me hungry.
Oh, that top comment of the day. Honestly, I was feeling the same exact thing, Troy. I was literally thinking the same thing. I'm like, man, I'm getting hungry.
That's so funny.
You have no idea how much you just want, like a carby. Oh, I want like a burger.
London closed with a whimper. Nothing happened really.
I like the
Can you hear me?
Vinegar almonds, Troy.
Yeah, they're good. Can you hear me crunching? Because I don't want to harass Sam too much.
No. It's all.
Can't hear my.
I could barely hear it.
Barely hear it. Yeah, it sounds like a little crackle.
If we're gonna,
that's about it.
If Sam, if we're gonna mute, like when I sneezed before, I muted my mic, but I don't know why. So I guess I should just mute on the vMix.
Well, let me just. Oh, okay, right, yeah. If you mute on vMix, then yeah.
I would think, right? So like,
that would work.
Okay.
Oh.
Anyone else got anything good to look at?
Nah, nothing at this moment in time.
Look at this. Now it's pulling back. I was considering going back in long for the point of control. And I still may. It just may just be a little pullback. Yeah, London's closed.
Yeah.
Pretty tame London close for sure.
Yeah, agreed.
Definitely.
So I'm seeing point of control for the regular trading hour session today in the ES being 63.18. So, but that's just the regular trading hours, not including overnight.
Right.
Oh, sellers are coming in strong. What is going on?
Yeah. Maybe we're forming a little bit of like an upwards channel here to break out of this 63.14 area. Look to see if any buyers come in aggressively.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're coming in strong, but they haven't really pushed the market down much from where they actually came in.
Yeah. Agreed.
They're still below it though, so it might just be they're coming in strong again. It's a seller's market right this second. The thing is, this market changes so quick. It'll be like a seller's market, and then 2 minutes later, it's a buyer's market now. It really keeps changing its mind. I mean, if you just look at the 15-minute candlestick chart, it's just up, down, up, down, up, down.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those days.
I mean, and it makes sense because there's just I think there's a lot of indecision right now. We're at the top. a bunch of economic data is coming out. So we got the PPI stuff tomorrow. We had CPI today.
Right.
People don't really know how to feel about anything. And then there's all the tariff stuff happening now for the next, at least for the next 2 weeks of time. So it's just probably one of those get your feet, underneath you and just reassess each day, see, and just like there's not really much you can do. Just try to find any footing where you can and take a trade or two when you can. So
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's not moving, it's not behaving cleanly like I like to. Some days you just see it just right and you're like, wow, market's just moving, and you're feeling it, and you're getting in at the right spots. You're today's not one of those for me.
Same. This is definitely a relatively sit on my hands day, but just try to keep my eye on, a few different things. And if there's something pops up somehow and I can take it, then great. I missed like I told you guys, me missing that gold trade earlier really made me mad. But aside from that, I haven't really had much. That really ticks me off.
Yeah, I think the fact that the 6,300 in the ES keeps just holding really strongly, it makes me more inclined to be still long biased, even though we've been kind of marching down, right? And but I just kind of get the feeling we didn't test. We just came so close to retesting that all-time high in the U.S. session that I feel we're going to get back up there at some point before the end of this session. But I mean, I could be totally wrong. It's just I get a gut feeling based on seeing this kind of time and again. And I know we're in kind of no man's land, outer space, because we're in new all-time highs for, several instruments. And, so we really don't know what's going to happen because we've never been up there before. But I just get a feeling that I don't know. There's just too much energy in this market.
Well, without a catalyst, if you look at reversals at all-time highs, with absent a catalyst, they almost do exactly what you just say. They have to test it first before it blows down. You almost always get that blow off top, and then they test it, they blow through all the stops, and then it reverses and goes down, big, right? And if there's no catalyst, otherwise, if you're looking at, all-time highs, if there's a catalyst, then that can change the whole story, right? But on balance, you want to see a blow off top with a rush of buyers that get trapped at the very top, a stop run at the very top, and then you want to go short, crazy. So I totally agree with you, Daryl, that it needs to rotate back up and at least do a test of the high in order to go down later.
Yeah.
Unless we have a catalyst.
No, you're exactly right. And you know how, like, for the 4th of July for us, we had the halted sessions, and I'm trying to just get back here. There we go. I'm like, it's a little laggy right now, booting up. Okay, so this, I know I can't really mark it. This this profile here is July 2nd. And we were near all-time highs in the ES. And then we, excuse me. What am I doing? I got to get out of, why can't I drag? Oh, I know why. Okay, so then we had the shortened session here. I don't mark it as a full trading session, right? So for me, it's like 6:30, and we halted at, I think it was actually 10:15. This was July 3rd, so we had a a halt at the CME for 4th of July, but we made this, I believe, was an all-time high if I remember. So I wasn't going to count that as making an all-time high because it happened in a shortened session. I wanted to see it happen again, like in a full session, a US session. So we came back in, we gapped on July 6th. I think this was Sunday. And then finally we had July 7th. Now we're back in the next week. So even though we had hit this all-time high right here in the ES, this little puppy, I had marked it, but I wanted to see it retested. Well, it finally got there, I think, on this day, which was the 10th of July. We talked about this, Paul, earlier, right? How it had made the all-time high in the regular RTH US session. So for me, now that's the real all-time high in the ES. And then we've just been, until this morning, here we are. In the overnight, we broke it again, and we made new all-time highs last night, several places.
Yeah.
But we didn't do it yet in this regular US session yet, boom.
Yeah.
Where am I going? Yeah, you guys get the drift. I'm just marking this up for entertainment value, I guess. Oh, come on now. But yeah, so, and this is where we opened and we didn't get to it. We got so close, like 2 ticks away. So, yeah. It would be interesting to see what happens later on.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting. I remember that I didn't look at just to see what like Bitcoin was doing. And
oh, dude,
I didn't realize Bitcoin was down like 3,000 today. And I just took a look at the micro futures.
I think I got down to 117 last night. It was at 123. It topped 123, which is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, and right now it's trading at 116,
came out of nowhere.
700. Yeah.
Yeah, Paul Pico's having a good time with this, but he doesn't trade Bitcoin, I don't think, does he?
I'm sure.
I'm not. I'm sure.
Oh yeah, he does. But he's
like
on things like this. He will.
When it's like a daily time frame, maybe.
Crypto expert.
Yeah.
But he doesn't trade crypto.
Yeah.
No, he does. He does like Doge.
No,
he does. Yeah.
Solana, I think, yeah.
Pretty sure
he's got a lot of experience in like the
guy. Yeah.
He is Satoshi.
He knows everything about it. It's crazy.
He's Satoshi.
He knows a lot. He goes into a lot of depth on like a lot of not only like the Bitcoin, XRP, Ethereum, all the main ones, but then like he goes into a lot of altcoins and like
he does
just a ton of altcoins too. So he knows a ton. It's fun to listen to him talk about that stuff because I genuinely have very little knowledge on it aside from the basics of the main coins. So
I'm with you on that.
Yeah. Have any of you guys ever tried to day trade Bitcoin, Ethereum, whatever it might be?
No.
I've
only bought and held it.
I mean,
and sold some.
Yeah.
But I've never.
I would love to trade Bitcoin.
I mean, the exchange.
I would love to.
I don't know how they do it.
But it's the exchange issue, right? Like
that's the thing.
You can use the footprint.
Exactly.
You can use volume, but you can only see one exchange. So you don't know the true volume. You don't know the true.
That's right. That's right.
Orders, and you're seeing like
if you're on Kraken, you only see Kraken. If you're on wherever, yeah.
Unless you're trading those futures.
Well, now you can. Yeah. Or ETFs, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I like
Bitcoin futures.
I'm looking at it right now. Actually, I'm looking at the micro Bitcoin futures because Bitcoin futures is a little bit much for me for a market that I
it's
am.
Rich. No, it's
not.
I don't even know what it is. What is the cost per point? Do we know? I could probably look it up real quick here and see.
I have micro up, but I don't have because micro. So micro is 50 cents per tick. So I would just assume you multiply that by 10, probably. So it'd be like $5 per tick. But
that
that's for the mini version, you know. And dude, the spreads on the spreads on the Bitcoin futures are like 5 ticks. So you're
really?
yeah, it's pretty funny.
So you're really paying.
You better make sure.
You know,
oh my god.
Yeah, it's a lot.
But with micros, you could, you know, you might catch me sooner than later, you know, trying to do a micro trade here or there. I mean, at least with the micros, it's like, you know, 50 cents. It's literally per tick. So like you can do like a $30 or $40 like stop kind of trade, and because these moves are huge, relatively speaking. And kind of like when they go away, they just go away. They just go one way. Like I'm looking at the chart today, and once it started going down, man, did it keep going down. It just it was aggressive. So
yeah, that's awesome. It's really good.
I have to check it out though. We'll keep an eye on it. Maybe in some future sessions, we'll keep an eye on just, you know, take a gander every once in a while.
Yeah, why not? But yeah, Bitcoin's one. I'm pretty sure when Bitcoin was like relatively new, I joined some website. I was a kid. I was very young. I didn't really know what I was doing. I joined some website, and they were giving away Bitcoins in exchange for like posting on their forums or whatever. And I'm pretty sure I owned a bunch of Bitcoins, but I couldn't tell you what the website was called. I can't tell you. Like, that computer's
where
long
you have
gone,
it or what wallet
destroyed.
Oh my
god.
No.
And I don't know how much. I mean, it could have only been like 1 or 2. It's still good money, but I have no idea. But I'm pretty sure, it was like some kind of reward program they had. And they were like, oh yeah, Bitcoin. And I just thought it was a load of like monopoly money, basically, at the time. Like, I never in a million years would have thought Bitcoin would be something, you know. So,
right.
Wow.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of us like know one person or so that was like was in it at some point early on, and like got out of it. Like I had a friend that he said he had 2 Bitcoin on one of his old laptops from like back in like 2011 or something. And again, it was like another thing he just didn't even think of. And by the time he realized it was worth anything, he had no idea where the hard the hard drive was for his laptop and everything. So it's just like a classic story.
What's funny though is that so many people got ridiculously rich because they forgot about it or lost it, right? Like, because reality, if you knew where your Bitcoin was and you had access to it at all times, the moment it hit a couple of $100, I think people would have just sell it, you know, cash in. But it's the people who kind of forgot about it, lost it, and then one day rediscovered it in like their parents' attic or something on some hard drive, and were like, wow, you know, I'm a multi-millionaire now. Those were the true lucky people. Yeah.
Of course.
If you had a time machine, right?
Yeah. But, you know, we talk about like, you know, how we all say this with other things too, like Tesla or Amazon or any other stock or something like, oh, if I bought it back then at such and such a price, you know, today I'd be worth tens of millions or whatever it is. But, you know, we say that, but as humans, it's really hard to hold through the ups and downs, right? And you think, oh my God, like if you had bought NVIDIA, let's say for $10, are you going to hold NVIDIA all the way through to today? Or at any of these points when NVIDIA got to $150 a share or 200, you're probably thinking, dude, I made a ton. I'm going to cash out right now. So it's very, very hard unless you're like Warren Buffett or someone that could just, you know, set it and forget it and not look. It's very hard to do, I think. So it's kind of, I know we love as humans to always say this, oh, if I only bought this or I only bought that. It's like, Yeah, I know.
I feel with stocks it's slightly
true.
easier because it's trained into you. You know, stocks you hold long term.
Yeah.
Something like Bitcoin, like
if you got in
if you bought Nvidia,
if you
you're not
bought
going to think
Bitcoin at
it'll drop to zero.
$1,000, or let's even say you got in at $1,000 for Bitcoin and it went to 30,000, and then it started to come back to 10 or 12. You're not telling me you're probably getting out? I mean, are you going to hold
I
it
would have
for
sold 1,000,000%.
6 months to a year to wait for it to recover again? Yeah.
When it was $1,000,
that's what I'm saying.
I would never have bought it. I'd be like, that's well overpriced. And then when it hit 20,000, I'd be like, oh, now it's really overpriced. Now it's at 120.
Yeah,
I'm like, that's ridiculous.
20
Never
bagger.
buy Bitcoin now.
Exactly.
Maybe in 20 years' time, it will be a few million. I'm like, damn it, why don't I just buy it at 120?
Yeah.
I know.
Like pre-split, like Nvidia pre-split, for example, like when it was like 3 years ago, or I can't even remember exactly. I was like all about Nvidia, and I had like Nvidia shares at like 110, and then remember it like it just started gapping up, spiking, and like I got out at like 3 something because I was like, this is mad how quickly
was it during COVID when this was going on when you're talking about it, like when it was spiking?
I think it was like the year after. Yeah, it was like the year after or something. I maybe 2021, but it started spiking like, and when it was at like trading at 300 or whatever, it was like 3 times my entry price, and I'm like, I feel like it would be irresponsible for me to not take my money and now put it elsewhere and then like try to catch a dip on Nvidia again. And then what do you know? Went up another like literally $800 within the next few months or whatever, 6 months, and now it just has been at that. Now the split occurred, and now it's just trading at whatever $1,600 a share. If you were to do pre-split pricing, it's like, but can't be too mad about it when you make 300, or you make 300% on your money in like a month or two. Like, can't be really too mad about it.
Exactly.
And it's like all the people with Amazon,
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But like Amazon for how many decades, it barely turned a profit, right? And so it's like, why would you be buying? Why would you be buying? And then everyone's like, oh, if I only bought back, it's like, yeah, but the fundamentals were crap. No one knew it would be, what it's turned into be, right? It's just crazy.
Yep.
Yeah. I bought into the second leg of remember when GameStop, when Reddit pumped up GameStop and it blew up. I bought the second leg of it and managed to catch some. But same with Dogecoin as well. Dogecoin actually managed to catch it. Elon started tweeting about Dogecoin back in COVID times. Managed to make quite a bit on that.
Yeah, that's good.
But that was really outside of like normal day trading. That's the only things I really ever dabbled with.
Yeah, dude, I actually it's a kind of a funny story with GameStop. I was day trading GameStop before all that stuff happened. Literally, and by before I mean like the months before, like there was literally no essence of any of that GameStop drama happening, and I was day trading it between like $15 and $18 a share, and just like making $100 here, $100 there, and like I stopped day trading it like I don't know, it was like a couple weeks before that explosion. And then when that explosion happened, I was just like, oh my God. If I had just been a dummy and just held on to all the GameStop stock that I was day trading instead of day trading and just held on to it, like it was hilarious. I was just doing the calculations for fun. I was like, geez Louise. But it was just pretty hilarious because we had people like, have you been paying attention to GameStop? I was like, yeah, actually I was paying attention to it before it even blew up, and I kind of am mad at myself, but
there's a good documentary on it on Netflix that I saw some months ago with what's that guy, Roaring Kitty or whatever, that was they were claiming that he was trying to pump and dump this thing, and in the end I think he's made something like $100 million off of that, but he claims he wasn't. There was no insider trading. I mean, he was investigated pretty hard, I guess. But
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I don't know. And the guy was registered. So the thing was, he was streaming every day about GameStop in his house or basement or whatever. And he never divulged that he was an RIA registered advisor. And so the SEC was trying to hook him on that by saying you needed to divulge this. And he's like, but I didn't tell people to sell or to buy. And his whole thing, I think that saved him was that he claims he's never sold any shares to this day. I don't know, but he kind of got off.
I think he has.
I'm sure he has. I mean,
I think he definitely has.
There's no liquidity. Someone had to be selling into these people buying. I'm getting taken.
Yeah.
I'm getting taken out here. It's just crazy.
I think he dabbled in the options markets too, if I'm not mistaken, which might add another thread to his position. But
maybe.
But yeah, like
I don't
interesting. Yeah. And because like remember because of all that happening and people learning about how the options markets worked and like how market makers work in general, and then everybody was just like buy call options to like essentially try to get the market to squeeze, and it's just hilarious even thinking about it now. But dude, so ridiculous,
crazy. COVID times were it was insane for trading. The amount of stuff, because everyone just sat at home and everyone became a trader. I'm sure. You know, we all know someone who never even heard of the word trading before, and then during COVID, he was an expert trader all of a sudden.
Oh yeah.
So true.
I know.
Yeah, like they start
That's where
trying
a lot
to
of these
explain like
gurus came from.
Yeah, then they start like trying to explain the options markets to you, like, oh my god, do you know what a call option? It's like, dude, come on.
I know.
All right. Do I know what a? Yeah, I do, my friend.
It's like, do you?
Right, exactly.
It's crazy.
It changed though, because before COVID, when I told people, yeah, I'm a trader futures, no idea what I was talking about. What are you talking about? What do you mean you trade? What do you trade? Like, didn't understand it, right? And I have to try and explain it, S&P, currencies, didn't really get it.
Yeah.
After COVID, the moment I tell people, so you do Bitcoin? I'm like, no, like it's got nothing to do with Bitcoin. They also tell them, okay, I don't want to buy your course. I'm not selling any.
Yeah, I know. It's funny how people rush to judgment. They have some kind of vision about what you do. It's like, you're a stockbroker. I'm like, no, I'm not really a broker. I'm not.
That's it.
Stockbroker. I don't even trade stocks. Yeah.
Too fun.
I don't tell them I'm a day trader or a futures trader. I tell them that I'm a financial educator, and I work with financial software. And as soon as you say the word software, their eyes glaze over and they move on to the next person that they're talking to. So that's because the moment you say I'm a trader, they're pestering you for, well, give me a tip. What's a tip? Tip. Right. I'm like, I don't even trade stocks. I trade futures. Yeah. Well, what's a future? And it's like, it's like not worth your social, whatever you want to call it. But like, I always just say I'm in financial software, and as soon as you say the word software, they go, moving on. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Well said.
Nerd.
I agree.
Nerd. I'm not.
It's funny, but guys, we are going to wrap it up there. Great session, really good session. Some really good trades. Market was a bit meh, but it's one of those days, right? But yeah,
we'll see how it is when we get back.
With all of you.
We'll see how it is in a little bit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But to all the viewers,
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Do stay
tomorrow.
Yes, of course.
Yes, Troy.
Of course, yeah. But to all the viewers, do continue watching, because next we have the Founders Playbook podcast. So yeah, stay tuned. But apart from that, we'll see you in a few. Thank you, everyone.
Take care.
See ya.
My journey began at Citibank in New York. We managed their investment portfolios, which in total combined was over $500 billion in assets. At the most random, spontaneous time, you will have this reality check that billions of dollars are under your management or supervision, so as to say. And you kind of just stop for a second and your mind tries to come to terms with how much that really is.
Where do you see Hola Prime in the next 5 years?
I see Hola Prime as one of the market leaders in prop trading industry. I thought to myself, how much talent is being ignored out there by not giving them a fair chance? If they have talent and skill, we are interested.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Founders Playbook podcast. Today, it's a very special episode because we are joined by our founder and CEO of Hola Prime itself, Mr. Somesh Kapuria. Somesh has had a fascinating career working at one of the highest levels of the biggest financial institutions in the world. And today, he's here to share his story with us and the viewers at home. So sit back, grab a coffee, and let's get into it. Somesh, it's an absolute honor to have you here today. Thank you so much for doing this.
Thanks, Sam. I'm glad to be here and excited to share my story with the world.
That's awesome. So, Somesh, let's just kick it off on how your career and journey started. As I know, it's a fascinating career you've had, and I think the viewers would be really interested to know how it all started for you.
So my journey began at Citibank in New York. I was fortunate to work in various leadership roles within their securities and funds management division. It was an incredible experience, and I was able to drive innovation in both technological and financial products. Those were very formative years, and they gave me a deep understanding of financial operations, corporate governance, and strategy management. I managed their operations for over 12 institutional clients that included over 80,000 separately managed accounts, SMAs as they call it, and we managed their investment portfolios, which in total combined was over $500 billion in assets. And after Citibank, I moved to BlackRock, a global titan within the investment management industry. However, I always dreamt of starting my own venture. So after many years of working at some of the highest levels in the largest investment companies in the world, I felt it was the right time to use my experience and create my own venture.
I mean, that's pretty incredible. I mean, the wealth of experience you must have gotten from working with these institutions, it must have been really incredible.
Well, totally. You're dealing with numbers that are impossible to fathom. And sometimes at the most random, spontaneous time, you will have this reality check that billions of dollars are under your management or supervision, so as to say. And you kind of just stop for a second and your mind tries to come to terms with how much that really is.
I bet that's quite a surreal moment.
It really is. But when it's your job and you do it every day, you get conditioned to these huge sums and it just becomes normal after a while. It's only when you stop and really think about it, you realize how big it really is.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I can imagine that's quite an experience. But speaking of experience, though, I can imagine working for an institution like Citibank or BlackRock would have given you a perspective of the financial world that most people just will never experience.
Oh, absolutely. I could see the inner workings of financial markets. But more importantly, I could see where improvements could be made and where there's a gap in the market. You see, one thing I noticed is the barrier to entry on the professional level of investment banking is extremely high, especially when it comes to speculative trading. We had some amazing speculative traders on our trading floors. However, they only got to that position through a combination of a lot of hard work, the right opportunity in education, the right connections, and of course, a sprinkle of good luck. So I would see retail traders send their portfolios into our HR department, try to connect with any of our senior members of our team to try to send in their resume, desperately trying to get our attention because they were eager for the opportunity. But they were very simply ignored. And it wasn't because they weren't skilled enough. It's just the avenue to landing in the position like this is very, very structured. So some of these retail traders had decent portfolios that outperformed some of our senior traders as well, yet they were not given any second thought. That's where I spotted this gap in the market and thought to myself, how much talent is being ignored out there by not giving them a fair chance? So ultimately, I decided to open up my own trading floor where we recruit the best of the best speculative traders, regardless of their education background, whatever. And if they have talent and skill, we are interested.
Wow. I mean, that's truly refreshing to hear because, opportunity is so important. And how did that venture plan out? How did it go?
Oh, it was extremely successful. We started out with our own capital and with a few traders, and we quickly expanded to larger offices with more traders. We have traders for every different market and different asset class. We have traders all specializing in one field from currencies, commodities, futures, options, and more. Our trading floor is still open today, and all of our traders are performing exceptionally well. So we are still a closed capital trading floor, meaning we have never managed outside funds, and we have only always traded our own capital. What all this has proven to us is that a focus on recruiting the best people for the job based on actual statistics and performance is what matters. All of our new traders go through the same process. We start them off in a simulated environment and we track their performance. If we see potential, we give them the right training and education until we feel they are ready to trade with live fund.
No, I couldn't agree more. But I would love to know, and I'm sure the viewers would love to know too, how did Hola Prime come to be?
Hola Prime is a natural extension to our trading floor. Having a physical trading floor does come with limitations. You see, many geographical ones. As a trader from other side of the world may not be willing to drop out of their current life and come to work for us. Many years ago, when we started, a trading floor was necessary because we were able to provide our traders with the best tools and solutions. However, with advancement in technology, retail home traders can have access to those same tools today and perform on an institutional level, right? All from the comfort of their home office. So Hola Prime is simply opening up the same opportunity, but on a global level. We want to recruit the best traders out there. We want to build the best community, and we want to change the face of prop trading by treating our funded traders as an integral part of our trading floor and not just a member on the screen. That's why we have things like our price transparency report, a feature that no other firm offers, but any professional trader would know how important fair pricing is in the Forex market. It's vital as it shows we are on the side of our traders and we want them to be successful. We really do. So their success is our success too, right?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. And that is truly incredible. And I mean, what an opportunity for traders worldwide. But I would love to know, where do you see Hola Prime in, let's say, in the next 5 years?
I see Hola Prime as one of the market leaders in prop trading industry. Everyone who's part of our team are traders themselves. So we understand trading inside and out. Our vision is to continue expanding and empowering traders worldwide. We are constantly innovating and improving our platform to provide the best possible experience for our traders. In the near future, we plan to introduce new tools and resources as well as expand into new markets. We are also focused on building a strong community of traders who can learn from each other and support each other. So ultimately, our goal is to be the most trusted and transparent prop trading firm in the industry, and we are excited about the journey ahead.
Amazing, amazing. And before we wrap up, what's one piece of advice that you'd give to someone just starting out in trading or entrepreneurship as a whole? Yes, absolutely. Samesh, we're going to wrap it up. Thank you so much for joining us. You've shared some really wise words and some real gold, and hearing your story has been truly motivational. So thank you for sharing and joining us today.
Well, thank you for having me, Sam. It was good to speak with you and as well as the audience. So looking forward to have more of these.
Absolutely. Thank you again. And guys, that wraps up this episode of the Founders Playbook podcast. Thank you so much for tuning in. But before you go, do hit that like button, the subscribe button, and that notification bell so you never miss out on any of our newest and latest uploads. So leave a comment, share with your friends, do all of that good stuff because it really does help us out and we truly appreciate it. So once again, thank you for watching. And until next time, we'll see you again very soon. Take care.
My journey began at Citibank in New York. We managed their investment portfolios, which in total combined was over $500 billion in assets. At the most random, spontaneous time, you will have this reality check that billions of dollars are under your management or supervision, so as to say. And you kind of just stop for a second and your mind tries to come to terms with how much that really is.
Where do you see Hola Prime in the next 5 years?
I see Hola Prime as one of the market leaders in prop trading industry. I thought to myself, how much talent is being ignored out there by not giving them a fair chance? If they have talent and skill, we are interested.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Founders Playbook podcast. Today, it's a very special episode because we are joined by our founder and CEO of Hola Prime itself, Mr. Samesh Kapuria. Samesh has had a fascinating career working at one of the highest levels of the biggest financial institutions in the world. And today,
Crypto is still in its early stages, and I believe we are just scratching the surface of its potential. What sets us apart is our focus on innovation, transparency, and creating a supportive ecosystem for traders to thrive. At Hola Prime, we take risk management very seriously. We have strict risk parameters in place to protect both our traders and our capital.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of the Founders Playbook podcast. I'm joined again by our founder and CEO, Mr. Samesh Kapuria, and we're going to be delving into a very exciting new product that's coming out soon here at Hola Prime. Samesh, as always, it's an absolute pleasure you joining us. Thanks for being here. How are you doing today?
Excellent, and always a pleasure being here and joining you in these podcasts.
Awesome. Let's start with a few basics for our listeners who might not be too familiar with Hola Prime. Could you tell us a little about what Hola Prime does and what makes it unique in the prop trading space?
Absolutely. Hola Prime is a prop trading firm that empowers traders by providing them with capital, tools, and resources they need to succeed. What sets us apart is our focus on innovation, transparency, and creating a supportive ecosystem for traders to thrive.
Awesome. That's fantastic. And now Hola Prime, I hear, is stepping into the crypto space with, prop on-exchange crypto trading. I mean, this is pretty huge, right? Can you explain what this means and why it's such a big deal?
Of course. Prop on-exchange crypto trading is a game changer for us and for traders. Essentially, it means that our traders will now have the opportunity to trade cryptocurrencies directly on major exchanges via Hola Prime. This is different from off-exchange or OTC trading because it offers great transparency, liquidity, and also access to real-time market prices. Crypto markets are incredibly dynamic and fast-moving. And by introducing this offering, we are giving our traders the chance to capitalize on these opportunities in a secure and sort of regulated environment.
Absolutely. And that sounds honestly super exciting. What inspired Hola Prime to, I guess, venture into crypto trading?
Great question. Crypto has become an integral part of the global financial ecosystem, and its growth over the past few years has been phenomenal. We have been closely watching the space and listening to our traders, many of whom have expressed a strong interest in cryptos. We believe that by combining our expertise in prop trading with the opportunities that the crypto market has to offer, we can create a win-win situation for both Hola Prime and our traders. It's all about staying ahead of the curve and providing value in emerging markets.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. But I'm interested, what are, the key benefits for traders who want to get involved in crypto trading? Because a lot of traders might not fully understand, like in CFD trading, for example, you can trade, a few cryptos, but it's only really the major ones, Bitcoin, Ethereum. So what are the key benefits and what is the difference, with what Hola Prime's offering now with on-exchange crypto trading?
Excellent question. So you're right. In the typical OTC Forex market, you do get access to a couple of cryptos, or you can get maybe up to 5, 7, 8, 10 cryptos at max, right? Yeah. But the crypto market is very big. If you are trading with any exchange, you can see that you can trade on almost 150 different cryptos, right? Yeah. That's, I think, the foremost benefit of trading in on-exchange cryptos product, that you get access to the whole depth of the whole ocean of cryptos, more than 100 or maybe more than 150 different crypto instruments. And other than that, there are several benefits. First, traders get access to our capital, which means they can trade larger positions without risking their own funds. Second, they have access to top-tier exchanges with deep liquidity and tight spreads. That's the on-exchange part, right? And third, we provide robust risk management tools and real-time analytics to help traders make informed decisions.
Sure.
And I guess finally, our profit-sharing model ensures that traders are rewarded for their success. So it's a low-risk, high-reward opportunity for anyone who is passionate about crypto trading.
That's incredible. And it sounds like, you're really lowering the barriers to entry for traders, I guess, who want to explore the crypto markets.
Exactly. Our goal is to democratize access to these opportunities and empower traders to achieve their full potential.
Awesome. Now, okay, so crypto trading, obviously, it's known for its volatility, right? What are some of the challenges or risks involved, and how is Hola Prime addressing them?
Volatility is defined as a double-edged sword in crypto. It creates opportunities, but it also has risks, right? At Hola Prime, we take risk management very seriously. We have strict risk parameters in place to protect both our traders and our capital.
Sure.
Additionally, we provide comprehensive training and resources to help traders navigate the crypto markets effectively. Our platform also includes advanced tools for monitoring and managing risk in real time. The key is to strike a balance between opportunity and responsibility.
Absolutely. I really like that. Looking ahead, where do you see the future of crypto trading? And I guess, how does Hola Prime plan to stay at the forefront of this, huge industry?
I guess it's been more than a decade now, but crypto is still in its early stages. And I believe we are just scratching the surface of its potential.
Yeah.
As institutional adoption grows and regulations become clearer, we will see even more innovation and stability in the market. At Hola Prime, we are committed to staying ahead by continuously evolving our offering. We are investing in technology and listening to our traders. Our vision is to be a leader in the prop trading space, not just in traditional markets, but also in emerging ones like crypto.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? For me as a trader, this is also exciting. Somesh, for our listeners who are interested in getting started with Ola Prime's prop on exchange crypto trading, what's the next step?
Well, it's very simple. Visit our website at holaprime.com and start a challenge for on-exchange crypto trading. All rules and targets are clearly laid out. There's never any hidden rules. What you see is what you get.
Nice.
And if you pass the challenge, you will officially become an Ola Prime funded trader, and you will have access to our platform and resources. Whether you are an experienced crypto trader or just starting out, we would love to have you join our community.
Awesome. Really cool. Somesh, thank you so much again for sharing your insights, for giving us a sneak peek into the future of Ola Prime. I'm sure our listeners are as excited as I am about this new chapter. And to everyone listening at home, hey, if you're into crypto, if you want to trade crypto with a prop firm, Ola Prime has entered the game. So go ahead, go to holaprime.com, get yourself a challenge, become funded, and see where it can take you. So once again, thank you for watching. Like, share, subscribe, do all that good stuff, and we'll see you again very soon. Take care.
Thank you, Sam, and thank you to all the listeners. We are looking forward to having you on our trading platform very soon.
Absolutely.
My journey began at Citibank in New York. We managed their investment portfolios, which in total combined was over $500 billion in assets. At the most random, spontaneous time, you will have this reality check that billions of dollars are under your management or supervision, so as to say. And you kind of just stop for a second and your mind tries to come to terms with how much that really is.
Where do you see Ola Prime in the next 5 years?
I see Ola Prime as one of the market leaders in prop trading industry. Thought to myself, how much talent is being ignored out there by not giving them a fair chance? If they have talent and skill, we are interested.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Founders Playbook podcast. Today, it's a very special episode because we are joined by our founder and CEO of Ola Prime itself, Mr. Somesh Kapuria. Somesh has had a fascinating career working at one of the highest levels of the biggest financial institutions in the world. And today, he's here to share his story with us and the viewers at home. So sit back, grab a coffee, and let's get into it. Somesh, it's an absolute honor to have you here today. Thank you so much for doing this.
Thanks, Sam. I'm glad to be here and excited to share my story with the world.
That's awesome. So, Somesh, let's just kick it off on how your career and journey started. As I know, it's a fascinating career you've had, and I think the viewers would be really interested to know how it all started for you.
So my journey began at Citibank in New York. I was fortunate to work in various leadership roles within their securities and funds management division. It was an incredible experience, and I was able to drive innovation in both technological and financial products. Those were very formative years, and they gave me a deep understanding of financial operations, corporate governance, and strategy management. I managed their operations for over 12 institutional clients that included over 80,000 separately managed accounts, SMAs as they call it, and we managed their investment portfolios, which in total combined was over $500 billion in assets. And after Citibank, I moved to BlackRock, a global titan within the investment management industry. However, I always dreamt of starting my own venture. So after many years of working at some of the highest levels in the largest investment companies in the world, I felt it was the right time to use my experience and create my own venture.
I mean, that's pretty incredible. I mean, the wealth of experience you must have gotten from working with these institutions, it must have been really incredible.
Well, totally. You're dealing with numbers that are impossible to fathom. And sometimes at the most random, spontaneous time, you will have this reality check that billions of dollars are under your management or supervision, so as to say. And you kind of just stop for a second and your mind tries to come to terms with how much that really is.
I bet that's quite a surreal moment.
It really is. But when it's your job and you do it every day, you get conditioned to these huge sums and it just becomes normal after a while. It's only when you stop and really think about it, you realize how big it really is.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I can imagine that's quite an experience. But speaking of experience, though, I can imagine working for an institution like Citibank or BlackRock would have given you a perspective of the financial world that most people just will never experience.
Oh, absolutely. I could see the inner workings of financial markets. But more importantly, I could see where improvements could be made and where there's a gap in the market. You see, one thing I noticed is the barrier to entry on the professional level of investment banking is extremely high, especially when it comes to speculative trading. We had some amazing speculative traders on our trading floors. However, they only got to that position through a combination of a lot of hard work, the right opportunity in education, the right connections, and of course, a sprinkle of good luck. So I would see retail traders send their portfolios into our HR department, try to connect with any of our senior members of our team to try to send in their resume, desperately trying to get our attention because they were eager for the opportunity. But they were very simply ignored. And it wasn't because they weren't skilled enough. It's just the avenue to landing in the position like this is very, very structured. So some of these retail traders had decent portfolios that outperformed some of our senior traders as well, yet they were not given any second thought. That's where I spotted this gap in the market and thought to myself, how much talent is being ignored out there by not giving them a fair chance? So ultimately, I decided to open up my own trading floor where we recruit the best of the best speculative traders, regardless of their education background, whatever. And if they have talent and skill, we are interested.
Wow. I mean, that's truly refreshing to hear because, opportunity is so important. And how did that venture plan out? How did it go?
Oh, it was extremely successful. We started out with our own capital and with a few traders, and we quickly expanded to larger offices with more traders. We have traders for every different market and different asset class. We have traders all specializing in one field from currencies, commodities, futures, options, and more. Our trading floor is still open today, and all of our traders are performing exceptionally well. So we are still a closed capital trading floor, meaning we have never managed outside funds, and we have only always traded our own capital. What all this has proven to us is that a focus on recruiting the best people for the job based on actual statistics and performance is what matters. All of our new traders go through the same process. We start them off in a simulated environment and we track their performance. If we see potential, we give them the right training and education until we feel they are ready to trade with live funds.
No, I couldn't agree more. But I would love to know, and I'm sure the viewers would love to know too, how did Hola Prime come to be?
Hola Prime is a natural extension to our trading floor. Having a physical trading floor does come with limitations. You see, many geographical ones. As a trader from other side of the world may not be willing to drop out of their current life and come to work for us. Many years ago, when we started, a trading floor was necessary because we were able to provide our traders with the best tools and solutions. However, with advancement in technology, retail home traders can have access to those same tools today and perform on an institutional level, right? All from the comfort of their home office. So Hola Prime is simply opening up the same opportunity, but on a global level. We want to recruit the best traders out there. We want to build the best community, and we want to change the face of prop trading by treating our funded traders as an integral part of our trading floor and not just a member on the screen. That's why we have things like our price transparency report, a feature that no other firm offers, but any professional trader would know how important fair pricing is in the Forex market. It's vital as it shows we are on the side of our traders and we want them to be successful. We really do. So their success is our success too, right?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. And that is truly incredible. And I mean, what an opportunity for traders worldwide. But I would love to know, where do you see Hola Prime in, let's say, in the next 5 years?
I see Hola Prime as one of the market leaders in prop trading industry. Everyone who's part of our team are traders themselves. So we understand trading inside and out. Our vision is to continue expanding and empowering traders worldwide. We are constantly innovating and improving our platform to provide the best possible experience.
At the end of the day, if someone can do, 30-40% consistently, they should be working for some of the best institutions in the world.
Yes, indeed. Then I will not be here.
Exactly. Well, Davy, I think that's pretty much all I have written down to ask you. But it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. I wish you, all the long-term success here with Hola Prime. And I believe, like I said many times, I think we will be sending you many more payouts in the future. You're, very grounded. You know what you've gone through, that pain and the process of every trader. You've been there, you've done it, you understand the game, you know what has to be done. And I think the future is very bright for you.
Yeah, I will try to do my best, but at this moment it's going good. But it's going also fast in the market, so it's not always easy.
Exactly. Take your time. You can relax. You don't have to trade.
No. It's like I said, I trade not every day. Only when you're never 100% sure, of course, from your trade, but I need to be confidential before I trade a day.
Absolutely. No, really, keep up what you're doing. We're very impressed, and we're very, very happy to have you on board. So, it's been really awesome. But thank you, Davy. I'll let you get on with your day. Maybe there are some trades today to take. Who knows?
Thank you.
And it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. And thank you so much for coming on and sharing your story.
Okay, it's all a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Davy.
Bye.
And to all the viewers watching, thank you guys for watching. If you liked this episode of Trader Stories and would like to see more, please do leave a like, subscribe, comment, turn on notifications, do all that good stuff. It really does help us out, and we'll be bringing you more interviews with our funded traders so you can hear their story and how they got to that stage. So if you're struggling, it's definitely good motivation. Definitely learn from Davy's story. There's a lot of gold he shared today, which can definitely, take it on board. Don't just go in one ear out the other. Really take it on board. Discipline is hugely important. But thank you all guys for watching, and we'll see you again very soon. Take care.
We all were beginners. We all make mistakes. Even now we also making mistakes, but less as in the past.
Yeah. Oh no, absolutely. I mean, look, it's funny. Every trader I ever talk to, we all have the same story.
You're thinking you can do it. You can go to 10,000. You do one little mistake. It's not a mistake. It's just you think you're the best. Your lot size too big. One negative point in the market, and you blow your few $1,000. So, and after that, of course, I told myself I stopped trading. I stopped in general, and I stopped also for a few days. But after that, I re-began on demo accounts, and I can say never give up. But it was not always easy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another Trader Stories podcast. Today, I'm joined by one of our funded traders, Davey from Belgium, who managed to pass his two-step pro account challenge in just 7 to 8 days, which is, vastly impressive. Davey, how are you doing today? It's great to have you on the show.
Yes, hi, nice to meet you. Yes, I am. I'm doing great today. So fine to ask.
Awesome, that's good to hear. Davey, thank you so much for coming on. I think the viewers would just love to know and hear about your story. As a funded trader, how you got to where you are today, your whole trading journey. Because I believe you have a 100K account, which is really impressive as well. You've had your first payout too. So you must be feeling really good.
Yes, it's nice to have my first payout. Yes, yeah, I'm very happy with Hola Prime at this moment. So everything is going good.
That's awesome to hear. So Davey, can you let us know? I mean, how did you get into trading? Where did it all start for you?
Oh, I think it started between 3 and 5 years ago. It was by YouTube, by viewing videos, trading on demo accounts, trading on live accounts. In the beginning, especially with trading software. I tried several trading softwares. It was always going good for a few days, few weeks, but after that I blowed many accounts. I don't know how much, but really many. Then after that, I started trying to trade by myself, especially on gold USD. First on the demo accounts, then I found by accident on Telegram groups. I find an advertising from Hola Prime, so I came with Hola Prime. Now I'm trading gold USD. I'm trading very basically. Most of the time I'm using the support and resistance lines. I try to hold my lot size and my risk low. I'm risking maximum 2% per trade per day. There are days or days that I'm not trading when the charts are not like I want. I'm even not trading some for a few days. So I'm really waiting for the right moment, and I'm looking at the charts for the 1 and the 4-hour charts.
Very nice.
Especially yes, the last weeks gold is going very hard, so it's not easy to trade on it. So lower lot size, it's a good tip, I think. And yeah, it's good. Of course, since Corona, everything is going hard, but the last weeks with gold is really crazy.
Yeah, gold has been hitting all-time highs recently. It's been really insane. It's just non-stop going up and up and up, and
yes, indeed, it's always going up and up. But that will not say that you can just take a buy trade and we will wait. No, it's not that easy.
Yeah, no, I wish it was.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So do you only exclusively trade gold, or is there other instruments you like to trade too?
99%. I'm also, because I'm from Belgium, I'm also looking for the Euro USD charts. But also there it's going hard the last weeks. It's following a little bit the same flow as gold, but less aggressive.
Yeah. No, absolutely. That sounds really good. So you mentioned you mainly trade support and resistance. Are there other things you look for as well in your trading strategy, or is it just support resistance?
Yes, support and resistance. Yes, of course. With gold, like we just told about it, is going up. So if it have a kick down, and then you see it started going up after the resistance and the support line, yeah, I can take a buy. But also at levels there, you're never sure, but where I think the resistance lines it will drop. Then I take a sell. So it will not say I will only take sell or only take buys. It depends from the support and resistance lines, like I think I see them on the most of the time on a 4-hour chart.
Nice. So are you more of intraday trader, as in you hold your trades maybe for, with a few hours within a day, or swing trader?
Yes, I'm yes, I always try to close at the end of the day, because you never know what happened in the night or in the weekend. I'm always closing before news with news trading, but also there it's going to hurt. I blowed a lot of accounts in the past with all the softwares after a weekend and in news time. So I think I'm okay, my risk is 1 or 2%, but I'm not an aggressive trader. I don't want to. I worked a lot. I tried a lot. I don't want to blow my funded account in a few days. So I hope to hold it for a longer time.
No, absolutely, and you're doing the right thing. Risking 1-2% per trade or per day even is the right way to do it.
Per day, because when I lose a trade of 1 or 2%, I immediately stop. I will not take a second trade on that day. No, I don't want to lose it too fast.
No, absolutely, and that's exactly I believe what makes you a funded trader. I think the biggest problem people have is they simply risk too much. They have a bad day, they lose a trade or two, and rather than stopping like what you do and say, okay, it's not a big deal, it's just 2%, I'll come back tomorrow and things will be better, they try to make it back. And
yes, believe me, I did it also in the past.
Oh, so we've all done it.
I learned from that, but I think we all did it in the past, so it's not a good advice.
Absolutely. And the fact that you avoid news as well, I mean, this is
you never know what will happen in news, and also there it will go too fast.
You can't control them. You can't control your positions when high impact news comes out. It's gambling essentially. Then
after news, you can win a lot, but you can blow your account in 2 minutes. So
not worth it. Not worth it. No, that's really awesome. I think discipline is the main. How do I say this? The main kind of I forgot the word, but the main.
I know what you want to say. It's discipline, and also like your emotions, like you told before. If you lose a trade from 2%, go for a walk, do something else, come back tomorrow with new charts, but stop trading for a little while.
That's it, absolutely. Because strategy is only, I would say, probably 20-30% of the equation. The rest is really discipline and psychology as a whole. And if you get the psychology right, even if you have a small edge in the market, a very simplistic trading system, you can actually be profitable. You don't have to be 90% win rate or something in order to make money. That's it's a myth.
No, of course not. And you can look at a chart, and you can use several 10-20 different factors where you can follow. But I also did in the past. I also had buy software there following this one, the RSI, everything. But it will not be easier to follow too much external factors.
Yeah, absolutely. I think having a simplistic trading system can sometimes massively help. We find that a lot of beginners, they overcomplicate it. They use 101 indicators on the chart, and everything is telling them a different story. One indicator will be telling them to buy, the other will be telling them to sell, and they get confused. And we find
100% correct. Yeah,
exactly. And even when you're in a trade, whether to hold it to your take profit, or if you have too many conflicting ideas, you end up just jumping out, jumping back in, and it never really works out in the long term. So simplifying your trading to just core basics, have that edge, and then be really disciplined in your emotions. That's definitely your right way to do it, I would say. So you've done that really well.
It's like you said, very disciplined. You have your trade in your mind, in your head. You place them in the in my times, it's most of the time in the morning. You take your stop loss, you take profits, and maybe it's in my favor because I have my main job. So I have not after that I'm not the time to look the chart every minute, because when you look the chart every minute, every second, you can say, I will close, or I will buy, I will do this. No, take your trade. I'll stick to the plan. And okay, I stop before the night. I stop before trading, but for the rest, I will let it run like I had it like I see it, and
yeah,
that it will go hopefully to take profit, of course.
Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. So I wanted to touch up on. So you said that you started 4 to 5 years ago, correct?
Yeah, it should be something like that. Yeah.
When did you really see like a change in your trading, where it started? You know, where you went from just blowing accounts to actually kind of seeing, oh, this could be something. I could actually make money from this.
Yeah, of course. After 2 days, I thought, oh, I can make a lot of profit in the future with Forex trading, but it was not that easy. But like I said, I bought a lot of accounts, a lot of with software, but also I learned a lot from the software and looking following the idea, how it's going, how is the market going. But I think everyone is a different person, but I think you need to take 2 or 3 years before you can see the market, you can understand the market. But even then, with Corona, with the war, with Trump, it's the market is changing every year, every month. It's not that easy. It's not that after 2 years, yes, I understand the market, I'm good for a few years. No, I think your strategy, your risk and lot sizes need to change every day, every week, every month. Like the chart is, today I cannot use the same lot size as I did 2 or 3 months ago, because then or I have my take profit, or I have my stop loss in 5 minutes. In the past, you can take for gold a lot size from 4 or 5. If I do that now, after 5 minutes, it will take stop loss or take profits. So you need to lower it to have a little bit space before you before you have your support light, your resistance light, your stop loss, because otherwise you are just doing something that can be always.
Yeah, no, that's a very important point. You just pointed out how you have to adapt with the market conditions. If the market is rallying hard, and it's moving, let's say the ATR, the daily ATR is a lot higher than it has been, you have to adjust your risk. You have to adjust your lot size to factor that in, right? And the same with any market conditions. If the market's ranging, you have to naturally adapt your take profit to be within that range, rather than trying to target like as if it's a trending market. So you have to be quite adaptive in trading in order to be successful. So I think, understanding that, like as you just showed, like you understood that and you actively do that, it's definitely another point I think that's made you a funded trader with payouts.
Yes,
and should protect your account.
Yes, indeed. When I see the market, like the last 4 or 5 years, it's a lot that's changed already.
Absolutely.
And it will change in the future also. So.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, right this moment, I would say the market's very volatile.
Oh, yeah.
But it will calm down again at some point, and then you'd have to adjust again. And but yeah, be on always before just jumping into a trade. Really, look at the conditions of the market. What kind of state is it in? Is it quite volatile today? Is it calm? Look at the news that's coming out. Really build that plan before you ever enter a trade is so important.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's really good. I'm glad that the points you're putting across are things that I feel are going to help beginners, or people who haven't yet got to the funded stage, or haven't got to the success stage, so to speak, of trading.
Yes, I hope so that it will help beginners, because we all were beginners, we all make mistakes. Even now, we also making mistakes, but less as in the past.
Yeah. Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, look, it's funny. Every trader I ever talk to, we all have the same story, I find. It's quite uncanny in a weird way because everyone goes through the same process. We all have the same mistakes we've made, the same psychological issues, and it's overcoming that. You know, it really isn't a unique experience. You know, every trader has the exact same kind of route, you know, that they go down. But talking about mistakes, I would like to know what was like probably the biggest mistake that really kind of stuck in your mind of your trading journey? Was there one that, you know, where you just kind of almost wanted to give up, or you know, that really kind of hit you hard? Was there a moment?
Yes, I think, yeah. Around two years ago that I traded a lot on demo accounts, and yeah, I blowed a lot, but then I have a few days that's going good, and I think, oh, I can trade on the market, I can win a lot of money. I started a live account, 100 euros, I'll blow it, 1,000 euros. Then I flipped it, so I doubled it. So everything is going good, even till 3,000 or 4,000 euros.
Wow.
And then you're thinking you can do it. You can go to 10,000. You do one little mistake. It's not a mistake. It's just you think you're the best. Your lot size is too big. One negative point in the market, and you blow your few thousand euros. So, and after that, yeah, of course, I told myself I stopped trading. I stopped in general, and I stopped also for a few days. But after that, I re-began on demo accounts, and I can say never give up, but it was not always easy.
Yeah, it's funny because I have the exact same story, and I went through as well at one point, you know, many years ago, where I had a really successful, I think it was about 2 weeks, where I was trading really well, making an incredible amount of money, and then I just got too confident. I felt invincible. Like, oh, there's no way I can lose. That was the mindset I was in. And I over-leveraged, entered with a lot size way too big. Yeah. And that was the one trade that really failed. And it wiped out all the profit I made. And that was probably, you know, from the high of feeling so good all the way down to that low. That was probably the moment that really switched for me as well. Where I was like, no, I have to stick to these rules. I have to.
You need to stick to the plan. And like you said, just after 2 weeks, you're so confidential. You think you can do everything. Even after 1 week, I think of winning trades. Stick to the plan. Lower the lot size. Take your time, because you have years ago to earn money, and you don't need to do it in 1 month.
Yeah. No, exactly that. So it's funny because even sometimes when you do really well as a beginner, it can actually harm you more than if you fail right off the bat. Because overconfidence can be just as dangerous as a lack of confidence. You really have to almost be like a machine, you know?
Yes.
Yeah. So, but what about?
And that's the only good point on the software I used. Stick to the plan.
Yes.
Always taking their idea. We will do this. We will use this lot size. You can say maximum one risk, maximum 0.1 lot size, and it's like you say, it's a computer. It stick to the plan. But it's no advice to use software, but we need to think like a computer, I think.
Absolutely. Think like a computer. Try to get rid of those emotions. But I think the only way to really learn that is to unfortunately feel the pain that comes from the mistake.
No,
you know, you can tell a beginner, oh, you shouldn't be doing this. And they won't listen until they actually feel the pain of the mistake, and then maybe after a couple of times they'll get the message and stop doing it. So pain is one way to learn in Forex, sadly.
If you just tell someone, they will not listen. They will say, yeah, we will see. But they need to be on the same point.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But on the flip side, we spoke about some of the worst points or the most painful points that you've had in your trading career. What about the highs, the ones that really stick out where you felt absolutely amazing?
Yeah, I also of course now at this moment for my first withdrawal from Hola Prime, it's nice to win money instead of losing money. But also in the past I had a few good trades on my live account that I had in the past, where I also did a few withdrawals, and it's a good feeling. And also it was never a big amount. But it's a great feeling that you can do it. It's going in a good direction, like I did 3 or 5 years ago, losing, blowing, and now that you can stick to the plan, that you can grow your account, you can pass the two challenge phases, you can have the points for the withdrawal, and yeah. I want to say you need to be happy with a few €100, with €1,000. I can also go for a few trades now where I maybe can make a withdrawal for €10,000 next week. But the chance is bigger that I will blow my account. So I will try to stick to the plan and have a few more withdrawals in the past from lower amounts. But you can stay with your funded accounts, and I think that's the reason.
Absolutely, that's the right way to do it. 100K account, a $1,280 payout. It's good. Don't always target for the big, trying to get 30% or something. I mean, some people can do it, and sometimes there's a bit of luck involved. But to do that consistently, eventually you will unfortunately lose the account. So try target for the smaller amounts. Be consistent. That's the right way to do it. Absolutely. But I would love to know, how was your experience with Hola Prime overall?
Yes, for the moment, only good things to say. Yes, from the beginning, purchase, payment, receiving the account, the email with the credentials, logging in. When I have a question in the chats, they are responding very good, very fast. The spreads are good. It can always be lower, of course. Good hint. No, it's really going good. It's not the server. It's not blocking. It's not lagging. For the moment, I cannot tell bad points, to be honest.
Oh, that's really good. And how was the payout process for you?
Also very easy to do a payout, very fast. Yes, immediately the reset of the account so you can restart trading. I haven't restarted this week because the market is too volatile for me at this moment. But yeah, everything is going very smooth.
That's awesome to hear. That's awesome to hear. And we're looking forward to sending you many more payouts in the future, which so. I'm sure you will do that because you have the right mindset, you have the right strategy and plan. You know what you're doing. And yeah, I feel we're going to be sending you lots more payouts in the couple of years. So, but what is your plan? I would love to know. So you have a 100K account. Are you looking to scale that? Are you looking to get another account? What is your future plan?
I would like to scale them. That's my first idea. Maybe in the future, when we see how it's going, I will maybe buy a second one. But for the moment, I will take this one 100% my idea on it, and I will try to have a few more withdrawals and try to scale them. Yeah,
absolutely. So you're going for the 4 million. That's the maximum scaling.
Of course, everyone will do it, but that's a long way.
Yeah, I mean, it will take time, but it's possible. As long as you stick to the rules again. I mean, that's what it is. If you try to do it, well, you couldn't do it in like a month, but if you try to rush the process, that's where problems occur. Professional traders understand it's a percentage game. Slow and steady wins the race in trading. Fast, quick, instant gratification always sadly leads to a dark place in trading. And yeah, but you already know this. But for the beginners, take your time with it. There's no time limits with the challenge as well. You can take as long as you want. You don't have to complete it. I mean, I know you did it in 7 to 8 days, which is very impressive, by the way.
But also, like you can see, also in the challenges phases, I used a little bit higher lot sizes as in my funded account. But when you see all the advertising on the internet, all the videos gaining 10-20% profit amounts, don't believe it. Okay, maybe you can have it once if you are lucky. But when you have a 100K account, funded account, and you just have 1 or 2% every month, but I mean really every month for months, for years, I think you can be very happy. You don't need to be 10% every week or every month. Yes, everybody want to.
Hello and welcome to Your Market News, where we cover Forex, futures and cryptos. Today's date is the 15th of July 2025, and we kick it off with news from the euro. The euro has consolidated below 1.1692 versus the US dollar, with technical indicators suggesting potential downsides towards 1.1535 to 1.1420 if support fails. The USD Japanese yen pair rebounded from the 146.11 support level and is now approaching a key resistance at 148.66, with further upside possible if it consolidates above that zone. The US dollar strengthened slightly against the Taiwanese dollar, closing at NT $29.302 amid US inflation data anticipation. Global markets await June CPI data from both the US and Canada, which could significantly influence Forex trends. Moving on to the futures, the Nasdaq 100 and S&P 500 futures rose this morning, with the S&P E-minis up approximately 0.35% and Nasdaq 100 futures ahead around 0.59%. Buoyed by the Nvidia 5.2% pre-market rally on resumed AI chip exports to China. Canadian TSX futures moved up roughly 0.2%, tracking broader North American futures ahead of key inflation data. Aluminium futures on MCX came under pressure due to weak international pricing and overcapacity in China, though analysts recommend targeting a 5% rally. In the crypto market, Bitcoin reached an all-time high above $123,000 yesterday, driven by expectations of US stablecoin and crypto regulations and continued institutional support. Today, Bitcoin has pulled back to around $117,000 to $119,000 as traders take profits following the recent rally. Ethereum also dipped below $3,000 amid broader market corrections, but remains supported by strong spot ETF inflows, with over $259 million added yesterday. Filecoin has fallen 6% to about $2.51, testing support after a sharp intraday sell-off. The total crypto market cap is down roughly 3 to 5% from yesterday, with Bitcoin losing about 4% and Ethereum shedding over 2%, though fundamentals remain intact. Institutional inflows continue, with Bitcoin ETFs seeing net weekly inflows of about $3.7 billion and Ethereum spot ETFs attracting over $259 million. Stablecoins are in focus this week, as upcoming legislation like the Genius Act could boost usage and benefit Ethereum-backed tokens and payment networks like JP Morgan, BNY Mellon, Visa, MasterCard, PayPal, and Shopify. That's all for the financial news now. Stay tuned because up next we have a beginner's guide to Hola Prime. Come, I will show you how Hola Prime is changing the future of prop trading.
Not like this.
By being on our toes so that you can experience prop trading as it should be, fair and transparent.
We are Hola Prime, the most transparent prop trading firm.
With traders from 175 plus countries and offices all across the globe.
We are the first company in the prop industry to publish daily price transparency report, so our traders can cross-verify their trades and they can trade with confidence and peace of mind.
Let me share the story. In the decentralized Forex market, traders often face pricing uncertainty, but not anymore. To ensure fair pricing every time, we introduced Price Transparency Report.
A daily tick-by-tick comparison with industry data.
We didn't stop here.
No hidden rules.
No unclear trading conditions.
Everything is stated up front,
including prohibited trading practices.
From supreme trading conditions to responsive customer support.
We operate with transparency, sharing every crucial detail with our traders.
That's why traders from 175 countries trust us.
No unfair breaches of accounts. Wherever possible, we send traders preemptive warnings because we hide nothing.
With us, you can scale your account up to $4 million.
And those profits?
We offer up to 95% of the profit splits.
That's 95%.
But what good are profits if you can't access them quickly?
That's why we process withdrawals within 1 hour,
putting your earnings straight into your hands.
We calculate your withdrawable profits at the end of each trading day, ensuring you get your withdrawals as soon as you request it.
We know what failing a challenge feels like, but we won't leave you alone. After reviewing your account's trades, we'll create personalized videos to help you prepare for your next attempt. Our expert trading coaches and Prime Academy are always ready to help you learn and succeed.
I started as a junior analyst. With clear feedback and growth paths, I've moved into a leadership role.
When I joined here, I was just a graduate. Now, I'm an MBA and a senior manager.
My career has been transformed here, from an entry-level position to a department head.
While others are catching up, we are setting new standards in prop trading every day. Join us today and get funded with transparency.
Behind each face, there's a story. A story of courage, a story of battles fought too soon. These little fighters take on challenges every day with courage beyond their years. Today, we brought a little bit of magic into their lives, a chance to laugh, to wonder, and to feel like kids again.
So we have arrived at Access Life, which is a very, very important charity. Their main aim is to help and support children with cancer and allow their parents to live with their children. So they don't have to go to work and they can, be together during such a difficult time as anyone can imagine. We're currently here. As you can see, there is a magic show happening behind us. We prepared this magician to come to help lift the spirits of these children. A puppet show, which is trying to make them, feel better and enjoy. And they're laughing and having a great old time. So really good to see.
Every smile is precious. Every moment of happiness, a victory. Today, they are free. Free to laugh. Free to believe in magic, if only for a little while. A few smiles, a few moments of wonder. It may seem small, but for these children, it means everything. Magic may be an illusion, but the happiness it brings is real. It's a reminder that joy is still within reach, that even in dark times, there is still light, laughter, and love.
In a world where stigma and isolation often overshadow humanity, small acts of kindness remind us of our true shared connection. The focus wasn't just on providing meals, it was also about creating moments of care, trust, and belonging.
So now we've put on some aprons and we're starting to prepare some food. As you can see here, we have some lovely vegetables being prepared by the good members of Hola Prime.
It was about sitting down, sharing stories, and being present. In the small moments that matter most, sharing a meal, exchanging a smile, listening to a story, we found the power to create change. For the people we served, it wasn't just about receiving a meal. It was about feeling recognized, appreciated, and cared for.
Now the food has been cooked, it's ready to serve. I'll just show some of the food here.
Every plate was filled with love. It might sound small, but in these moments, you realize how much it matters to someone who's often overlooked. We preferred not to show faces to honor the privacy and dignity of each individual. Nevertheless, behind every hand is a story, one of resilience, hope, and humanity.
And it's all been dished up. It's a lot of work, guys, it's a lot of work. But we got there in the end, everyone seems happy. It's looking really good, a really successful day.
Education is the foundation of growth, opportunity, and empowerment. Yet in many rural villages, access to quality education remains a distant dream. This is school, a place where young minds come with dreams of learning and a brighter future. However, limited resources and infrastructure challenges makes their journey difficult. Despite these challenges, these children are driven, hopeful, and eager to succeed. At Hola Prime, we believe that every child deserves access to quality education, no matter where they live. Through our CSR initiative, we're committed to creating lasting change by supporting schools like these. Our efforts include renovating classrooms, providing necessary supplies, and creating a learning environment that inspires growth. We're helping make this village school a place where dreams can take root. Together, we're not just building classrooms, but building futures. When these children succeed, we all succeed, because education is not just a privilege, it's a right.
How do you feel after another victory?
It's really good, so we're excited, we're happy to be here. People only see the wins.
And there it is, folks, the
trophies.
final buzzer sounds.
The moments under the lights. But they don't see this. Adversity. No. Everyone faces it.
No.
But those failures motivate you to try harder, to try again. Hola Prime is the platform used by pro traders. No hidden rules, just fair trading. In basketball and in life, speed is the difference between success or failure. Hola Prime has the fastest payouts in the industry with less than an hour. Adversity sometimes just means a new beginning. Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Got trading skills but can't risk your money? Enter prop trading, a smart way to monetize your trading skills without risking your own money. Start your journey with Hola Prime. Here's how it works. Buy a small fee trading challenge. Hit the profit target and keep losses under 5% daily and 8% overall. Pass the challenge and get a funded account. The risk rules stay the same, but now no profit targets. And yes, up to 95% of the profits are yours. Wondering, how's that even possible? Well, we selectively copy trades from top performing traders in live markets. That's how we generate profits. Whether we copy yours or not, you still get your share. While most firms take days to pay, Hola Prime is the industry's first to do it in under 1 hour. Yes, every payout is processed in less than 60 minutes. It's a win-win. You bring the skill, we bring the capital, speed, and support, including one-on-one coaching. Take the trading challenge. Get funded.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
In this video, we'll talk about a very simple indicator that technical traders around the world use. However, there are several caveats that you will need to be aware of when using a moving average. And a moving average just simply represents the average price of an asset over a set amount of candles. The 200-day EMA represents roughly a full year of trading, at least on the stock exchanges, and that has carried over into other asset classes such as commodities and Forex, although they are open more than 200 days. It's a way of measuring what the yearly trend might be. There's also the 50-day moving average, which represents a quarter of the year. Again, these are big ballpark figures, but they do tend to carry a certain amount of weight. There are a few others like the 9, the 10, and the 20 EMA indicators, but those are typically used on shorter term charts. Let's go ahead and put a new chart on. Let's go to gold. And I will switch it over to candles for you. There's the daily chart. So sometimes people will use these moving averages and they'll use 2 or 3. So let's put, for example, let's put 3 on the gold chart. And this, I will use the 20-day. And I will make that a purple color. I will put the 50-day exponential moving average on the chart. And then I will put a 200-day exponential moving average on the chart. So now we have 3 moving averages. What this allows for is further confirmation. So for example, on October 19th, 2023, the 20-day EMA crossed above the 200-day EMA, as did the 50-day EMA. That shows you that the roughly, and again, it's roughly because obviously spot markets don't follow Wall Street per se, but it's roughly 1 month momentum started rallying right along with the 20-day, the quarterly, and the yearly all started to move in the same direction. And if that's going to be the case, it tells you that you want to be a buyer of gold. You don't want to short it. You don't want to fight the trend. Even if you don't use the moving averages as a reason to get involved, you certainly don't want to be a seller. It signifies to you that the momentum has found its way into the gold market. Keep in mind that there are multiple types of moving averages. There is the simple moving average, which is basically exactly what you think it would be. It's the average closing price of the previous 20 candles, as an example. But there's also the exponential moving average, which a lot of traders like, which mathematically puts a little bit more weighting on the most recent candlesticks. So, for example, the closing price of the 5 previous candlesticks might have a little bit more of a weighting on the indicator than the previous 15. This has been a very volatile market, but it's obviously been an upward market. But the reason I am bringing this up to your attention is I want to put the 50-day EMA on this chart. It's exponential moving average. And then I want to put the 50 simple moving average. So this is literally without any weighting on the most recent candlesticks. It shows you like just what the pure math is. And you will notice it's a slight difference. It really doesn't make a huge difference. And unfortunately, traders get too hung up on the idea of, well, the exponential moving average is better than the simple moving average. And the reality is nothing really follows these moving averages to the pip. But it really doesn't matter which one you would have used between roughly January of 2024 all the way up until mid-July of 2024. The whole time, those moving averages were sloping higher, showing strength, and in a sense, even offered a bit of a trend line. So no matter how you trade, whether it be candlestick patterns, maybe a Bollinger Band type of system, or Fibonacci retracement, the moving averages were screaming that this is a very bullish market. Furthermore, not all moving averages are the same. Unfortunately, you will occasionally run across people online that will talk about moving averages, that there is a secret number that only the banks use. That's not true. And like anything else in technical analysis, it is not 100% accurate. Okay, in front of you, I have a dollar Swiss franc chart on the daily time frame. It's a simple line chart, but I'll go ahead and change it over to a candlestick chart. And I will insert moving averages, and we'll talk about what they show. So by going on your MetaTrader platform, going to insert, clicking on indicators, clicking on trend, you'll find moving average. The first moving average I will put on is a 50 exponential applied to the close. So this is the last 50 candlesticks on the daily chart. So it is 50 days, the closing price, with a little bit more of a weighting on the last few candlesticks. I'll click that. I'll leave it red. And you can see a line appears on the chart. Now, what you may or may not notice on this indicator is that it sometimes acts as support. That's one of the big appeals for moving averages, because traders will quite often use them as guideposts. So for example, the dollar had rallied against the Swiss franc for quite some time at the very end of 2023, rallied for several months, and then pulled back in late February, early March of 2024. You will notice on the chart that it did bounce a bit from the 50-day EMA. This would be a very technically interesting place to start buying the dollar against the Swiss franc as we continue the uptrend. The other thing to notice is that the moving average is rising over time. That tells you that the momentum is with the buyers. Conversely, notice in May, going into early June, the US dollar plunged below the 50-day EMA, showing weakness against the Swiss franc. Once we broke through the 50-day EMA, we fell rather hard, bounced back into the same general area, and then sold off again. The most important thing to take away here is that it gives you a general idea. Especially on a daily chart, it's a little difficult to nail it down to the pip. However, if you are familiar with candlestick setups, a candlestick setup at the 50-day EMA is a very valid way to trade. A lot of traders do that. So let me go ahead and insert another moving average. This time, it will be the 200-day exponential moving average. Now, if you remember, I said that a lot of traders will pay attention to this because it represents roughly a year. Notice how the 200-day exponential moving average has been very flat, and that's because it takes in the average price of the previous 200 days. It does provide a little bit of a weighting towards the most recent candlesticks, but it takes a lot more to move this moving average. If you zoom out far enough, you see that back in December of 2022, the 50-day EMA plunged below the 200-day EMA, kicking off a very bearish signal, something that is known as a death cross. Overlooked because people believe that once price dips a little bit below it, they need to get involved. The same thing can be said if price pops above it. Typically, the professional trader will use a moving average as just a general direction to be involved in.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Coach Darrell. Hope you're well.
Hi, Coach Sam. How are we?
Very good, very good. So, to all the viewers, we have the Ask the Expert segment, where essentially the team have crawled through, Discord, Reddit, etc., to find the best unanswered questions about trading, and we're here to, as experts, to answer them. So I got the questions in front of me. We'll each do one because there's some specifically for you, there's some for me. So we'll kind of take it in turns. I'll if you want to go ahead first, I'll ask you a question, and someone asked from Reddit.
You can ask me what you want, but I don't have the list. Are we using a list from yesterday?
Potentially. I'm not sure which one you used yesterday. I'll read the first question for you and then we'll see.
Sure.
So
Sure.
this one's from Reddit. User Scalp and Run, yes, asks, if scalping is basically speed dating with futures, am I a commitment phobe or a genius?
This is a question that I answered yesterday with Coach Troy, but I'll be happy to do it again. This is good. This was good. So, can you repeat the question again, though, one more time?
Sure. If scalping is basically, if you got the question in front of you, absolutely.
I have it here. Okay. So, yeah. So, I look at it as a way to test the market. If you're considering it like speed dating, where you are, meeting new people, trying to learn about them, see if there's a fit for you, see if there's an attraction or whatever, as far as the dating scene goes, it's kind of like that, because you can scalp to test the market before you fully commit to a larger position, or you can scalp around a position. You can kind of do a lot with scalping. There's people that scalp all the time and make a lot of profit. There's people that kind of dip their toes in, and they'll enter with a micro or two, which isn't their full position. They'll wait for maybe some sort of confidence booster that the move is going in their way, and then they'll commit further. So that's my answer.
No, I absolutely agree. We'll move on to a Discord question directed towards me. User TikTok Trader, spelled as, well, it doesn't really matter, does it? But TikTok Trader asks, what is order flow and why should I care in futures? Oh, okay. Order flow is, so if you're used to trading just Forex, CFDs, Forex is decentralized, right? So, and what that means essentially is that there's not one exchange where all the orders are transacted, right? So it's actually made up by a bunch of liquidity providers, and these could be anything from hedge funds, central banks, you name it, but basically a bunch of different sources, all kind of, I think it's called the interbank network, basically all kind of connect and kind of trade with each other. So if I'm looking to buy euro, US dollar, someone out there somewhere from one of the liquidity providers will sell me a position, essentially, and it all gets matched up, right? So there's no way of actually, well, maybe there is, but at this current in time, there's no kind of way you can track essentially who's buying and who's selling. It's not being tracked, so you don't know how many lots were sold on euro, US dollar, or bought, or whatever, right? So you kind of don't have that data. The futures, on the other hand, all goes through, well, not all of it, but like if we're looking at like the E-minis, so the indices, they all go through the CME, Chicago Mercantile Exchange, right? So that's one exchange basically where all the orders are routed through. So when you have order flow, you can see exactly not who's buying, but you can see people buying, people selling, people offering as well on the depth of market. So with that added information, you just have more clarity, right? And it's essentially probably one of the biggest game changers, I would say, in most traders. When I moved from CFDs to futures, it really did change. Was there a learning curve? Absolutely. There was a learning curve, like with anything, but once you figure it out, once you kind of understand the principles of it and how the market works, it gives you a level of kind of precision that you just cannot have with naked candlesticks, So order flow is basically the flow of orders. It's pretty much in the name. How many people are buying, how many people are selling, who's aggressive, who's passive. And it's a game changer. So hope that
totally agree.
Answered.
I totally agree. I agree. So let's get into some of these Reddit questions. We've got, this is funny. So you Slippage Slayer asks a question. Biggest risks in day trading besides caffeine overdose? I think based on the name Slippage Slayer, they're maybe alluding to things like slippage, commissions, things of that
Yeah,
nature.
that's a funny question.
Is-
Biggest risks in
So
day trading besides caffeine overdose?
I actually think a caffeine overdose is probably beneficial.
Yeah.
Keep you staying awake. But with in day trading, I mean, it depends on what asset class you're trading or what instrument, right? Because some of the bid ask spreads can vary. If you're trading, future stock indices, they're pretty tight, and you don't really get the slippage that you would if you were trading a thinly traded stock, penny stocks. If you were trading some CFDs, I think have some pretty decent slippage. But I mean, day trading, there's risks and there's benefits as well. So, from my trading perspective, I typically just use market orders. I know other people do some limit orders and pick spots where to enter and get out. But I typically just get in with market, because if I want to get into a trade, I'm going to get into a trade. I'm not going to nickel and dime over a tick or two here or there. I just want to get in and see if my move is confirmed and start to build my trade management position. But yeah, I mean, there's slippage in everything, and there's commissions and fees and everything. You can't avoid that. So, trading is a business. There's expenses in businesses.
Yeah.
All businesses have expenses. So whether you chalk up your learning curve and losing a bunch of money, real money in the beginning, whether you got funded or you're live or you get your own cash account and you lose money, it's kind of like paying tuition to learn, going to school. Just like a business has expenses, and if they lose accounts or they have product inventory losses or whatever, it's no different. So you just can't get around, fees and things.
Absolutely. Absolutely agree. And well answered. Well answered. We'll move on to one of these Discord questions. Chart Hawk asks, market orders versus limit orders. Why pick one over the other? Very good question, actually. I wouldn't say you should pick one over the other. I think they're both hold different types of information. So market orders are aggressive participants. Limit orders are passive participants. And what that essentially means is, say I want to buy right now the ES, right, the S&P 500, okay, and I want to buy right now. I don't care really if there's a bit of slippage. I just want to get in the market aggressively, like right now. Fill me at your best possible price. I hit a market order. Doesn't necessarily mean when I hit that button I will get filled exactly at the right price that I hoped I'll get filled. There might be a bit of slippage, right? But I don't care about a little bit of slippage. I just want to get in. I'm aggressive. Right, passive are basically limit orders. Okay, so I want to get in at a very specific price, and if price gets to there, fill me. Okay, and essentially, it gives you a bit better control, I guess. But when you're reading the market, I like to read market orders as I give a bit more importance to market orders than passive orders, and the reason for that is because passive orders haven't been executed yet. Right, it's just. I want to, but I could change my mind. So it can be a little bit misleading, right? And I like to view passive orders more as, people taking profit, for example, right? Because when you enter a trade, most people take profit. That will be a limit order. Okay, so
a limit.
It would appear
same with the stop
in the depth of market.
A stop could be a limit order as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Absolutely.
But it can also it can convert to a market, right? And it becomes a market order also. It depending on how fast it moves through where your trigger is, if you will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So essentially, you want to kind of read. Yeah, you want to read the aggression in the market, because aggression is what moves the market, right? It doesn't necessarily mean, though, if buyers are really aggressive, doesn't necessarily mean it will go up. It just means there's a lot of people who believe it will go up and they're really pushing for it to go up. But if there's enough passive orders, essentially on the passive sell orders, absorbing all of those aggressive buyers, the market's not actually really going to go up, right? It has to clear the levels in order for it to climb up the ladder, right?
Yes.
So aggression only really take note if it's working, right? So if you see a lot of aggressive buyers and the market is moving up, that's a good sign. But yeah, it could probably keep going up for a bit. But if it's not, if it's just staying flat, maybe don't buy, maybe even potentially look at potentially selling if sellers aggressively start entering as well. So that kind of sums that up.
Yeah. No, I agree. I don't think it's one or the other. You kind of need both. And one thing I think that futures, we've been talking, we just kind of addressed this a question or two ago about how the order flow looks, right? Where you can see, the offer, you can see buyers and sellers coming in and out of the ladder. There's also a queue. So if you're in a limit order, let's say there's 150 contracts in front of you and you want to get in, well, you're going to be 151. You're not going in the front, you're not going in the middle. You just kind of get in line because it's really one exchange, whether it's, ICE or CME or whatever. But if it's going to get filled, it's got to take all 151 contracts through to get to the next tick. Now, if you were a limit and it only grabbed, let's say, 30 or 40 contracts and reversed, you may not get filled. But if you're a market, like you said, if you want to get in right then and there, you enter as a market, you will get your fill. It may not be that exact tick, but you get in. So there's pros and cons to both of it.
Absolutely. Do you want to move on to a Reddit question?
Let's see here. We got some good ones here. Flow Guru. This is a good question. He asks, or she asks, do I really need order flow tools or can I trade naked charts? It's very good.
Good question. Very good question.
Yeah, I mean, and you can do anything really. That's probably the answer I would give. But I think that most, when you're a new trader or developing trader, it's kind of a misnomer. It's no one's fault. I think it's human nature, the way our education system's been built. We always want to learn more. We feel that if we have more information, more knowledge, we become more of an expert. Kind of like that 10,000 hours to become an expert in something, right? So, but in the financial markets and trading, it doesn't apply. It's one of the rare instances where you can be kind of not a very smart person and have a very simple strategy and adhere to it, and you could just crush it. So, but in the beginning, everyone wants to have as many indicators, right? You're always learning about, what's Fibonacci, what's moving averages, what's everything and anything. And then you get to the point where you look at your chart and it's like spaghetti. There's lines and stuff everywhere and you can't even see the market. You don't even know what you're looking at. And you start removing things that don't help you. So as you improve your trading, you tend to become simplistic because you know what helps you and you know what doesn't help you. Can you trade a naked chart? Absolutely. Someone like me who really only trades one single instrument and looks at that all the time, I kind of have a feel for how the ebb and flow of this instrument is. I guess I could look at a candle chart. I would much rather have order flow like we just talked about. I would much rather see what's happening, on the limit side. But if I have to just look at candles, I could trade. I probably won't be as well as if I had some other things like order flow. But the nice thing with Hola Prime and this great platform that they provide for free, which is Project X, which is just filled with everything. You can get order flow, you can get a lot of volume tools, you can get a lot of indicators that really improves your trading. And it's not filled with a lot of junk that you don't need. I think that's what's really, it keeps it nice and clean, and it's easy to build your trading, pass your challenges, start to be consistent, you know.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, if someone asked me order flow or naked charts, obviously I would say order flow, right? But I would say order flow works best on the short term. You know, if you're a swing trader, will it add that much value to your trading?
No, probably not.
Debatable. But yeah, probably not. Because a lot of the volume you're seeing from, you know, yesterday, 2 days ago, 3 days, whatever, it's probably not in the market anymore, you know. So it's kind of, it can give you a bit of like the volume profile can give you a bit of ideas. Okay, this might be a area where people want to buy again or whatever, but it isn't really going to benefit you that much, right? But if you're scalper, if you're like really short term, I personally, my personal opinion is I think you almost need order flow to be a truly successful, consistent scalper. Doing it without, I mean, there are a few people I know who have done it without, but they are so well disciplined, and that's the type of discipline I don't think I have.
Do you remember when it was so popular, I think like 5 years ago, where everyone would just have ladders on their screen, no candles, no Rencos, no nothing that showed movement. It was just all bid offer, and they were just scalping the heck out of it. I would go crazy doing that. I couldn't do that, but I think a combination of it helps. Yeah, me neither.
Exactly. We'll move on to a Discord question. Spread Spectre writes, is the bid-ask spread just where the broker steals my lunch, or can it actually help me? Okay, so this is actually a very interesting question, because I would say, and this is more for CFDs, I would say, obviously the spread is a cost, right, involved in trading, but you can actually use the spread to your advantage. And because the spread is ultimately dictated by liquidity, right? So when the market closes, 10 p.m. UK time here, when the market closes, you will see the spread get really big, right? Get huge, like ridiculously big, right? Untradably big.
Yeah, it's just thin.
And that's,
the book's
that's
thin
not
at that
just,
point.
Yeah, exactly. There's not much, you know, if someone places a large order, it's not going to get filled, right? It needs to cover a larger ladder of price in order to ensure, hey, these orders are going to get filled, right? So the spread gets big. And the spread gets tight when there's lots of liquidity. So it'll probably be quite hard to do it by eye, but if you have something that tracks the spread, you can see when the spread gets bigger, even if it's just by a point or two, okay, those areas can actually, you know that there was two reasons. It can either be a lack of liquidity, right? Or it can actually be the opposite as well, where there's so much demand that supply might not be able to keep up. Okay, so high impact news as well, the spread can get big, right? Because there's so many people come rushing in, demand might not be able to pick up, so the brokers have to up their spread in order to ensure people get filled, right?
Yeah.
So
right.
it can actually show you where those areas are on a naked chart. So you can track it and you will see that they actually kind of work as support and resistance. It's something I used to do quite a lot as well, many years ago, in conjunction with order flow, and it kind of paired up very well with volume profile even. But volume profile is just still more accurate, I would say.
So just to your point, I've never traded CFDs, so I don't have any experience. But my assumption, I think, or what I've been told, is that, you know, because it's deregulated to a degree. It's just not centralized. It's decentralized, I guess, is what we should say. Each broker creates the spread, like their own spread, don't they? Or is that not accurate?
So not quite.
Like, so that's where some people think where they're getting taken by the broker, right? Because the broker is like, I'm gonna make sure I get my cut on every, you know, just like a
broker will have like a base spread that's provided by the liquidity providers, right? something that they
Yes,
can never
okay.
go below, because that's literally from the liquidity providers. And then they'll add
I
their
see.
bit on top. So some brokers
Yeah,
have bigger
okay.
spreads because they want more money. Others are going to be tighter because they're trying to maybe attract more customers, whatever, right? So the spread can change depending on broker, but there's always going to be a base spread. So if you just look at like the average spread over an hour candle, right, you know that's the average spread for that broker, right? And then if you look at the 1 minute candle as it changes, if it's, let's say, 2 pips the average spread, but it goes up to 3 or 4 pips on one candle, you know something happened in that candle to cause a supply and demand issue, right? So you look out, draw a box around that candle, see what happens afterwards. Does the market go up? Does the market go down? If it comes back to that area, you can short it, you can buy it, whatever.
Interesting.
So yeah,
that's good. Huh. Yeah.
We'll do one more Reddit, I think, and then.
All right, let's do a Reddit.
Pretty much have to
Let's
wrap
do
this
one
up.
more. All right. Tick Picker asks, which futures contracts are trader friendly and why? Well, I mean, I think many futures contracts are trader friendly. This opens up a lot of ways to answer it. In the U.S., there's well, I mean, I guess we're asking, or they're asking, futures versus what? Trading equities or other asset classes, I suppose.
I think just futures market in general, maybe.
Maybe. So I mean, like I trade the S&P 500, which is the ES, and I've always just kind of, I gravitated to it mainly because I wanted to start sticking to one thing. And then I also like the fact that it is pretty much the highest traded instrument on a daily basis. You know, averages like 1.5 million contracts a day, all the time. You know, it's traded almost 23 hours a day around. So I wanted something where there's always a good amount of liquidity. I didn't want to trade something where I had to worry about times of day where it would dry up, or you know, unless there was news events or earnings or something, this stock or something wasn't going to move. And I wanted to trade kind of the same thing every day. So I would say like the S&P 500, which is the ES, the Nasdaq, which is the NQ, they're probably very trader friendly. The Dow Jones is probably not. Oil, CL is probably not. Other metal commodities, copper, palladium, gold. Gold maybe because it moves slow enough, but you know, there's certain instruments in futures that are probably better to get started with. And then of course we have micros. So you don't want to trade, if you want to trade a micro contract, which is basically 1/10 the size of what a mini is, and a mini is 1/10 the size of the big contract. You know, you want to you can learn better on that. I say that's very trader friendly. It's cost effective. If you lose a bunch, it's not going to kill your account necessarily, and you can just get started with it. And not everything has micros available, so the big popular ones do. We even have, what we were talking earlier this morning on another session, Bitcoin has a micro contract now, which is, you know, so we're starting to get into some of these cryptos and other things, but Bitcoin, as we've seen every year, has gotten more and more popular. So I would stick to kind of the main movers that you hear about in the market. If you turned on CNBC, if you turned on Fox News or Business or any of these channels, what are they talking about? They're talking about, you know, the basic indices. If you're trading if you're in Europe, it's the FTSE, it's the DAX, you know, it's the Russell 2000, it's the Dow, it's these big things, you know, in addition to the Nikkei and the Hang Seng and all these other ones around the world. But yeah, I mean, but you can pick and poke. I mean, I don't know. That's kind of a roundabout answer to it, but
I agree.
They're all
I think
friendly.
Exactly. I think liquidity is your friend if you're starting out, I think, because liquidity, in theory, should help a more kind of balanced market where
That's
You're not
right.
going to have these crazy kind of random spikes, It's going to be just a little bit more calm. And that's why the ES is probably the most calm, I would say, out of, especially the three indices, right? So, because it's the most liquid one.
And consistent throughout the day. It's pretty even keeled with volume and activity, right?
Yeah.
So,
but the downside is it's probably the most boring one as well, because it doesn't move as much as like the other two. So it depends. I mean, I would say starting out, the ES would be the equivalent of Euro US dollar on CFDs. It's kind of the go-to choice at first. Get good with it, get used to it, and if you want to dabble into something a bit more, a bit more volatile, go to like NQ exactly, and have a stab at it. But ES I would say is probably the most friendly. So we got a few more minutes left. So this is a section where so the final poll: day trading stressful or exciting? So for any viewers, you can drop in the chat an S or an E if you find day trading stressful or exciting. I think it's always going to be both, right?
It's both. It's both, yeah.
It's exciting
I agree.
when it's going well. It's stressful when it's going bad.
Exactly right.
You've got to experience both.
Exactly right.
There's no trader that's only exciting. There will be stressful times, I guarantee you. But look, stress is only there if you're not managing your risk well enough. Truth be told, if you're keeping your risk nice and tight, nice and low, you should never get to the point where you're dreading, oh God, this is going to hit my stop loss. I'm going to be so broke. Never get to that stage. If it hits your stop loss, it's nothing. Barely a dent in your overall balance. Then you'll never really feel that stress, and you'll actually trade with a lot more of a calmer head. And exciting, well, making money from thin air essentially is exciting. I mean,
who doesn't get excited about that, right? Yes. Yeah, if you're trading scared, it's not good, right? They always say don't trade scared, and it's true. You need to have, like you said, put on some risk that you're acceptable with losing it. No different than if you were to sit at a blackjack table at a casino or something. You're not going to put your whole life savings down on the table, obviously. You got to play. You're having fun. You're doing whatever. If you win, cool.
Exactly.
Well,
I guess the best traders, it won't be stressful or exciting for them. It will just be emotionless. That would be the ultimate one.
Yeah.
But
agreed.
we'll wrap that up.
Cool.
Really good little Ask the Experts question. Thank you, Daryl,
Agreed.
for joining. That was really awesome.
Thank you too.
Thank
you.
To the viewers, up next we have the Trader Spotlight with our trader Christopher Lewis. So stay tuned as we go to that. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Take care, guys.
Hello. Hi there, Chris. How are you?
Hi, Sam. How are you doing?
I'm very good. I'm very good. Thank you for asking. Great to finally, I think it's the first time we ever sat down and had a chat. So great to finally meet you. You're a familiar face at Ola Prime with all the videos you've done for us.
Yeah, the futures bid obviously new, but yeah, I've done a few educational videos, I guess, for mainly technical analysis for the Forex side and CFD side, I should say, really.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I've watched them all. Really good stuff. So to the viewers who haven't watched them, definitely check them out. So a lot of good educational stuff that Chris goes over. But yeah, great to have you on this little segment. So I'll be asking you just a bunch of questions, kind of get to know you for the audience. So first thing I would really ask is, how did you first get into trading? Where did it all start for you?
About 140 years ago, I started trading. No, I'm trying to think. It must have been 2005 or 6. It was before the financial crisis. I remember that there was a lot of really bizarre behavior in the Japanese yen. I understand it now, but at the time, all I knew is every once in a while the Japanese yen or the dollar would just plummet against the yen. I think I started the same way most people do. I just decided I needed to do something about my future. And as I was looking into all the usual things, being in the US, especially back then, it was all stocks. Like we're not even talking like options, just, buy AT&T or whatever. And I did a little bit of searching and I realized there's something called the Forex markets. And you understand that in America, most people even today have no idea that you can buy and sell the Russian ruble, the British pound, whatever. So I discovered this, and Oanda actually caught my attention as they were probably the biggest broker at that point in time. They may still be here. And I started to think, well, I pay a lot of attention to international assets and news and things like that. So this is a perfect fit. I took my first trade. It was the US dollar against the South African rand. No idea why I thought that was a good idea. And looking back now, I realize how dumb of an idea that really was. And I made, I think at one point I was down $100, but I ended up making about $12. I do remember that trade specifically. And then there's been thousands since then. I've long since forgotten.
Of course. Yeah.
Not all currencies or markets are the same, I guess, is the lesson from that trade.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But, you're a veteran trader, I would say. What do you trade nowadays? Are you still trading a range of currencies, or is there a few specific pairs you like to focus on?
Well, my job is I'm actually a freelance trainer, analyst, trader. I prop trade. I work for a few firms. I work for a few magazines. I kind of do everything. So it's a good and a bad situation. I found myself getting into some trades that maybe I shouldn't, just simply because as I'm doing analysis for a lot of these web portals, I might be paying attention to the pound yen at that moment. I see something like, hey, that might be a decent trade. And I really have to fight the urge to just go, hey, I think the pound's going to higher here. And for the most part, I'm pretty good about it. But occasionally I'll take a trade that I just happen to see it on the chart, totally not on my radar. So I trade futures. I trade stocks. I trade, I don't do much crypto. But I do trade a lot of futures and currencies still. I've done bonds. I've done some exotic markets for clients via Saxo Bank, like the Danish mortgage-backed security markets. If it moves, I can trade it. And I should say if it's got a trend. It gets a little bit more tricky when you're trying to catch the bottom of a very illiquid market. It can be done, but you have to have pretty deep pockets, and that's almost always for somebody else, somebody who's got much deeper pockets than I do. So
Yeah. No, I
but
agree.
but
Absolutely
for the most
agree.
part, I do all the things everybody does. I do pound dollar, dollar CAD. I don't really specialize in anything particular. I have found until recently, I really like the gold markets. They've kind of cooled off a bit. So it's more short-term choppiness. There was a while there, all you had to do was buy gold just at 6 o'clock here in the Eastern Standard Time Zone. When the futures markets came out, you just buy gold, walk away, get up in the morning, and, oh, I wonder how much money I made. It's not like that anymore, unfortunately.
Sadly. Yeah. I mean, easiest trading strategy in the world, right?
Right. I imagine that's a lot of what, like, okay, so years ago, one of the websites I work for said, well, we got to start following crypto. And I'm like, this Bitcoin thing is stupid. And I just said it was stupid all the way up to about 20,000. And I remember thinking, I was paying attention to this when it was, I don't know, about $1,200. And so, sometimes you have to be careful and not overthink things. That's the great thing about trading. If it's going from the lower left to the upper right, at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter why. And if you really start to study why, a lot of times you'll get yourself into trouble because you'll go, well, it's too expensive. Nobody's going to ever use Bitcoin. Well, I mean, they really don't now. And here we are at 100 and whatever it is right now, 116,000, 17,000, whatever. I mean, I can't use Bitcoin here in Columbus, and Columbus is, it's like the 11th largest city in the U.S. I can't even tell you where I can spend it, but here we are. My bank account wouldn't know the difference had I just held my nose and bought it. So there's a lesson in that too.
No, absolutely. But to be fair, I don't think anyone could have truly predicted what Bitcoin turned out to be. And I think it was almost the perfect storm, timing and, the perfect storm of events going on that kind of made Bitcoin what it is. If it launched probably in a different era, I don't think it would have really had the same impact as it had today. I think it was
I agree.
With the
I agree
financial
100%.
crash. People's, people are getting more, what's the word? Getting more distrusting of their governments and the whole monetary system as a whole. So Bitcoin kind of became the potential savior of everything. And I think that really just kind of, boosted up. But you're right. It, as a use case, as a currency, it's not really there yet, is it?
I mean, unless you're fleeing North Korea or something, and you memorize your seed phrase. I mean, really, for the most part, I can pay the $25 to wire $1 million across the world. Like I don't go through all of that to do that, but that's part of the fortune of being here in the States too. I don't really have to worry about these things too much. There are some really valid use cases that are being used now, but that's more the exception. And there's a part of me that, people say you don't understand Bitcoin, and it's kind of ironic because Bitcoin is a distributed ledger. Well, that was started by the Templars throughout Europe. That's how the banking system started. So I understand it. It's actually, in a weird way, it's not even new. It's just a reimagining of the old in a digital format, which maybe that's what makes it work. I don't know. Strange, but like I said, overthinking is bad. When I give analysis or education, a lot of people are shocked to say, well, the Fed's doing this and interest rates are doing that, and I just don't understand. I got a message today. I don't understand why the markets are rallying, but it looks like the Fed isn't going to cut rates. And, CPI came in cooler than anticipated and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, what direction is the chart going? Well, it's going up. Well, what else do you need to know? And I think the further you get in your journey, you make that mistake. You've been around long enough. You certainly know at one point you looked at a chart and go, oh, the euro is going higher. Maybe I should buy that. And sometimes it really is that simple. And the more knowledge you get, the quicker you are to come up with 100 reasons why it shouldn't work. And at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. It just is what it is.
Yeah. 1,000,000%.
Risk management.
Very well answered.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Going back to your journey, did you obviously every trader starts out blowing accounts. You know, no one's successful right off the bat, right? But did you have that kind of aha moment? Because there's a lot of talk about, you know, oh, I had an aha moment and it all just clicked for me. Was it like that for you, or was it a gradual kind of progression into profitability?
Well, I'm an extraordinarily stubborn person, so that works for and against me. You know, it worked against me in the sense that I kept gambling and I kept blowing accounts. Now, keep in mind, these are $2,000, $3,000 accounts. It's not life-changing money, but you know, after a while that adds up. So my stubbornness and my refusal to change really worked against me for a while. And then one day I, back in the old IBFX, they were a broker here in the States, like, I don't know, 2009-ish, 10-ish. I thought it would be smart that, you know, I've kind of been on a hot streak here lately. I'm going to get a cash advance out of this credit card. Bad move. So I got a $3,500 or maybe $4,000 cash advance, put it in that account, and promptly blew it up in about 3 weeks. I think at that point in time, my stubbornness switched from I'm not going to change to I'm not going to fail. And that's a small but key distinction. And I may have blown up once or twice after then while I was still learning, but you also have to keep in mind that back then there wasn't a lot in the way of education. There really wasn't. Prop firms didn't even exist. This was before FTMO or any of those guys came along. You know, it was all your own money.
Yeah.
So a lot of us were out there trying to turn $2,000 into $100,000, which, you know, obviously is an issue.
Tough.
Right.
No, you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
Today, traders have it easier than ever.
They have no
Apologies,
idea.
didn't mean to.
And it's still very difficult, but it's all the same challenges with the exception of access to larger capital or simulated capital or whatever you're doing. There are much more opportunities out there, clearly.
Yeah. I mean, I started working for funnily enough, I started out in the industry working for a prop firm. And we say prop firm because it's not as we know it today. This was 16 years ago or so. And, you know, back then it was basically like an apprentice would come. They would have to study for 6 months at least, be on a simulated environment, prove themselves. And then maybe after a year, they'll get a seat on the trading floor with, you know, a small amount of cap. I say small, but it will probably be at the time maybe 20, 30 grand or something. And then they can build their way up, you know, and they will have like a base salary. It wasn't great, but that was prop trading in the really early days. So imagine, you know, having to invest a year of hard work, learning, proving yourself, and then you get 30 grand to play with. You know, fine, you do get a bit of a salary, but it wasn't much. Compared to today, you can get access to, you know, in that same amount of time, if you're really, you know, disciplined and good, you can get access to at least $500,000 in capital with modern prop firms. So,
well, and that's the thing.
I mean,
that's the key word
easy.
is discipline. Yeah, discipline's the key word. You just said it. Like, people ask me about trading systems. You know, what do you think about Ichimoku? What do you think about ICT? What do you think about that? And my response is always the same thing. They're all garbage until you can get control of yourself. It really doesn't matter what you're doing. The just random statistics says that any trade can go up or down. So in theory, you have a 50% chance. Maybe a little bit different in a trend, but really at any given moment, it's still a 50-50 shot. So, you know, there are some popular trading techniques that I personally think are nonsense. I think they're just repackaged other things. But they can work because if you just get rid of your losses quickly, the rest generally will take care of itself. So, for example, you could say the Nasdaq 100 has been straight up in the air since whatever it was, April 15th or so. All you had to do is buy it and hold on to it. Or if you're trading the NQ, like maybe here at Hola Prime, you buy the dips, and if it goes against you, get rid of it. Just kill it. Get rid of it. Kill it while it's small. That's really all you have to do. Now, I realize I'm making it sound infinitely more simple and less stressful than it truly is. But at the end of the day, like my wife is just like, why are you arguing with that market? It keeps going up. And I hate it because she's a nurse. What does she know about trading? But clearly more than I do at times, you know? Like she's never traded a thing in her life, you know? So when that happens, it's kind of ironic. I truly think that the most potential you'll ever have as a trader is the first time you sit down, because I can give you 100 reasons why the euro should be at 112 right now, and it's at 116 when I jumped on here. Doesn't mean it's going to 112. It just means I think it's going to 112. But somebody with a lot more money than me may think it's going to 120. So, and maybe I'm right 6 months from now. The question is do I still have an account? So
yeah,
it's just a matter of, what was it? Bruce Lee used to say something about being the water, like going through the rocks and just flowing with everything. That's really the biggest thing here. You know, moving average crossover systems can work if you just go with the flow. You have to accept the losses. To me, that's 100% of the game. And it really puts a spotlight on what you're like as a person, and it'll expose all of your flaws. If you're not patient, if you have a big ego, that all will chew away at your account. And that's what makes it the greatest game. It truly is the greatest game, even though some days I absolutely hate it. Some days I hate trading more than anything. I have told bosses in the past, if you can get me a job that pays 75% of what I make a year, I'll gladly take it. And then the next day it's like, no, I would never do anything but this, you know? So it's a tough journey. You know, I think you need to take a lot of losses before you kind of get where you need to go. It's not a straight path at all.
Yeah, 1,000,000%. I mean, humans learn through pain. I finally learned, and for me, my aha moment was after taking the biggest loss of my trading career. I went from the highest highs, from having the best winning streak I've ever had, to losing all my profit that I made in like 2-3 weeks in one trade, because I thought I was invincible, and it was that loss that hurt so much. It forced me to then become disciplined. And that's when it really started working properly for me. So humans learn from pain. It's sad. It shouldn't be that way, but it's true. You know, you could tell someone, hey, that plate's hot, don't touch it. But they're probably going to test it for themselves until they get burnt and say, okay, I definitely won't touch it a second time. You know, it's just how we're wired. And it takes a very special person to be able to not test it for themselves.
Right. It's very difficult. It's extraordinarily difficult to say, okay, I'm never over leveraging again. Well, that's a lie. You're going to, more likely than not. Hopefully you'll do it. I'm a big fan of Tom Hugard.
Oh yeah.
Best loser wins. Great trader.
Loser wins. Yeah.
Tom will go in now he plays for like, I don't know, 1,000 pounds a point or something insane like that. But you can apply that technique to anything. Like what I like to do is I like to look at a chart and I place a trade and I fully accept this may not go anywhere. So I might buy like 1 or 2 micros and just let that marinate. And if it gets knocked out, it's not terminal. Then I'll find levels that I find important on the chart. And if we break above there, especially if we close above there on like I'm speaking futures now, but like a 5-minute candle, then I'll add another micro. And it's really interesting because it's amazing how quickly it adds up. You know, as traders, normally what we do is we try to add to losers because we got to get our cost basis down. And it's weird because as a trader, you don't think about how that really accelerates the losses, right? And then you're surprised when you add to a winning trade that it accelerates the winnings. I mean, of course it does, but it's not how we're wired as people. You know, so like one of the biggest aha moments was just a few years ago when Tom said in a live conference I was watching, he says, when I'm right, I want to be as big as humanly possible. I want to be massive when I'm right. And It was at that point, I think I went on a tear where I passed like 3 or 4 prop challenges in a row. Because I was waiting for the market to tell me, hey, Chris, you're right. You know, Euro's going to go higher against the yen. It's time to buy more because you're already in with a small spot. And then you do have these massive swing trades. There's also something that I tell everybody I talk to who gets into trading that I think is crucial. And you'll probably, with your experience, you'll probably agree with this. The most important thing you can do is make sure you're comfortable in your position size. So I learned shorting the dollar against the Singapore dollar. This was 10 years ago. I had a $10,000 position and it started going in my direction. And then I think I added a little bit more previously or later in the trade. And I just let it work itself out. And I started to notice that when I left the house, I was comfortable. And that's crucial. If you can't walk away from the computer and be comfortable, you're too big. And I think a lot of people, like in the futures market, start with 1 micro. And if you're fine with that, do 2. See where you're at. And you will find there are certain size positions I just don't do anymore. I'm just not comfortable with it. It doesn't matter whether or not I can do it. It doesn't mean that I can't make money in that trade, but once you get to a certain size, you're out of your own comfort zone, and it gives you the ability to really mess up a trade. And that's the last, as you know, that's the worst thing. That's the worst. When you're right, you somehow fumble the ball right on the in line. I just can't stand that. That's the worst feeling. I'd rather be right immediately and then collect my profit and watch it go further than to be way ahead and then start sizing up and getting erratic with it. That's why whenever I place a trade, I always have levels where I want to add, and I know them ahead of time. So, less impulsive trading, I guess.
Yeah, no, that is so true. I have countless stories where that exact scenario falls in line absolutely 100% of the time. I mean, with most traders, I think it really does come down, like you said, if you're not comfortable walking away, if you're not comfortable with whatever your stop is, and don't marry the trade. You can always jump back in again. You never marry your bias as well. Be fluid, like you said, like Bruce Lee said. Sometimes you have to just admit, actually, I was completely off by this. I think the market's going to be bearish today, and switch your
and you have to know. Furthermore, you have to know, like, when you're getting irritated and getting upset, you got to go. You got to leave the market. Nothing good comes from that, except for every once in a while you'll get lucky, and that's actually worse because that'll just reinforce that behavior next time, and then you'll blow your account. So you have to be. Trading is you have to be very introspective at all times. I have found that my best trades are the ones I can walk away from because I can't do anything to mess them up. I come back and it's like, oh, look, I'm up $400. Wonderful. If I'm sitting there watching it, it gives me more opportunities to cause a mess. So that's another thing too. That's why you need to start small, and especially in futures, because if you buy a full NQ contract, that's an entirely different beast than a single MNQ contract. You're watching your P&L go up by $90 is one thing compared to 900. And that's what I would tell traders. Start with 1 micro, then go up to 2 and see how it is. The rest will take care of itself.
Absolutely. Yeah. You have to be comfortable with the numbers you're seeing, and then, scale bit by bit. Don't go from, like you said, 1 micro and then start jumping into 1 mini, because that's a 10 times increase, and your brain is just not going to handle it. You're used to seeing, a stop loss of -90, like you said, and now -900. Your brain is just not going to.
It's entirely different.
Get out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just completely going to mess up because your brain is not looking at it as a point. It's just, oh, this is still only 10 points or whatever. No, this is you're looking at the P&L, and that's scaring you. But Chris,
Yeah.
we have
And the
time,
P&L will
sadly.
cause more damage than anything else. So, oh yeah, I guess it is. I guess it has
Absolutely.
been 30 minutes already. Right?
Yeah.
What was that? That was quick.
It's been an absolute. I know it flew by, didn't it? But it's been an absolute
Yeah.
pleasure talking to you. It's been really great having you on, and thank you so much for joining.
All right.
And we'll do this again very soon. So have a great day.
All right. Thanks, Sam.
And, we'll talk soon.
You too.
Thanks, Chris.
Cheers. Bye.
Cheers. Hello, Coach Paul, Coach Daryl.
Hello.
Great to see you both again.
Hello.
How are we?
You've been working
How is it all?
overtime, my friend Sam.
I'm falling asleep.
You're on.
I had a coffee
You're
though,
on
so I'm a little
24/7.
bit buzzed, but I can feel my brain is slow, really slow. And I'm still chugging down the water, so I will probably have a toilet break at some point. But
Classic.
Any updates on any of the trades? I haven't been looking at the market since we finished our session.
I got into a trade. I got into a trade before we did our little Q&A session. So I got long in the ES, and I just it's been sitting. I've added to it. I've got 3 contracts on. So, but it was doing well. I was up like over 1,000, and now it's pulling back, but I'm still holding on.
Oh wow!
I'm actually gunning for the all-time high at the close.
Oh
so
wow!
If we can get the back end to pull to share my screen, at this point, I want to see it. I want to see it.
Go for it.
But I got in at around 63.02. It came down more than I thought it was going to come down. It kept coming down, and it went down to like 62.91 in the ES.
Yeah.
So it kept dropping with some gusto, and I'm like, oh boy. But then I kind of saw it was kind of like a double bottom in a way, and then I was looking at it and I thought it looked like it had exhausted down here, so I got in.
Yeah.
I was actually taking lunch when we got down to that 62.94 area, and that was one of my levels, man. That was the value area low level that I was talking about. And what do you know from the previous trading session?
From the 10th. Yeah.
So that is obviously.
It's funny how it does this. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Just.
Totally missed it though,
it really
unfortunately, because I was out on lunch and was not able to catch that long. Like literally that getting long around like 1:20 p.m. EST is exactly the trade that I would be looking for, along with that micro gold that I missed. Those are the only two I think trades today.
Yeah, that candle, right? That low candle was a 1:15 your time, like right there.
Yeah.
Yep. You know what that means, Paul?
What does this mean?
That means you shouldn't be eating
You
lunch.
got to go buy a lotto ticket.
That is exactly what it means. It means I shouldn't be eating, and I need to buy lotto tickets for sure. I need to be on the keto diet with you, Sam. If I was on the keto diet, I wouldn't be worrying about things like eating and stuff.
This diet's brutal, man. Apparently, it only takes like 3 days or something, and then your body goes into ketosis. But my God, those first 3 days are it's hell, man.
If you're fasting pretty good,
sugar,
you're in ketosis already. Yeah, you're.
Yeah, I think I am.
Have you ever done full carnivore? I did full carnivore for a while. I tried it, and I felt good on it, but then it just kind of.
I mean, that's similar to keto, isn't it? I mean, keto is just no carbs, basically. No sugar, no carbs. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I'm slowly dying, but I'm persevering. A month of hard work, and I'll be looking decent again.
He's trying to get his summer body ready. Watch out, ladies in Southampton.
Yeah, it's a bit late.
Watch out.
Yeah, exactly that. Gotta do it. No, I've just, you know what it was? It's I just got myself into a really bad kind of routine where I was working late, trading, and then I'll be ordering Uber Eats, eating junk, and it kind of spilled over into my everyday life where I just became less motivated, less disciplined. And I think discipline is something you need to practice, not just in trading, but you need to practice in other parts of your life as well. And it kind of rolls over. And ever since I started back, trying to fix it all up again and cutting out all the bad stuff. Yeah, I mean, I've been more disciplined. I've just felt better, little bits. So yeah, just got to get yourself back into a routine. And
yeah, and sitting in a
Definitely,
chair
yeah.
for hours and hours doesn't help. You're
That's
not
it.
moving. You're not burning any calories. Really, it's tough.
Yeah, that's it. I'm getting to that age where if I don't make action now, it'll just get harder and harder. 34 now, so if I don't sort out
You're
these,
20 years
like
younger
my
than
weight
me.
gain, and you look incredible. I have to say, for your age, you look very young for your age.
Nah. You know what it is when you shave your hair, it just all the gray. I'm all white. If I was to grow out a beard or anything, I mean, it's all.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm getting grey already. I've got like a massive grey patch. You can't really see it probably, but I've got quite a big one right here, just kind of developing. So
A little bit of wisdom coming.
Bad
through.
times.
Trading stress.
That's what it is. Trading stress.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I think being in front of all the screens all these years that's why I wear these now, but I need glasses because I have astigmatism, pretty good astigmatism. So I don't know. I kind of think being in front of the screens for all these years and years, just staring forever, probably made my eyesight worse.
For sure.
No, it definitely does.
I'm starting.
It beats
I'm starting
you
to
up.
recognize the same
People
thing.
think, oh, you just sitting.
Yeah.
And it, but it wears on your body. You're not active. You're sitting. Your butt's not moving. You're sitting still. You're straining your eyes. You're looking at all this stuff. It catches up to you.
Oh, it definitely does.
Definitely.
Definitely does. Yeah, you got to look after yourself as well. That's important.
Agreed.
You can have all the wealth in the
Totally
world,
agree.
but if you don't have the health,
That's right.
yeah.
Exactly.
That is so true.
Are
So
we
normally
starting to
I would
roll
be,
over?
I would be, I know. See how it's like curving a little and just dropping. I would normally be out, but I moved it past break even, so I just kind of want to see what it does. I have a feeling it's gonna maybe dip a little below point of control and rip. I don't know. We're at almost power hour, so but I don't want to stay in it as late as I did yesterday. I think I did it just because I was streaming, and I was like, oh, I might as well trade. But I'm like, normally I wouldn't be doing it at all.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, I'll be honest, guys. I see nothing trade worthy at this moment in time. Nothing that fits my plan, and it doesn't look like anything
Same.
will develop. To be honest, because we're far away. That one bullish move we had when you were having lunch, Paul. That was the last kind of potential trade I saw. Looking back now, but since then, it's looking a bit sparse. But
it was a beauty. I mean, it's so beautiful too because that distribution went from 62.94 to 63.12 essentially. That was the overall point of control yesterday for yesterday's trading session. So like literally perfect trade if you were looking for rotation from value area low to basically value area high of sorts. So
exactly. A little bit of a pullback in there, but it wasn't much at all. And
market profile dream, honestly, there.
Exactly.
I'm looking at gold a little bit, but nothing.
Yeah, you've been looking at gold all day.
I know. I'm trying, man. I want to get in at some point, but I'm not looking at it at the right times. It seems. There was a little double bottom that just happened, but aside from that, I keep looking at it when it's like breaking out, and I'm like, well, this is a terrible entry point, so I'm not getting in. When it's breaking out,
exactly.
So. Not a breakout trader of sorts, so
I'm not really either. I think that's another
I
trap
think
for a
the
lot
low
of
of the day,
newbies. Go ahead, Sam.
yeah, I think the low of the day has been locked in.
I think so too.
I'm looking at the delta, and the candle that produced the low of the day has the highest delta, almost the highest delta. There was one just after US Open, but we can kind of ignore that because of the craziness, obviously. But yeah, in like recent times, that was the highest delta candle. Lots of sellers trapped at the bottom there. I think that's pretty much locked in the low of the day by the look of it. So yeah, I'd be
and we kind of
definitely
had a
more
double. We
inclined
kind of had
to
a
buy
double
than
bottom
sell. We did, yeah.
with that 15 minutes
Absolutely.
apart kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
you're totally right.
I think
Trap.
bullish.
Sorry.
Go on, sorry.
I was going to say, what do you see the cumulative volume delta as right now in the ES? I'm seeing roughly 17,000 contracts short at the moment in the cumulative volume delta.
I'm seeing 11,500 contracts short, but I'm only my CVD goes to what I show on the screen, so I'm only going back to about an hour into the open. I can go more. I can go more. Let's see. I just have it set up for it's like, chart range, whatever I show on the chart. I want to see what it is at that point. Yeah, I see 17. You're exactly right. 17 plus negative.
I see.
Yeah, roughly.
I see 11,000. That's from the start of the day.
I was going to say I have. I just changed it to 9:30 this morning, and I have 16,000 short now. So it's somewhere between 11 and 16,000. I don't know based on my software.
Yep.
Which is interesting because NQ. Let me just load up NQ again. NQ was positive. Yeah, 3.2 thousand positive.
Isn't that funny?
Not negative.
Isn't that funny? Yeah.
And it's pretty much moved, let's say, pretty much identically as ES. So I don't know. I don't know what that tells you, but
well, you know what?
I've never really been good with volume delta. I've never been able to really make it work to my advantage. I know some people that really do, but
well, you got stocks right now like Google. You've got Google, Nvidia, like up.
I know.
Over, like 1 to 4% depending, and Amazon up, Microsoft up. So I guess those are the ones pushing the Nasdaq up.
That's right.
Yeah,
exactly.
AMD is up 6% right now.
AMD?
Geez Louise.
Wow.
Yeah, it's up almost $9 today. Like, geez.
Wow.
I think it's
there was some news
trade with China again or something.
Asia,
chips,
I was gonna say there's some.
Yeah.
I was gonna say either Japan or China. I heard something about it with the chips. That's probably why. Yeah.
And then like Core
crazy. I think Nvidia is the biggest market cap, right? Nvidia stock wise.
It is over 4 trillion.
Who knew?
Crazy.
Chips. Computer chips would be
I read
the one thing. I mean, it makes sense, but yeah.
I know, but it's crazy. I mean, I read it's like its market cap is greater than something like Google, Amazon, Meta, Tesla combined. Like, it's just not only is it the biggest one, it surpasses like the half of the Magnificent Seven. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm just happy to be long that.
Yeah, my brother was in Nvidia, and he always brags that when I meet him, he's like, "Oh, I got in." I'm like, "Yeah, that's fine." But he's just an investor, right? He does a trade, and I'm like, "It's fine," but he doesn't want to sell capital gain. I'm like, "Dude, you already locked it in. You've had it." I mean, I don't know.
Did you say he worked for Nvidia or?
No. He's owned it since he bought it. I don't know what crazy,
Okay.
like $60 a share or $45 a share or something. I mean, and he bought a lot of it. And then every time it's dipped, he's just been buying. He's been one of these guys that buys a dip, and but he's going to get burned. I know he is, because he just is just like, he just thinks it's never going to happen, right? And I'm like, dude, you better not hold and get wiped out. But
hey, you know what?
Well, hopefully
Who knows? Who knows, man?
Wow,
It could go up to 10 trillion market cap in 5 years, and then
totally.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah, you never know. Well,
swept down to 6,300, back down again.
Yep.
Well,
Collected the stop.
Really quick.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
And I'm back in long.
All right. By that little wick.
I just,
dip
you know
there.
why I'm looking on the heat map, and it kind of came down to collect where it had previously come at around 8 o'clock this morning, 11 o'clock for you. And then, you know how it was trying to break down through that whole layer, and then again, and then it finally came, so it came down here, and I'm thinking, I mean, it could continue lower, but it looked, when it does a move like this, an exhaustive move, I tend to want to take the other side, because it's just like a big stock pick, right? And everyone, it's a sucker's bet. Everyone wants to get short, and now they're trapped. So I'm hoping it'll turn it around here, but
and not much volume traded below 6,300. So if it was to travel,
right,
it'd be interesting. I don't know if it's. I agree. That this is like one of those that, like, you getting long. This is one of those trades where I feel like there's like some. You just like through experience, you kind of take this long, and you understand. It feels like your gut hurts maybe a little bit.
This is my discretion. This is my discretionary talk into my head. Yeah, exactly. Because I've seen this so many times. I would, if I was, creating a trade plan or a system, I would never do this, because I'd be like, well, it just came, sellers are pushing down. Why would you go long?
Right.
But it's also different than
so much.
If this was a stock would behave differently too than an index and then a futures product, because there's so much futures. It's a hedge vehicle in a lot of ways, right? And so there's a lot of reasons for people buying these things.
I mean, that's what it is. It's a hedge for the cash indices. So it's not going to necessarily behave the same way as the underlying cash or the stocks within it. So I agree 100%.
And I was just thinking we're getting near the last hour. Like, it just, I don't know. I mean, it could still come down. It is coming down, but I don't know. This may have been a dumb move.
I'm back. Right. Oh, you got in long.
I went in long again. I went in long on this kind of exhaustive move. It looked like it was stock picking. It went down to 6,300 again. And I'm thinking maybe trap sellers in reverse. I don't know. It hasn't turned out yet, but I think I got in too early. Also because of power hour. I probably should have waited 5 more minutes. Oh, dang. Now I'm done. I'm done for the day. I don't want to do it anymore.
I don't blame you.
This is rough now. I mean, God. Man.
As soon as it seems like it wants to give you a bone.
Yeah. Wow.
All right. Looks like we're going to try and retest 62.94-ish, 62.92 area, and
give you a second chance.
Get another
redemption.
Yeah, we'll see. Redemption, baby. Come on.
Dude, look at it push. My Lord.
I would love to see it happen in the next 2 minutes because
Yeah.
I want to see the profile kind of round out in a way that actually will tell me whether or not I feel like it should be a short or a long. So
give you a little tail at the end. Give you a little tail to come back in towards point of control at least.
Right. Exactly.
Because point of control is not moving anywhere now. It's locked in.
At least at the minimum, like if we get like a spike down and then we can buy back up to like the value area low of the day, even in general, which would be 6,300, and then maybe you'd see resistance even there. So like maybe a little scalp move, but
I think that's pretty good call right there. It could come back up to 63 because it's got to get past 6,300 if it's going to go further up anyway, and we'll see how it behaves. And that is the low volume right there as well.
Yeah.
And that's interesting. For as much as it was fighting to get through that liquidity there at 6,300, it did not build up much. It's just a low volume there. It's not a high volume node. It never really stuck around much. It just kind of either was bouncing off or was pushing through it. So, my God, look at this.
Well, if it keeps dropping, I have an area I would like to buy the NQ. So we could potentially have a trade. But in 2 minutes, we do start the fun session.
I know.
We'll be doing a quiz
yes.
and also looking at some funny trade videos to react to. So it should be good.
Okay, cool. We could just look at my trades all day and laugh.
No, they're you had some great trades
That's
today.
Very decent. Yeah.
I had a few, but overall is what that's the thing. It's just got to know when to stop.
Yeah.
I've been trying to dig out of this hole up here, this freaking big number. That's what I was trying to do.
Yeah.
But I can't put on a lot of size in this account. So
exactly. Tomorrow's another day. You just save yourself. You save your margin for another day, and then you come back and you kill them.
Exactly.
So good.
Exactly.
That's it. All right. Well, guys, we'll move on to the fun session.
All right.
So everyone stick around. Have a little fun for 15 minutes or so.
You got it.
All right, we are back. Welcome everyone to the fun session. So we're gonna start the fun session with a little quiz. I'll just pop it up right now onto the screen. Okay, so the back end should be able to pop that up. And to all the viewers as well watching, you can go ahead, scan the QR code that appears, or go to mentimeter.com or join at menti.com and use the code 326718778 to essentially join in on the live quiz. Or if you're on desktop, you can scan that QR code with your mobile and you can, participate. All right. So I'm just going to scan the code with my mobile as well. Do it this way. There we are. All right. And once we're ready, we can go ahead and start the quiz. All right, we all ready?
Ready.
Awesome. Let's do it. You're allowed to bring only one item from 2025 to survive in the year 3025. Which one do you pick? Lots of good.
Well, we know my answer is the dog.
All right.
Me too.
Yeah. I think everyone's going to pick a dog for obvious reasons. Dog's man best friend, of course.
Yeah.
Why not? You never know. In 3025, the human race might be finished. You'll be the only person on the planet.
We'll see. Yeah. Maybe no
At
animals.
that stage,
Who knows?
you're just going to want a dog, aren't you? Keep you company. Yeah. As apocalyptic as that sounds.
Yeah,
Misery
Let's move
loves
on to the
dog.
next slide. You also get to pick or bring a celebrity. Who would you pick? I think, I think I'd pick Nikola Tesla just to meet the guy, you know?
That's true.
Pick his
Yeah,
brain.
that guy's a bit of it. Yeah, he's a bit weird, supposedly. He was a bit weird, but it would be interesting.
I think all these geniuses are
But
a
I
little
bet-
bit weird, right? I mean, it makes them
I
weird.
bet if he was alive today, he would create the ultimate trading system. 100% win rate.
Purely based on electrical fields, like predicting something within the lines heading to the Wall Street or something like.
Can you imagine that?
Now you want to impress the celebrity using 3025 slang. Which one would you choose? You don't lag in real life. I feel like lag will be a thing of the past when you're in, 1,000 years into the future. I think nothing will lag anymore. They'll just be like, what the hell is lag? Hologram, yeah. Algorithm friendly. Well, algorithms, would there be another level above algorithms? There's algorithm right now, the VHS, and in the future there'll be some, I don't know, quantum. I don't know. No words for
Quantum rhythm.
Exactly.
I don't even know. Yeah, I don't even know. Maybe we won't even have a real voice. It'll just be created for us or something. Who knows?
Exactly. You learn that money is not the real currency that humans use. What do you think it will be? Time, I think. Oops. Oh, the answer's already there. Time, yeah, time is a good one. It's like that
Time is a good
movie.
one.
I can't remember what it was called, where everyone has to pay with time. That's quite that would be a weird concept. I think in the movie everyone was frozen at the age of 25, and then they will have like
What
salary,
movie is
whatever. It was with the singer. What's his name?
Yeah, Justin Timberlake.
Justin Timberlake. That's it. Yeah.
Okay.
And then everyone had to pay, like, oh, this is going to cost you 10 minutes. And, you'd get your salary and you get like 24 hours of time. And then you had to, and then when it runs out, you just sort of die on the spot. So some people, like really rich people, were just able to live for thousands of years, while the poor were like barely able to live for like a couple of years. But yeah, it's an interesting thought experiment. Here comes the fun part. You see that the government offers everyone a free futuristic body upgrade. Which upgrade would you think of having? Share your answers with us in the next question. Jetpack feet. I mean, that sounds awesome, but scary. You'd have no control, would you?
Totally picking that.
Anything the government offers me as a body upgrade, I think is scary. I don't know if I want anything from the government.
Be flying me around everywhere. I'd be like, I didn't want to fly.
No, you're
I
absolutely
gotta
right.
go with the jetpack. I gotta go jetpack though. That's cool.
Well, we're gonna end the quiz here. Because of time constraints, we're gonna go into reaction videos. So to the back end, I'm gonna switch to a video. Hopefully, back end can pull it up, and we can. Okay, here we go. So, well, hopefully you guys can hear the sound. I'm not.
I can't.
I cannot, but I can see the chart at least.
Okay. Sound should be playing. Maybe with the back end. It's good that we're doing these little tests, but I think we'll have to figure out exactly what's happening. But I'll fast forward it.
This kid's like 15 years old, and he's traded for 2 weeks, and he's an expert. So he's the guru.
It looks like he was like long a stock, he was like long some sort of rocket stock, and then he was waiting for the rocket launch to happen, and then it failed or something, and then he probably just lost a ton of money immediately. So, God,
I think so. I think so. So sadly, we don't have audio.
These guys are all the same.
Look at my charts. See?
You're not supposed to go right to left, dude.
Can you hear the audio now?
I cannot.
Really quick, did you hear the audio?
No.
Ever so slightly, like the tiniest bit. But
okay. Well, we'll figure that out, and we will make sure that the audio next time works perfectly fine. But yeah, we'll have a quick look, see what's happening here. So I think this trader is explaining what's going to happen.
He just looks funny.
I'm assuming the opposite will happen.
Yeah,
he hasn't got a bad setup there. I quite like the vertical screen there. It'd be good for
a lot of traders.
I have 2 of my screens are vertical. I could fit more, not for charts, but I could fit other stuff on it. It helps.
Yeah. Oh,
his power went out or something.
Computer crashed. Oh no, that's the worst. Oh no!
Oh God!
Oh no!
Oh no, dude! Oh my God! Everything is.
Oh dear!
Yeah, you got it back. He's looking at the damage. He goes, "Oh no!"
That's terrible. You would sue the power company, wouldn't you?
Look at it.
Oh man, it's tanked.
Oh no! By the way, this is why you have stop orders in. FYI, everybody.
And you can lock it in with your broker too. Your limits on the server side. Oh my God!
Oh dear,
dude.
I wonder if that was some sort of crypto, some pump and dump.
That's painful. I mean, yeah, he should have had to stop, and that would have been all right. But
I almost think it's made up because I think he had it ready to go like that. I think it's just all for
it could be just for views. Have a look at this.
Oh, this guy! Oh, dude!
I've seen this one before.
I think I've seen this.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh my!
This is where he's buying, and then it just tanks, doesn't it? You can see the frustration.
He walked away.
That's just a bit of a repeat.
Oh boy, yeah.
Oh, look at it. It's just melting. It's probably good that the audio isn't coming through. I can't imagine
Yes, yeah.
Yeah,
the words
yeah,
he's
exactly.
speaking right now
Yes.
are going to be...
Yes. Oh my god.
Gosh, man.
Oh dear.
It's so funny.
Oh, I've seen
my
this one.
God.
This guy, he enters, he has like 57,000 or something. He enters, I think, options on Apple, and he buys, and it's just before earnings report. And, well, you'll see what happens. And he's trading while he's in his car. This one was shocking.
Dude.
It's just...
He's
Jesus,
down.
just look at his
He's
P&L.
down to $8,000. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god. This.
And it just gets worse and worse. And he's just frozen. Like, he's not...
He's...
You know...
Oh,
but
okay.
I mean, if you're trading with a wolf mask on, you're almost asking for trouble, aren't you?
Oh my god! How can you even see out of that thing? It's like,
oh my god!
What is?
Maybe that's by design. He doesn't want to see his losses. So,
is this Coach Troy? Oh my god, look at him. Oh my god.
I can't quite see his position size or how much he's put on.
Yeah, I don't know either. Estimated profits like negative 14.5. Oh my god.
I think I see minus 30,000 something. So he's already now negative in terms of, if his estimated profit was 14,000 and he's minus 30,000, you should have been long. You should have been gone out a long time ago. You know.
Absolutely.
Why are you still holding? Oh, what's he doing? He's adding more. No, he's doubling down.
He's checking to see. He's checking to see what his loss would be if Apple was to get up to 124. And after hours, and you can see after hours, it's up at 124 something, and that's his estimated loss now. Holy crap.
118,000.
And now it's at 125, so it's probably 130 something thousand. Or oh my goodness!
Oh my god!
Nah, that's painful. That's insane.
That is life change. That's like, how are you doing this?
Yeah.
Like, how is anybody?
I don't know.
Oh, dude.
Yeah. Oh my
wow. Well, it's the end of that. Look at the chat just going crazy. People are not sympathetic online.
Oh
People are
no!
not sympathetic.
No.
No.
The chair's moving, so he didn't die yet. Oh, someone wrote.
That's insane.
Yeah, dude. Like, holy.
Well, guys, we'll be going back now to closing call session. That's the end of the fun time.
That was fun.
We'll
that was a good break. All right.
It was good, wasn't it? We're back to trading now. Awesome.
Oh my god. It was almost better without the sound because you have to just imagine what's going on.
Yeah.
It's so true. I love it.
Oh, dear. My God. So if the back end want to pull up, I don't know, anyone who's sharing the screen right now, let's have a look. Let's have a look at the charts, see what's going on. Oh, okay.
We're going back down. We're going back down to
yeah.
At 62.95.
Yeah. We could do exactly what we did, 2 hours ago, where we bump against that level, do a little U pattern here, and then bump again, and hopefully go to the upside. Maybe there's another long opportunity here. So,
yeah, you never know.
Yeah,
absolutely. I see a potential long happening soon.
Sure, for sure. And then kind of coming, maybe up to here. I'm thinking something like that. I don't know. What do I know?
We will see soon enough.
This distribution, it was crazy. It was very heavy to the bottom earlier. It was like a B, right? But now it's kind of, wait, where do we open? Right there. So this is, it doesn't show so clearly on here. Well, it's because it's a 5-minute chart. If I go more granular, it'll be better.
Yeah. Right now we're mostly between 63.12 and 62.96 on the ES. That's where the majority of the volume is. So if we range in that area for the next 45 minutes, I mean, that's what we could expect, unless we see some massive 30-minute move that where we start to explore lower. Maybe we start to explore previous auctions from last week.
I could see us coming up. I could see us coming up to this area, and this would be the new point of control. We're not that far from having VPOC drop, so we don't have to necessarily get up to here. It could just, diddle around here for the end of the day, or it could just go further south. I don't know, right? We don't know, but yeah. Oops. Still in my drawing tool.
Gold is in a range for the last 2 hours, so there's no trade there. There's literally no trade in gold right now.
Is it down? It's down on the day, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep.
I'm really surprised we did not. Well, so I wonder what's going to happen in the overnight. Are we going to just squeeze everybody all the way up to retest the all-time high, and or are we going to wait till tomorrow at U.S. session? I don't think we're going
PPI
really far
maybe.
south from here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we have. What do we have tomorrow? We've got the PPI. We've got a whole bunch of, it's just a lot of stuff tomorrow. But PPI is the big boy.
Yeah.
The euro dropped some more today as well against the USD. Just checking out that chart real quick. That's interesting. Starting to check out more FX stuff because of our coach Tiger. I'm checking in on FX futures and whatnot. Maybe getting a little grip on the Euro USD and the JPY USD. Yeah.
Yeah. Chill. Yeah, if we go a bit lower, I'm looking to get long soon. Just want it to drop a little bit more, get into a specific area, show me something on the footprint. It's just the time of day. It feels wrong to jump in a trade at this time, but if the opportunity presents itself, I'll take it.
Yeah, me too.
What's crazy is I actually want to get short. I have a feeling. I have a feeling it's going to go. I mean, I don't know, down to 275 or something, possibly.
The way I look at it, no matter what, if I was getting long, I'm not getting long unless it's between like 290, 62.94 and 62.96. I'm not getting short unless it's between 62.98 and 6,300. That just the top and bottom of that range that we're in the last 20 minutes.
Exactly. Yeah.
Good call, yeah.
Yeah, it's come here twice, right? So it's just mean reverting around this thing. It's just what it's. Okay.
And of course, it only pulls into the middle of that range just now. It doesn't just go back to the bottom so that it could allow us to possibly get long, or, this is just killing. This is a killer right now.
It's tough. This is a really tough day. This is a really. I mean, it's been a trend day south for the most part, but it's not been an easy trade.
No.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I'm seeing that sell pressure come in. They are starting to struggle, the sellers on the Nasdaq. I just wanted to drop a little bit more.
The volume is so low right
feels
now.
like the
volume's.
I know. I was going to say the Nasdaq feels like the S&P right now with how slow it's moving.
Yeah. The Dow is regaining some real estate here. Up, and as soon as I say that, there's a relatively large candle downwards in the Dow. So,
Here we go. Come on, a little bit more. A little bit more down. Just drop a little.
Yeah.
Playing games.
Oh man.
It got how many points away? 6 points.
6. For you on the NQ?
I think 6.
We're
25 ticks. So 25 divided by, I can't do the maths right now. My head's by 4. No, yeah, by 5 points. I don't know. 6. Yeah, 6.
Right.
Yeah, 6. Yeah.
Yeah.
Another caffeine tablet.
I know. Hey, we're not done
I think
yet,
I'm going to need to
keep
sleep
going.
in. I know. I think early night, sleep in.
It's only
I'm not
Tuesday
waking
and
up
I'm
at
dragging.
6. I didn't fall asleep until about 2 a.m. yesterday. Woke up at 6. So
I
about
went
4
to bed
hours
at
sleep.
2.
And
I
I just
went to bed at 2 and I got up at 5.
Oh man!
I was up with our
trooper.
friends and our company friends doing some stuff because some of them they have a hard time with my time zone reaching me, so I stay up and I'm like, guys, I got to get to bed. It's freaking 2 o'clock and I got to be up.
Yeah,
it's. I'm like, my wife's like, what the hell? I'm like, I'll get 3 hours. I'm like, but jeez, it's only Tuesday. I hope I don't burn out by Thursday.
Yeah.
I'll be fine tonight. I could get sleep tonight. We were working on other stuff. We got all this stuff going on, as you guys know. It's like, a lot going on.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm waiting 4 minutes to do anything for the bottom of the hour. I'm not. Because we know what's going to happen. I mean, it's whipsaw. Look at this.
Well, I was like 30 seconds too late for a short on the Dow. Today's just not my day, that's for sure. I am always just 10, 20, 30 seconds late to whatever I'm looking at, or a few minutes, and now the Dow is just leaving without me. It was the only one that looked like there was a short opportunity for me at the moment with a good risk to reward.
Yeah.
But then the spread jumped by literally 6 ticks, and it came down 20 points in less than 30 seconds. And I was like, all right, cool,
Jeez.
awesome. No.
Jeez.
But is what it is.
Yeah.
I hate those days.
Yeah. All right, we're bouncing a little bit. I am going to quickly share my screen because I decided to just get long one here.
Nice. Yeah, back end. Could you get whole screen up, please?
Yeah, I've got to share. Dang. Okay. Share. Done. Just gonna. This is a quick. I mean, this is genuinely just to try and tick the bottom here. If we get a kind of like a double bottom of sorts, like what we saw earlier, I might get into another one literally
On a continuation move, if it keeps going.
Yeah, like
Or
I
now.
will. No, like I might just hop into one more contract with the same stop if we get down to like within like a point of my current stop. So I'm just going to put like a buy limit and then a stop there. And this is kind of like just trying to see if we can pick the bottom here. And, if not, it's a small little loss. But love to see this area defended, this value area low from the previous session. We'll see if 3:30, the time 3:30 matters to any traders here, but if it's to any traders in the markets at the moment, but I don't think it's going to. From this,
When you're this close to the end of the session, it matters.
Yeah.
I mean, that's.
Come on, Nasdaq, give me a little bit of, the Nasdaq is chilling below its 21 period EMA on the 1 minute, which is, not great for me, relatively speaking, but the Dow is starting to pop up a little bit. Nasdaq's popping up a little bit. Let's just see the continuation here. Everybody support the lows of the day. Let's just support them. Why not? Why not? I would love a little rotation trade up into like the 62.99, 6,300 area, and then that would be like my relevant target. Risk a few points for 5 or 6 points. So,
Well, I just went short. Just to spite you, I suppose.
It's okay. That's quite
only
all right.
only because in the ES it's just sitting here sideways for a while. It's just consolidating. It can easily go up, of course, but there's still a lot of negative delta, and there's a lot of energy. I don't know. Usually at this point of the day, when it's down somewhere at the top, it's going to continue. That's what I'm playing.
We shall see. I'll put a little Put a little sell order in right here.
Are you long? You're long, aren't you?
Yeah. I just put like a little target.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Yeah, I see it. Where at? It's at what, 63? Or where'd you put it at?
62.99. So I do something. What I like to do is like if I have an area where I think there's resistance, instead of planning for the break through that resistance, I just get out right before that resistance.
No, I think that's smart. So, I do the same. Kind of front run it a little bit. Don't be greedy and wait for it.
Exactly. Don't be greedy. That's the thought process.
There's a saying. There's a saying that I can't repeat, but don't be a D for a
yes.
Tick,
right? Exactly.
Come on.
At this point, I'm going to just keep my stop there, and I'm gonna take away the bid at 62.92 because I feel like if that was going to happen, it would have already happened, and then we would have came to the upside. So now, we'll see. Depends if the Nasdaq decides to reverse here or the Dow. Let's see. Yeah, this looks not the greatest at the moment, but I've seen worse.
So true.
At 3:30, Fed's so we got a Fed board guy talking here, Fed's Collins. We don't know exactly where maximum employment is. This is as of 3:30. And then also changes in interest rate policy play out over different horizons. So now you've got somebody talking, who has some sort of, breadth in how these markets react as well. So you got to be careful of that, be monitoring the headlines.
Yeah.
Looks like we're continuing down here. Well, this is boring. Jeez Louise. Make up your minds. Make up your dang minds, market. My goodness. You can stop me out. It's fine. Let's make a make a decision here.
I'm with you. For all that energy that we started off with this morning, my Lord.
Gosh. This is ridiculous. Honestly, this is pretty funny. I mean, I would assume like there's a bid right now at 62.94 for almost 300 contracts. I think that's going to get eaten up, and then
it is. It just did.
Yeah,
it did, but it popped back up. So, I mean,
somebody might have taken the bid order off and then like market ordered, and now it's just going to continue and have no bid support.
They're trying to hold it. They're trying to hold it up, but I don't think these are icebergs. I think this is just at this 25 minutes to close. It's
yeah,
push.
Where is your entry at? Where do you have your entry at, Daryl?
I'm at 295.25.
Okay,
I'm like right there. I'm right there. I'm right on my.
We're literally the same. We're the same. Mine's also.
We just take it two different directions. Yeah. It's like the push and pull. It's like a tug of war.
Gosh.
There's an easy solution to this.
Yeah, I know.
Paul, when you're on drawdown, Daryl, take profit.
Just hit flatten.
And Yeah, Daryl, if you hit drawdown, Paul, you take profit and everyone wins.
That would be hilarious, honestly, if that actually played out like that.
Oh, I know.
Come on. Just do something. See a bid again like this. There's just yeah, the bid got taken away, that 190 bid, and now it's gone. Yeah.
Oh, this is so boring. I want it to go down a little bit so I can come in for a long, and it's just not doing it. So we got to go a few more points down.
It's going to move. Trust
me,
it's going to move. We just need to be a little more patient. It's going to go one way or the other.
I have no patience today. I want it now.
I know. I know.
The Nasdaq is starting to no, it's just like basing out. It feels like the Nasdaq feels like it's basing out and honestly, the Dow just has its own brain. It's just doing whatever it wants, to be quite honest. So, but the Nasdaq's what's making this super iffy, I think.
Yeah.
Let me take a look at the profile of the Nasdaq here.
Oh, my head is killing me. I think I need to take some ibuprofen to make it through.
Yeah, you should.
Next 2 hours. Give me 2 minutes. I'm gonna grab some ibuprofen.
No problem.
I don't think it's doubtful I'm gonna be entering a trade. This market's not gonna do it now. So I'll be back.
Yeah. As soon as he walks away, it goes.
It's my target profit.
Yeah. He comes back. What happened?
God,
this
this is what I'm talking about, though. Like the Nasdaq kind of is like feels like it's basing out, and then like we just got what is it? It was like a 10
ES is the
point.
same. ES is the same. It's just holding at this level flat.
But here, I'll show you what I mean though. Like on the NQ here, it's like it you see it's like kind of rounding. It feels like it's like rounding the corner. Like whereas
I know what you mean. Yep.
Yeah. Whereas the ES just looks like a little bit more bearish to me than both the Dow and the ES, to be quite honest, look more bearish to me than the Nasdaq. But
I mean, I think if I was to show 1 minute candles, you'd see more rounding out, and it would maybe not, but yeah, you know what I mean. It just
right,
but not really, because you got this one wick that's way down here. Oh, come on.
Right now, we're about to pop up against the 50-period EMA, which on the Nasdaq, and I just decided to manually get out at 298 there. So it was like 4 points basically. It wasn't anything crazy.
It's probably smart. I think it's going to push up into my stop. Jeez. What the hell? No, come on.
Well, there's my original target of 299.
I cannot sit my stop at 6,300. I got to get out of there, out of the noise. That's an easy stop pick, right there. Just I don't want to sit there. But you moved yours from the 299, didn't you? You were at 299.
I was at 299, and I took it out at 298 because I was like, you know what? I'm looking at the Nasdaq chart as well, and I basically saw the EMA that I follow being tested, and I did not want to lose out.
Yeah. I'm with you.
So
yeah,
worked out in a small way. You know, it got to the top of the range, and now I would be looking to get short possibly at the top of this at the top of this range. Obviously.
I know. I'm hoping for but here's where it's going to get explosive. About 3 minutes, and then also at 10 till, it's going to get real crazy.
Yeah.
It just does it all the time.
Yeah.
And it's weird because if it hasn't made its move down by this point, I'm thinking it won't. I think I'm going to get, as I say that.
And Sam's like, looks like I'm not going to be getting long, and then he walks away.
Yeah, I know. He's going to come back and go, what the heck?
Yeah. Too funny. Now we're back at the top, 6,300. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a push down.
That's what I'm hoping.
Yep.
And it doesn't have to get exactly to that low volume, right? It could be a little bit above, a little bit below. It's not exact. Some people get too technical with it. I just look at the area, and then if it starts to lose some momentum, and it's, you know, you can see the sellers starting to take control a bit, then it's going to roll over. That's what I look for. And to me, that's the higher probability, right? It's just like, it still could go higher, but there's a probability of it not in my favor. So.
Yeah, and if you're like looking at volume profiles on shorter time, like on like within this day, you know, you could always see, like you could definitely see just a wick through that low profile like volume node, and then it just comes right back into the distribution, you know. So I agree with you. You can't just be so to the tick on the node and everything. I agree. Got to give yourself some room.
But you know, the thing is, it's also like I'm looking at. I know you don't have volume profile up, but the lowest node in this distribution here, I mean, if we stay around this price and we get all this volume here for the next 15, 20, 30 minutes, you know, with futures, it'll build a new point of control, which will be at the very bottom of the distribution. So this price could stay right here. It doesn't have to go anywhere. It could just bounce around between like 6,300 and 6,290, let's say 10-point rotation, just all over here. And it'll just end up there. It does it more often than not, honestly. Yeah, but I don't know if I don't think that's sometimes it moves it, sometimes it doesn't. But we had earnings, and we've got, I don't know what they're looking for. I don't know what's going to move this thing. We have PPI tomorrow, right? But we also had inflation numbers, which I think it's going to be very similar to what PPI is going to show. So I don't know if that's going to really do much. It's just going to probably just confirm things are okay for now. We're not freaking out, but you watch if Trump makes if he gets Jerome Powell to retire early and he appoints Bessent or someone who's going to lower the rates. I mean, this market could just frickin' rip.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
It would be crazy. I don't know if that's a good thing either. I mean, I think for the country it's good, but I don't know if it's good for the market to do that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what's built into this, priced in. Maybe some of that's already priced in. Well, let's see. We're coming down.
These last 45 minutes is like a masterclass on range trading, learning how to be a range trader.
It is.
I mean,
sheesh. Totally.
I'm trying to get better with range trading because, when you get those like standard distribution kind of days, like the only trades to be found are the range trades. So, getting comfortable with trading a range, I think is a very useful tool for traders like us. And I genuinely was just saying when I got out of my trade, I'm like, I should be looking to get short right now to trade the range, and I didn't, and now I'm missing out on another 4 points. So lesson be learned. Maybe if I am successful in the range trade, I should continue to do the range trade.
That's kind of why I've stuck to the ES, because I can do the real fractal stuff pretty. It took me a while, but I can see it, and it takes some conviction to want to, like you said, when it gets to the low volume and it's going up, you thinking it's going to go up, and it takes some conviction to go short right there, buy into that or sell into that buying, and hold it for a 5-point move or so. But a 5-point move with 2 or 3 lots is a lot of money. People don't realize it, and you can play that up and down all damn day. Yeah. I used to call it the rotations, which they are rotations. Then I was introduced to a trader that used to be on the pit of the Chicago Board of Trade. He's an old guy, but he calls it mean reversion. My mean reversion was different until he told me about this, and he trades volume profile. And it was more of like, you got every node, you got the high and the low and of course you got the peak, wherever the peak may be. Well, the mean within that little node is going to be, like, imagine the point of control for that little node. That's retail price, right? Like, that's the most popular price. So that's the mean. May not be median, but it's like average. That's like the thing. So he would play it from the top of that edge, that low volume. If it doesn't look like it's going to move further up, he's going short, and he's just going to play it to the imaginary point of control, if you will, or the high volume node of that little distribution. And he'll just play to that. Now, if he wants to go down and test the low volume side of it, he'll do that too. And then if it doesn't look like it's going to keep going down, he's buying into that outside edge, and now he's taking the opposite. And he just freaking was a master of this. Just crazy, but boy, was he profitable. He made so much money like that, because he just wanted the small moves. He was happy doing it because that's what suited him most. He couldn't sit in long trades. Like, he couldn't sit for more than 5 minutes. He'd go nuts. So, but that's where I picked up on this mean reversion, and I started to look at the profile going, there's a lot of other opportunity besides the overall distribution for the day, besides just playing the VPOC, or besides playing the VWAP or anything else, right? You can make little targets within it. So,
yeah. I love that trading, man. And I think that building up that like range trading skill, like especially within volume profile nodes of the day, like that is a special skill to be able to pick up, because there are times where I think when that's happening, like we were talking about a little bit earlier with retail traders, where when something looks like it's going to break, you want to get in short to break, or if it looks like it's going to break to the upside, you want to get in long. But in reality, the range trade then all of a sudden plays out. It's the harder trade to make, in my opinion. I think, like, to push the button,
it's the harder trade, and you have to be willing to take a lot of stops. But if you keep a pretty damn tight stop, like on the, we've been talking about, if it goes against you, if you're wrong, you're wrong. You'd rather be wrong early than be wrong later and hold it and get just eaten. Come on, baby, let's go. Push down.
Yes,
but you just got to keep.
Let's show Daryl's screen real quick.
Yeah, you can show my screen. I don't. Yeah, there's not much to see yet.
Since I'm out of my trade.
Yeah, you're out of your trade. So Sam, you walked away and you missed out on a good long opportunity.
Good little range.
Nah.
We were talking about it.
I've looked at the market.
I know.
Didn't get to my area yet, thankfully.
That's all right. No, it didn't.
To be honest, 9 minutes left. I don't see anything happening.
Yeah. Well,
I don't think I've ever actually placed.
Was probably cheap, and the imbalances at 350 was probably nothing. Nothing to write home about, just like yesterday we were talking, Daryl. So, but maybe we'll break through here. I mean, who knows?
Crazier things have happened with. So that little with 10 minutes to go, that little algo move didn't do anything. Kind of like yesterday. I'm used to seeing a good 10, 12, 15 point kind of swing, and it would just eat you out and then come right back if you're still in the trade. I don't really do it, but when I used to trade a lot of market on close stuff, it would just drive me nuts. But okay, let's go.
Back end. Can you put up Daryl's screen, please?
Oh yeah, they didn't do that yet.
All right, we're right at the bottom of the range on the ES. What do you know? And it's having a tough time.
It is having a tough time.
Geez, the Dow moved 60 points in a minute on that imbalance.
Really?
So yeah,
really,
yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah,
as soon as you left,
we're getting them just. So, no, sorry. Go ahead.
As soon as you left, Sam, like my trade played out to the top of the range, and I was able. I got out a point earlier than I was going to, but and then I was saying, man, I should probably get short at the top of this range, and then look, and then Daryl's position's now working out. So we probably are both going to have positive trades, even though we had the same tick order, which is beautiful. I love it. I absolutely love it. Here we go. Come on.
And I almost flattened where you were going to go. Yep. But I was so close to flattening out at a loss at the top there, and I'm like, let's see what it does here at 6,300, and it held.
A little bit of a wick there.
This is this. Yeah, this wants to go lower. Yeah, there we go. Come on. You got to at least retest that low day. You just do. Come on now. 6 minutes like an eternity, though, at this point.
It really is. It's
going to be so much volume coming in, and and it's just like, oh my gosh. What is where am
I? Daryl, you're the king of holding. I don't know how you do it.
No, I'm not. Market on close is about 593 million today. So
okay.
Half of yesterday. Yesterday was a lot. Oh no, yesterday was small, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's twice as much today because it was like 250 yesterday or something.
That's right.
But still, 500 million. It's like not really anything crazy. Jeez.
It's probably gonna. I'll let it take me out if it goes up here. I do. I still think it's coming down. I mean, it got within. Two ticks of the low of day, just like the high of day, just like the
Nasdaq just wicked up and then touched its 50 period again, EMA, and then came back down. So,
okay. All right.
No, it's good. It looks good for you, is what I mean. It looks good. It looks good.
Well, when he said it wicked up, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
yeah.
Push through, new all-time low
there
of day. All right.
Take your money.
I'm going to. I'm trailing. I just get it, but it's gonna go more. I know this instrument. This thing's gonna go more at this point. We got 3.5 minutes to New York close anyway. Let's see here. Yeah, it could give me my $400. Cool.
Hey.
There we go.
Well done.
There we go.
Well done to both of you.
So I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say I kind of made around, I don't know, $500 on the day because I'm still showing negative, but I clawed back.
Yeah.
Sam did good too, though.
Wait.
You did well
Yeah, it
early
was a
on.
perfect. Yeah, I got one decent trade in. That's what I like to target in real life as well. You know, just get that one
Yeah.
decent move and then just walk away. I hate trading into the later hours.
I
But
wish
this
I
was
could.
a perfect. Sorry, this was a perfect. What do you call it? Situation where you both got in at the same price, but different.
Yes.
Different areas. Now it's just hit the area I want to buy in. It's literally just hit the area I want to buy in. Obviously, I'm not going to buy in the last 3 minutes, but
Yeah, right. But it could just as easily come right back up here and
there
go
you
up to
go.
this point of control here. I mean, you'll see. Remember what I said earlier? I said I wanted it to come down to 275. If it keeps going to 275, I'm going to kick myself. But
275, that would be a decent drop there, man.
Move.
Yeah,
it's a big move. But there's overnight volume point of control from 2 sessions ago there, and so that's a retail level,
right?
That it's just again probabilities for me to trade it too. I don't trade like ATRs or any of that kind of stuff. I'm going to back where the auction was, right? Where the participants were heavily buying. So that tells me that there's either demand there, there's liquidity there, there's stops still there, something's there. But if it's spent enough time to make a point of control for either an overnight or a U.S. session, then that's something I note.
I love that.
That's just how I do that.
The Nasdaq, I think, just filled the gap that it had between yesterday's session and today's session as well. So, would you look at that? Anybody trading the gap?
I'm shocked that I am so shocked after those overnight, all those all-time highs up here. I am so shocked that we never even came close to coming back today. Wow.
Yeah.
I really am surprised. Yes. But I would look at this and call this a trend. This is a trend day. I would call this a trend day.
Yeah.
Trend day south, right?
As bearish as a distribution can be at the top of the all-time highs.
You know how, Paul, you were saying how like it rotates most of the time, and that's mean reversion to me. I find that it does that like 4 days out of 5, like 80% of the time it's in a mean reversion type of day, and only maybe 20%. So like maybe 3 days out of the month, we're going to get a trend day like today, to one way or the other, right? It's either gonna be a trend day long or a trend day, short.
Yeah. Well, man, look at that. Nasdaq just plummeted there at the end, and ES
came down, but it held a little. It's almost at 75. We're come down to 80, baby. Come down just to make me feel better. I'm not going to take any trade, but I'd like to see it. Could you imagine if it did come to 75 though, from way back where we were talking about that? Jeez,
I know. After seeing just the chop,
that would make me feel good.
Like 40 minutes.
How I see it. Yeah. I do. I don't want to get too much on the technical stuff with this platform, but I don't think we can split open or drag apart multiple lots that you're in. It just, for whatever reason, when you add it joins them together, and then when you move your take profit or your stop, it moves them both together. I couldn't for the life of me. I was researching it last night on the internet. I was watching a whole bunch of instructional stuff on this and Trading View on how to do it, but I don't know how. I don't think we could do it. Because if we could separate it and I can scale, I'd have a much better day than today. Because I'd be able to keep a runner. I'd be able to get risk neutral. But it is what it is. I think we're kind of limited with what we got.
Yeah.
What's the
on the Discord, Coach Troy actually reached out on the Discord in the trading arena, and he tagged me 40 minutes ago, and I didn't see it. Yeah, and he was like, "So looks like we got that H pattern going on. You think it's gonna break?" And then I didn't see it till just now, and I was gonna reply back and say, "Looks like it broke." I mean, and you know, like and this is exactly kind of why there's like nuance in some of these like patterns, quote unquote. Somebody could, you know, for example, me, I'm just going to usually stay away from it regardless. But somebody else on the end trading the NQ often might be like, okay, well, relatively bearish day. The gap still hasn't been filled from the previous session. If I short at least the top of the range of that lowercase h, I feel like I got a good risk to reward. I just placed the stop right above the hump of that H and then look for the gap fill. I mean, that's a beautiful trade to me. Like I would have no problem with that at all. So yeah, I hope somebody took that trade. I hope any viewers or anybody took that trade. Maybe Coach Troy did, honestly. Wouldn't be surprised.
4 points from 275.
Yeah.
Just saying. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that nuts?
Man. Wonder. Oh yeah, the earnings right now too. We got. I'm sure.
Yes.
Citi, you were saying was today, or
they came out already this morning.
Oh, okay.
Wells Fargo and Citibank were this morning, I think, and even B of A. But tomorrow, before the open, where was it? Tomorrow before the open, we've got Bank of America and Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley. And then we got some consumer stuff like Johnson & Johnson and Progressive Insurance, and you know, so it's a mixed bag. These earnings are going to tell a little bit about what's going on here too, for sure.
Yeah. Oh. I must say, even though there was a decent amount of missed opportunity on my end, not a terrible day, not a bad day. Green for all of us and whatnot. I mean,
These are the grinding days you have to do. Yeah, you need these days if you're going to succeed, because not every day is just going to be, you know, amazing where it's easy. Just, you know, it's never easy, really. Let's see if Troy responds on Discord.
I really want to know if he was able to get the get that trade. I hope he did. I mean, would love to see that, because I mean, it broke relatively quickly too, so I could see him scalping, you know.
Oh yeah.
20 or 40
but he
points.
He was busy taking. He had to get that wolf mask off and that outfit first, so he could see. Then he could take the trade. We're getting delirious now. We're getting delirious.
Coach Troy is the best short trader in the game.
Oh my God!
Wouldn't be surprised if he took
Indeed.
it
To a fault. I mean, he is like, man, it's so funny. He was. I was talking to him, and he was saying that he starts sweating bullets when he sees people go long.
yeah, which is pretty hilarious. That is,
I know.
It's too good.
Like he's scared for them. He's like, no, don't do it. I'm like, what?
Too good. Too good.
Well, guys, in a minute, I'm going to have to set up for my news segment. So, but I will be back.
Yeah.
But I've got a few minutes. So.
Yeah, no worries.
I think I'm gonna stick around. I'm just gonna because I'm back with you.
Yeah, it's only a 5 minute.
Back? Are we all back? No, I'm back with you. Yeah, I'm back with you. Yeah, so
yeah,
it's only 5 minutes.
Me and
so I'll
you.
just. Yeah. All right.
Cool.
But your news doesn't start till the bottom of the hour, right?
Yeah, starts in about 22 minutes.
Yeah, okay. But you got to prepare. That's fine.
Yeah, I got to get the whole green screen up and
all
that good stuff.
Yeah. Man, I'm telling you, you're burning the midnight oil, my friend.
No.
You are going.
I'm just dreaming of a bed right now.
You're going. Yeah,
I
want
a hot shower. Flat out.
Yeah. How many days are you trying to hit the gym a week? Are you doing it like 4 days or so a week, or are you giving yourself a little bit of a break, or what? Oh my gosh, dude!
It's hard because
every day
I'm not getting. I'm in such a calorie deficit right now.
Yeah,
my body is just dying for calories, but I'm trying to burn all the fat, get into that ketosis. So it's the worst stage, and then I'm pulling these long hours right now, so I'm just dead.
Are you lifting, or are you doing more like calisthenics kind of stuff, or body weight exercise?
No, lifting. Yeah, lifting.
Lifting. Okay, so you're definitely dying then. Oh my Lord.
Yeah, I do about 20 minutes cardio, get my heart rate up, and then once I'm starting sweating, then I just start lifting.
Yeah.
I need to be like Sam. I need to be getting.
Yeah, I go through periods where I get in decent shape for my age, and then my wife, I'll walk around the house. My daughter's like, "Dad, you look like you're pregnant. You got a big old beer belly." I'm like, "Yeah, I know." My wife's like, "Ooh, that dad bod is so hot." I'm like, "Oh, shut up."
You know what's funny is I'll say it was actually during COVID times. I bought myself a bunch of weights, and then I did the same diet, and I just had nothing to do, so I just worked out. And I got into such good shape. I was like a Calvin Klein model, had a six-pack and everything.
That's awesome.
And then one day I just stopped doing it, and I never got back into it. And it just wasted away.
Yeah.
Everything I just kind of got fat. I never really got fat, but I just gained a lot of weight in comparison. And then it was just like the other day I realized I'm in such, I wouldn't say I was in bad shape, but I'm going down that road where, if I continue doing this for another half a year, I'm not going to recognize myself in the mirror.
Yes.
So cut it out now quickly, get that discipline, and yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, like when I trade for myself, I will take breaks and I'll do some stuff. I'll do pull-ups and push-ups. I'll go outside, or I'll do stuff to get me moving around. But when we're doing these sessions, then it's kind of almost, it's hard to take a good enough break to do that. So I got to find time.
That's it, yeah.
But you got to make time. You just got to make time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's it. Can't make we just can't make the excuses. We just gotta get disciplined, like you said, Sam, and just gotta make the time. That's it. Now that I say that, I really need to make some more time for myself for the gym, because I have kind of like a home gym in my garage, and then I also have like a membership at a close by gym. And but I'll tell you what, I need to be utilizing both more. So me and my wife actually were just talking about that, and like we need to be more regimented, because we go through like a month of doing it 3 to 4 days a week, and then we'll go through a month of only like 1 day a week. And then it's just,
you give it
all
all
to get more.
You just
yeah.
I hear you.
Life just comes at you a little bit, but you gotta get it in a routine of some sort. So
when Sam, when you leave, do you just want Paul and I just to stay on here and like we'll get off at one?
Yeah, exactly. I'll leave in the next minute or two. I'll set up the green screen and everything, and I'll probably be back just before the new session starts. I just got to do all the setup, obviously. And then,
okay. Let us stay. We're not okay. I got it.
Yeah, just stick around. And then.
Oh, come on, let's go.
I'll see you guys probably in about 5-10 minutes. All right.
Perfect.
Yeah. I'll be back.
See you in a minute.
You got it.
Are we gonna get there?
I think
know.
We will. I think we will, just because. I mean, we may not, of course, but it just when it's still So what I've noticed is when we're pretty much like, technically we're 2 minutes from the close, right, for Chicago. So we're technically still open. We're getting in settlement, but then once we stop, if it still moves around a bit, then that's a sign that it could still move. Oh, here we go. Look at this. Come on, 276.
Right before the 15-minute period ends for 4:15.
It's going to be. It's going to be. I mean, this is.
Yeah.
It's going to be. I know it is. I've seen this hundreds of times. I mean, literally.
This is so funny.
It just takes a lot of patience to sit through this and be. I mean, I wish I was trading my account through this right now. This has been a good day. So I got this negative 5,000 up here because during after dinner, after my time dinner, I had to get some stuff done. I was working on a spreadsheet, and so I had this platform open, not my other thing. And then I was like, I was trying to mess around with like scaling and trying to separate some of these, stops I was just describing. And I was trying to learn that, and I was trying to find out more, mess around a little bit more with the volume profile. And I was like, I can't do this. I can't do that. But I did it. And then also I was trading, and then I was like, I wonder how much I could put on at one time. So I was putting a lot of size on, and then I just got eroded because I really didn't care. And I'm like, ooh, that's a nasty number. I think I better stop now.
Yeah. No, for sure.
So even if I made like 2 or 3 grand today, I'd still be in the hole.
Yeah, exactly. I was it's funny, when I was kind of messing around with like the hotkeys last week, I was like, I didn't mess around with size or anything. I was just doing like 1 micro at a time or whatever. And I just wanted to buy in, like exit, buy in. I couldn't get the exit thing to work very easily. The sell market for some reason. I think it was the way that I binded one of the keys. It was wrong. And then I just was like, okay, I'm done. And then I just moved on to other stuff. But yeah, I know what you mean. I was testing a few things out myself.
Yeah, I was trying to do there's a thing you can do. Let me see, is my screen still up? Yeah. There's a thing where, is it settings? So check this out. This is interesting. In the risk settings, I think you could set these up to be like a bracket, because you can't enter necessarily like a bracket. Like we just enter like we do, and then we drag, take profit and the stop around. But you can put in parameters here by ticks or by points. So when you enter, you kind of have a bracket already there, but I still don't prefer it this way, because I want to vary it up. But you can do it this way. Yeah. So I was messing with this, and then dude, I had like 20 contracts on at once, because I was like 4 and 4, and then I went 2, and I went 1, and I was trying to see how to move it around, and then it just ripped. It was after that big spike, but it was coming back down, and then I had 20 lots on, and I'm like, oh, geez, I got a big old negative nasty number. I'm out of here, and I flattened, and then I was left with that.
Yeah, and these like risk settings are very good to go through and like learn how to use them for sure. Like anybody using this, anybody using the Hola Prime, futures platform here, the Project X,
for sure,
definitely go through it and learn, because there's a lot of good stuff in here, and there's a lot of good stuff.
It is.
To definitely help you out. So I love the performance metric stuff. I love
I
taking
think it's
a
nice
gander
to have
at
it all in one thing too. It's really convenient.
Yeah.
Well, we hit 274, so we hit 274.
Look at that.
I know, crazy.
It only took 3 minutes after the 15-minute close. That's hilarious. That's funny.
And then watch. We're gonna open up New Zealand, Australia, and this thing overnight is just going to be boom, boom, boom. We're going to go back and fill the whole thing from today. New all-time high, right? It's just going to take back everything we gave out. I've seen it way too many times. But I'm kind of kidding, but it could easily do anything, right? It's just...
Yeah. You never know what headline's going to come out or anything, but...
And new all-time highs is always a tricky spot, because it doesn't mean it's just going to keep going to the moon, right? We don't know when people are going to take profit, or they're going to cover, or whatever they're doing. They're getting squeezed out. They may be getting squeezed for 100 points, and they're just like, okay, cry uncle, I'm done. And it just,
Yep. Yeah. And we like right now, like some news is coming out about like CPI, and Treasury Secretary Falkender making comments on CPI and wondering if the Fed is in the right spot because of how the inflation data came out today. And and like
I'm reading what you
exactly. So it's interesting, because this kind of I can't, were we talking about it earlier today, or were we talking about it yesterday? I can't remember, but this kind of goes to the question of like, I was talking about it with Tiger last night. That's what it was on our quiet market session, and kind of going through, if I had to pick the over under, because currently right now it's like 2 rate cuts is roughly what is expected, 1 in September, 1 in December from the Fed watch tool. And, if I was to pick an over under on that, I'm picking the under. And that's just for the sake of...
I would too.
Like,
I would too.
Yeah. And it's just right. And it's just because of, and it's purely because of how the Fed has been like more cautious than not in the last year or so. So I don't see them really, becoming less cautious. Let's put it that way. It's just the behavior.
I haven't had a problem. I haven't had a problem with Powell, holding steady, because there hasn't been a real reason to be hawkish on this stuff right now. And I know Trump wants it, but he wants it because he wants it to pay off the debt faster with cheaper dollars, and I get all that. But right here, what you were just reading, the source you're reading from, there's the little market wrap summary, and it says here, Treasury Secretary Bessent suggested that Fed Chair Powell step down from the board when his term ends in May of 2026. So he, despite all the pressure from Trump getting Powell to, step aside now, and of course people think Bessent would be the heir apparent, I guess, and then he says, when asked if Trump had asked Bessent to serve as Fed chair, he says, I am part of the decision-making process. If it's Trump's decision, he'll move for dispute, whatever. It's all posturing, It's just
exactly.
It just doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, and
relatively.
And this is what. And
sorry, let me just. I'm just gonna. I'm gonna just say one more thing here. It also says relatively tame inflation data failed to alleviate Wall Street's concern about the effects of tariffs, with initial rallies in stocks and bonds stalling on bets that the Fed Reserve will keep interest rates on hold for the time being. Tech stocks rose on news that Nvidia and AMD would resume some chip sales to China, while traders also analyzed bank results. So just like we talked about.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm interested, because like you literally were just saying, like, there's not really a ton of reason to for the idea of cutting to really matter, because until we see the Fed always says they're data dependent. So unless things
Data
like
dependent.
the unemployment rate are going to start going up a little bit more, or inflation starts to spike or come down relatively quickly, I mean, there's not a ton of reason to cut.
Yeah, no. If inflation keeps coming down, they shouldn't cut. But if it hikes a lot, like if inflation starts really peaking a point or so, or 75 basis points or something, then maybe they would do something. But and I think September is too soon to tell. Maybe December. But I'm with you on the under. I could even see nothing happening for the rest of the year.
Yeah. No, I definitely could see it. The only
and that's how it usually is, because sentiment, right? People are always all these investors and traders are waiting for an interest rate cut, They're waiting. If you're waiting, everyone's waiting for it. It's not going to happen. I mean, that's just be a contra trader, if you will, or something. It's just like, if everybody, it's just like, what do you buy the rumor, you sell the news type of thing, right? It's just everybody's expecting it. Well, chances are there's a good chance it comes out and it shocks you, and everybody's like, "What?
Right?
Where did this come from?" And then they all say, "Oh, the market's out to get me." Well, come on, people.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, and the only way I see us really maybe staying on par with cutting, the 2 times or more, is if like some sort of unforeseen result occurs from the tariffs or from one of the wars that's been going on, or something that then causes like major havoc on commodity markets, or on, like we already said, inflation, employment, etc. So it would have to be something pretty large, I think, to garner more than 2 cuts, or even,
I think we're going to see it. I just don't know if it's going to show itself and reveal the effects within 5 months or so by the end of the year.
Exactly.
It's definitely, you know what I mean? You can't do these kind of tariffs without having. It's going to affect lots of foreign trade. So
what's the lag? What we don't know what the lag time is going to be.
It's kind of like with COVID. Remember, we put $4 trillion into the market and sending everybody checks, and everyone was spending like crazy. And I remember talking to my father about it. I'm like, we've never seen anything. And my dad agreed, of course. He's in his 80s, and he's like, I said, but whatever happens, it's going to be something that no one expects, because you just can't print all that money and just flood the economy without having some pretty drastic, reaction, if you will, whatever that may be. And of course,
that
inflation went crazy, housing went crazy, everything went up and up, and you just don't know.
Yeah, and I think like it's just the policies in relation to all that stuff. You just need to I think everybody understood that we're in a situation where I think even though the inflation is coming down, which is really good, thank goodness inflation is down to like 2.7% roughly, but we also have to account for 20 something plus % of inflation in the last 5 years that's happened. So I think it's taken a little bit longer actually for it to kind of affect people than what was expected. People were thinking like, oh, it'll take a a couple years, and then the M1 and M2 money supply, people looking at the money supply, and it was going down. Now it's at all the money supply is at all-time highs. So
I know, and it's probably not going to come down anytime soon. But it just goes to show how convoluted and intertwined everything is, right, in this global economy with fiat and everything, and just Forex, and it affects everybody. It affects everybody. It's just, it's no longer a simple system like it may have been. It was certainly much simpler when we were on the gold standard, but it's different now.
Right. And, for people that are like interested in kind of the underdwellings of the markets, like how like FX affects things and stuff, and you start looking into interbank loans and whatnot, and how certain countries are lending more or less than others. Like you look at Japan, for example, which is just a huge staple, and it just in this world in general, with like providing liquidity, cash liquidity, and you can really go down a rabbit hole of the banking system and start learning the inner workings of it. But again, like it's like you said, there's so many things that are intertwined that there's a point where you're like, okay, maybe I don't need to spend this much time looking into all of this.
I got to that point because I was driving myself nuts, and you can read and read and read, and at some point it's just analysis paralysis, and it's almost too complicated for any of us to get their head around. When you think of how the IMF fits in with central bankers and wars that are going on, and devaluation of certain currencies, and then that's just the overarching part. And then it gets down to the consumers and everybody, all the citizens, and it's sovereign wealth, and oh my God, there's no way you can really kind of, I think, put your head around it to make a cohesive plan that helps you. You just have to be kind of niche focused and do what you do on a micro level.
Yeah. And somebody kind of, Coach Tiger, for example, great trader, great FX trader. And being an FX trader, he likes to look at a lot of the macro stuff. He takes a lot of data into account. So he's like a macro guy, macro and micro. And I mean, the amount of information in that guy's head to make his trades that he makes, but he makes longer term trades. It's pretty cool. But,
right. Yeah. If you do a longer term, you need to have that. You need to get a bigger scope. Right?
Yeah, exactly. But it looks like we're coming up on the end of our session here. Looks like we got we're gonna have the Hola Prime market news coming up right now. So everybody watching, appreciate you sticking around and watching us trade a little bit in this the last hour and a half of the day, 2 hours, and we'll catch you on the market news in a second. So thank you.
Yeah.
It's fun trading, Daryl.
We'll be back tomorrow. Thank you. You too, Paul.
See ya.
Hello and welcome to the Market News, where we go over all the news in the Forex, futures and crypto market. Today is July 15th, 2025, and we kick it off with Forex news. The euro rebounded to around 1.1665 against the US dollar, but remains pressured ahead of today's US CPI release. The USD Japan pair slid as the yen weakened amid a global risk on mood, following mixed data out of Japan. Pound US dollar is expected to consolidate near the 1.3418 through a move towards 1.3560 is possible if bullish momentum builds. The Aussie dollar and US dollar has rebounded from 0.6540 towards 0.6616 on upbeat Q2 GDP data from China. US dollar Canadian dollar continues its upward wave towards 1.3737 with a potential pullback towards 1.3640 after reaching that level. Market focus remains squarely on US and Canadian June CPI readings, which could trigger volatility in US dollar pairs. Over in the futures market, US stock futures are higher this morning, with S&P 500 futures up about 0.4% and Nasdaq futures up roughly 0.6%, led by a rally in Nvidia shares following renewed AI chip export approval to China. TSX futures in Canada rose roughly 0.2% ahead of North American inflation data. Crude oil futures eased, with Brent hovering near $68.90 and WTI near $66.60, as softened sanctions rhetoric from Washington reduced supply disruption concerns. Corn futures saw lighter trading volumes today, though open interest increased modestly, signaling continued investor interest. MCX aluminum futures dipped but remain a buy in some analysts' view, with expectations of a 5% upside on a rebound in global demand. Over in the crypto market, Bitcoin pulled back today to just under $117,000 after reaching a record high above $123,000 on Monday. The total crypto market cap has declined around 3 to 4% from yesterday amid a classic bull market pullback led by profit taking. Ethereum drifts below $3,000 but remains supported by strong spot ETF inflows and optimism around regulatory clarity this crypto week. BNB, Sol, and several altcoins are down between 3 to 7%, though tokens like ARB, THE, and FUN are gaining momentum with daily gains of up to 33%. Institutional and congressional moves continue to boost sentiment. Trump's crypto-friendly stance and the likelihood of new stablecoin legislation are providing tailwinds. Analysts note that despite today's dip, there's still room for the rally to extend once profit-taking subsides. That's all for now. Thank you for watching, and do stick around, as up next we have the Prime Day wrap-up with myself and Coach Daryl. Hello,
All
Daryl again.
right.
Prime Day
That was
wrap
good.
up.
Yes.
Good.
And what a day. And we actually came down surpassing 62.75, if you can believe it, in the ES.
I know.
Coach
Crazy.
Paul and I were watching it, and we are just like, oh my God. It's I kind of wish I stuck with it, but it's been a crazy day because everything's been selling off, and I wonder, are we going to see a squeeze in the overnight back up to either all-time highs or whatnot, right? I could easily see that happening, but who knows? Who knows?
It's a tough one. I mean,
yeah,
it's hard to predict. I mean, it's one of those things. I like to trade. Whatever happens, I react in the moment. So, I mean, I try not to predict longer term moves because then I get a bias. And when I have a bias, I tend to kind of almost favor one side, long or short. And then if I just stay completely neutral and just, look at what the market's telling me in that moment, then I tend to have better results. But long day, crazy day.
For sure.
Good trades though.
And
good trades.
Yeah, it gave opportunity. I mean, anytime you're at all-time highs, you don't know. Like, you just don't know if it's going to keep, are we going to the moon from here? Are we exhausted? Buyers exhausted? Are they looking to just, pull back on the throttle a little bit and then let the sellers come in and profit take for a while? And who knows? Who knows? But we got a lot of earnings coming out this week. Tomorrow morning, or U.S. Open, we have, before the Open, we've got Bank of America, we've got Goldman Sachs, we've got Morgan Stanley. So we got some big banks, and then we got some consumer stuff like Johnson & Johnson. We've got Progressive Insurance. So, we're going to learn a little bit more about if the tariffs have had any effect yet, but it looks so far like it's too much of a lag time. And I don't know if the markets react, but I'm like you. I just kind of, see what's going to happen tonight in the overnight, because I like to see what happened prior and then get my bearings and set my little probability levels and see where the market goes. And I try to simplify it as much as I can, but it doesn't always sounds good. It doesn't always turn out the best, but without structure, you can't trade well without structure. Otherwise you just get bounced around, like you're floating around the ocean, just getting bobbed and weaved everywhere. And you kind of have to start for the people that are listening and the viewers, you really just put the time and effort into developing some sort of edge and things that align with you. You're not going to figure it all out right now, but I think it's important to see things that you recognize and sits well with you. Make a note of it. Try to hone in on something that's unique about that you can do and repeat, and see if you got some edge, see if you got some consistency with it, and start with one thing. But it's without some structure, you're just going to move to every shiny bright object, every news release, every new indicator or what have you, and you're just going to be all over the map, and it's not going to it won't sustain you long term.
You got to have a game plan, right? And you got to also kind of look at the market. What I like to do is always ask myself, say I'm in a long or looking to go long, I'd ask myself, if I was in a short right now, how confident would I feel? Just to force myself to look at the other side,
Right.
Because a mistake I always used to make was I would look at the footprint, look at the charts, look at order flow, and I would only pick out, I would see, say I'm looking to buy or I'm in a buy, and I see big buyers coming in, I'm like, oh, that's good, but ignoring all the obvious signs that, hey, this is probably, it could be bearish, right? Because my brain
I did
just
the
wanted
same
to
thing.
focus on things that support my theory. So you got to kind of force yourself to look at the market from the other perspective as well, and yeah, that way you kind
It's
of
human nature. We all do it. It's why you have to kind of go against the grain with some of this stuff, because I was the same way as you did. I used to always jump in on these big sweeps and stuff in futures when I first got into it. I said, this is amazing, because you could see, like we talked about order flow earlier, you could see this and you're thinking everybody's piling in one direction or another. I need to go with, like you hear about, you want to trade with the trend, you want to go with the flow, and you get in, and then you find out that you're the sucker and you just got hung out to dry. And
absolutely.
but like one thing I really love about futures is that it's a cleaner market. We've talked about how the exchanges are, and but you got a real buyer and a real seller. Someone has to sell that, and someone has to buy that contract. And you're exactly right. If you stop and you think, okay, I want to go long. For me to go long, I need to purchase a contract that someone wants to sell to me. Well, why are they selling? If it's so good to go long, why are they selling? What are they seeing that I'm not? What's their reason for going short, right? And it just gives you a moment to pause and just kind of look at everything else on your checklist that you go through and make sure that you're not just FOMOing and jumping into something just because you missed the trade entry, or you're chasing, or you're revenge trading, or all the things that everyone does all the time. It just taking a 30 seconds or a minute's not going to kill you. If there's a trade that's gonna, if the trade's gonna work out, you're still gonna make money. You may miss a little bit of the move, but you're gonna get a good part of the move if you're right. And so
that's it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think learning, one of the big things for me was learning that you can always jump in again.
Yes, correct.
I used to marry my trades, and that never worked out well for me. The moment I kind of allowed myself to realize, hey, look, if it doesn't work out, I can always jump in again. It's not the end of the world.
Correct.
I didn't get hung up on one trade, and say, oh, it has to do this, it has to go up, it has to go down, and then because I would end up moving my stop loss and doing really bad things, basically things you should never do as a trader, because I just couldn't accept that I was wrong in that moment.
Yeah, I know.
So,
we've all been through that. I was notorious for moving my stop because I didn't want to see myself get taken out, and I knew like I'm probably right on the move, but I was probably a little too early, so I would front run to get in and try to get as much of it, and then it wasn't quite ready. Maybe I was in a minute or two early, and it's coming against me, and I'm like, I'll move my stop back so I can stay in the trade. Once in a while, it works in your favor, and you think, cool. The problem is when it works, you develop a bad habit, and now you want to do it all the time, and then now you're just getting cut up worse, because now you're just losing at a bigger rate with more dollars being lost, and it's like, oh my god. So that was a thing that took me like 6-7 months. I really worked hard on that. I had to just set my bracket, my stop, and I would literally walk away. I would hear it, because it would make a little alerts and stuff. I'd hear it if I went to the kitchen to get coffee or something. I'm like, but at least I had to force myself to not look at it. And if I got stopped out, it's not the end of the world. It's just whatever, 3 points, 5 points, whatever, right? But it's hard.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we've got 15 minutes until Sydney opens up. Exciting.
I think that's wrong.
Yeah.
I think that's wrong. I
Is it?
think we have an
Is it?
hour and 15 minutes. Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, okay. My bad.
It should be, because Chicago hasn't closed yet. We're still settling, and then we're going to shut
Ah,
down here on the 14th.
yeah.
And then we get an hour, and then Sydney and
Right, yeah.
New Zealand.
Then it reopens. Yeah.
Yeah. So that needs to be changed on there. I saw that the other day. I did notice that.
Yeah. Well spotted.
But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Asian markets. I mean, what time did that massive rally happen? Yeah, that happened during Asia session on.
It did
earlier today.
It did, and it had no. So I immediately looked at the news to see what was causing it, and nothing was reported at all. And it just looked like, and it didn't look like an algo move. It just looked like maybe it was just a huge bunch of buyers, or someone just unloaded thousands of I mean, they were buying, and they pushed it all the way up to just break the all-time high, and then immediately reverted and came back down. And then I thought, okay, we were done.
Yeah.
Figuring, it would kind of maybe just plateau for the rest of the my night through London, and then I would come in the morning for US session. I figured good chance it will retest, and maybe we'll make a new all-time high in the US. And I come in, I turn on my screens at 5:15 a.m. my time, and I'm like, oh geez, the last 2 hours it made new all-time highs by a big margin, and it was bumping 3 or 4 times. I'm like, oh my Lord. Wow. I was like, wow, so much action happened in the Asian session. I'm thinking, what in the world? But I don't know why. I don't know what caused it.
Yeah, there's obviously a reason. But yeah, that's probably the most active Asian session in a long time, I would say.
Yeah, the Asian session has been getting more active. I've noticed it the last couple of months. It's gotten to be, usually it's very thin, and it rotates like 10, 12 points until London. And then usually they'll get a move in London, or even Frankfurt before. You'll get some movement. But usually like through when Hong Kong opens and stuff, it's still pretty flat.
Yeah, the markets are unpredictable sometimes. I just feel sorry for anyone who was trading the Asian session earlier today and was like, we're going short, because it kind of looked like we might be dropping, right? And then imagine in one candle, you just see that, and you think, what the hell?
I think I mentioned it earlier.
Scary.
It looked like we were going down, and then, my Lord, crazy. That's why you need to have
stuff
stops.
like that. It's why you need a stop. Yeah.
Yes, you do. You need to have your stops. Yeah.
I still stupidly sometimes when I enter a trade, because it's so quick, a lot of the time I forget to put my stop, and I'm like, it's all right, I'll just exit. And it just takes one of those freak, quick movements, and it could be a hell of a lot
you
worse
think like,
than it
I'll just be my own stop. I'll just watch it, and I'll flatten if it goes or whatever. I'll just get out.
Yeah,
that's kind of why I've been doing the bracket thing for so many years, because I wanted to protect myself, because I would get ripped. I would enter it, because usually I'm entering at outside edges where there's a good chance for some sort of, like, let's say just some sort of, whether it's a stop pick or any kind of reaction, right? A volatile reaction. I would want to get in there and cover my butt quick. So I just would do typically like a 5-point stop, a 20-tick stop, and a 40-tick take profit, just to get in case it ripped. But very rarely would it go to my take profit right away. But if it did, that's great. I mean, that's 10 points. But it gives me a chance to then move and adjust while having my stop in place, just to protect my butt, And so,
it makes absolute sense.
Yeah, but there's times where
you kind of have to.
If it really gets volatile, like, kind of like how it was when Trump announced the tariffs on April 9th, and we started having all that crazy volatility, like COVID. a 5-point stop wasn't going to do it for me. It's almost like you had to have a 20-point stop. Otherwise, as soon as I got into a trade, I was immediately stopped out, and I was like, oh my God. And I got back in. Oh my God. And then before I know it, I'm like down 15 points, and I'm like, I haven't even sat here for 2 seconds in a position because it was just ripping. And so then you have to adjust at that point, right? It's
the volatility during that time was insane. I remember we were in a live session, and I can't remember who I was with, but I think I was with, Coach Michael, and we were checking the footprint, and I scaled down the footprint. Normally I look at it 5 or 1 minute, kind of mix and match, and I scaled it down to the 1 second chart, and you would see 1,000 contracts on 1 second, and I'm just like, that blew my mind. And that was on that was on ES, and I've just never seen anything like that before.
Yeah. I mean, COVID was like COVID with limit down days, and oh my God. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Crazy.
I mean, if we check the 1 second chart, during like on a day like today, it would be surprised if, it breaks 100, but 1,000 on the delta. Oh, absolute sanity. And it wasn't just like one candle.
Oh no, it was
the 1 second.
The whole
candle.
market was they were puking out. Everyone was just puking. It was just oh yeah. It was, and it was all market orders, that's why it was ripping so fast. It was just gone.
Yeah.
It was just.
I mean, in a weird way, that's why. Imagine if you ever had limit orders, like just buy limits, far away, you're a swing trader, and you just get triggered by something like that. I mean, I know it's very rare for that to happen, but my God, you wake up.
I used to do a strategy. I used to do. I don't know. I was kind of just greedy like this. Where I mean, I wasn't greedy. I'll explain what I was doing, but I would trade the regular US day, and then I'd be done. And then sometimes I would put on a trade, like just one lot in the Asian session. Maybe I'd wait for it to open 10, 15 minutes, and then I'd place it. And I would literally walk away, shut it down, and I would set a bracket, a pretty good one. So if it went and it triggered it, I'd wake up in the morning and go, oh, hey, I have a gift. I made $500 or whatever, right? And then keep a kind of a tight stop. But as you can imagine, most of the time it just kept stopping me out at some point, whether it be fairly quickly or a few hours later or whenever, middle of the night for me. And then I was just like, oh man, I'm eroding everything I did good in the US. So why do it? It was kind of like me being a swing trader or kind of carrying over without carrying over, because I'd wait for, Sydney to open and then put it in and then walk away thinking, oh, okay, I'll let it do its thing. But there was many times, because I didn't even have good levels back then. I was just arbitrarily setting these things. Oh, I'll put a take profit at like 15 points up because I want to make, $450 or whatever, less fees. And I was just looking at the math, and I'm like, ooh, if it hits, I get a bonus when I wake up. Well, sometimes I'd find out that it came up, but it came up within a point or two, and I could have had $400 instead of 450. But it made no sense because I couldn't trail it. I couldn't have it. I mean, I could have programmed it to trail, but I didn't know how to do it at that point. And the platform I was using didn't allow it. So I just kept doing this stupid stuff, this stupid behavior, because I wanted to get more. And I was like, oh, I know how to, I can trade this. I'll just grab more. And I was just, no, that's got to stop. So, but
overtrading.
I mean, I total overtrade. But I just kind of think you kind of have to go through these bumps and bruises to learn what
1,000,000%.
What works for you and what doesn't. And I don't know how else to do it. without you actually doing it. It's like, you know how they say you can trade on sim forever, but until you start trading with real money, you don't really know how you're going to react because it's a total different thing.
No, you're 100% right. Like every trader needs to go through those ups and downs, the good times, the bad times, the really bad times, until they make it out and eventually kind of find their rhythm. I think if anything, if you're a beginner trader and you have a bit of luck at the beginning, I think that's probably the worst thing that can happen to you.
It is.
You know, if you make a few good trades and you flip an account or you make quite a bit of money early on, you're just going to have this Dunning-Kruger effect kicked in, where you think you are the best trader on the planet. It's easy, and then
you're on Instagram going, I'm going to buy my Lambo next week, and I'm going all in.
Yeah,
you know, YOLO, let's do it, and then you're just like, oh my god,
exactly.
It's the worst. It's the worst.
You get humbled so quickly. So quickly you get humbled. Having success early on in trading is probably a bad thing, I would say.
I would agree. But and that's kind of why, like, sorry. Yeah, here at Hola Prime with these challenges and these things, it makes it helps. I don't want to say hold back a trader, a developing trader, but it certainly puts in perspective what you need to prioritize to be consistent, to not blow your account, to not, to watch your, trailing drawdowns and all the things you need to do to manage and maintain a real live cash account so you don't blow these accounts. And it helps. It's like training wheels on a bicycle, right? And it's good, instead of just throwing these guys to the market, like throwing them to the wolves and letting them just go crazy. It's so nice to have this functionality where you can trade on sim, which is really a live market in effect. It moves the same. It runs the same as it would be if you were trading a real cash account, and you can do all the same things with it, and it's great. It's really so beneficial for all these new guys.
Yeah, so. And you do get a lot of beginner traders complaining about the rules, the drawdown rules, this and that. It's unfair. They should allow us, but what they don't realize is those drawdown rules are there not to kind of, I don't know, punish you or make it more difficult for you. I mean, yes, it technically makes it more difficult, but it's there because it's statistically, and we all know from experience, it's the only way you're ever going to really be consistent. Because if you have to have risk management. That's why hedge funds, I saw on an Instagram reel, it was talking about some hedge fund and how they made, I think it was like 8% or something in the year. And I was looking at the comments, and it was mostly beginner traders. You could tell they were beginner traders from the way they spoke. They were like, 8%, I could do that in 2 days. And it's just kind of like, you do realize that the reason it's 8% is not because their traders aren't capable of doing more. If you put them in some demo environment or let them flip an account, they can definitely outperform that, because they're dealing with billions of dollars, and their risk management is, I mean, prop firms' risk management is nothing in comparison to what these guys have to stick with. These guys have to, and
they can't enter and exit very quickly. They have a lot of restrictions. They got to move a lot of money. I mean, hey, these guys want to see, give me $1,000, I'll show you 1,000% return for a week. I could do that at this stage. That's easy, but that's taking $1,000 and, making it to 10 grand, but try doing that with $1 billion. It's such a different level, let alone 100 billion or 250 billion. Yeah, I know it's just, and a lot of this stuff on the internet the social media stuff is bad for these guys, because they see all this. Everyone's claiming to be an expert. No one ever shows a losing damn day. No one ever shows a freaking losing trade. Just all, it's all shiny. I'm on my yacht. I'm on my supercar. I'm on my, come on, man. It's like, and these guys are like barely out of puberty. It's like, really? Come on, man. It's like
I've seen some of the most ridiculous videos on Instagram. I've seen stuff like on an MT5 account, on his phone, and he's up like 300 million. I'm like, there's not a broker on the planet that will allow you to trade that kind of size. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's just not real.
It's some other currency where they edited out the whatever it was, right?
Exactly.
It's crap. I know.
It's just made up. But people fall for this, sadly. And then when you show them, the reality of trading, it's not sexy enough. It's not exciting enough a lot of time. They're like, but where's your Lamborghini?
It never was supposed to be sexy. It never was sexy in the beginning. And futures was originally created out of a necessity from the ag farmers to protect their crops. They were finding a way to buy something in the future at a price in case a natural disaster or a drought or something ruined everything. And it was a way of creating a market for farmers and ranchers and hogs and cattle, and then it developed. But no, you're exactly right. Now you probably see this being in London, and I see this in LA all the time, where like my son, he's 17 and he's we joke about this stuff because there's all these guys that you can go down to all these airports near me with these private jets, these Gulfstreams and whatever, and you can rent them. These guys rent these things and they sit inside the fuselage, right? And they get it all decked out. They got the girls pouring them whiskey or whatnot, and they're acting like they're baller billionaires. And I'm like, guys, they're sitting at the Santa Monica airport. They haven't left the frickin' hangar. And you guys are falling for this crap. Because he's paying like $1,000 an hour just to borrow the plane to shoot for 2 hours, right? And he's renting the Ferrari 458 Italia and making himself look cool going down Sunset Boulevard. Give me a goddamn break, these people. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Come on, people. It's such a joke. I see it all the time here. It just, I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, look, there's nothing wrong. If you want to rent a nice car and drive it around, go for it.
Right, exactly.
Fine, but then to pretend it's yours and try and pull some kind of scam, essentially, where you're selling some bogus signal service or something, and that's where it gets shady,
Yeah, exactly. You're preying on everybody at that point, I feel. And and there's a lot of wealth. There's a lot of wealth around where you live, and there's a lot of wealth around me. And I have friends that are really way wealthier than me, and they don't act like that. They're not idiots. They don't flaunt and floss all that crap. They put their money in other houses and real estate and nice vacations and things. They're not idiots where all these other guys want to just, I don't know. It's just, I want to tell these people, that's not how real wealthy people act. They don't act like that. They dress like you and me.
I'm sure a lot of very wealthy people, you look at their bank accounts, I'm sure there'll be numbers that you wish you had, but it'll be a lot less than you actually imagine. They're not carrying it in cash. Cash is
right,
a silly way to store wealth. And
exactly.
They'll all have.
But then you have other people,
right?
Yeah, and then you have other people that they've got enough money to be dangerous. They got enough money to go get a bespoke suit made or buy a nice watch or a handbag for a lady or whatever. And it's all a look. They want to look like they have 50 million in the bank and they have 500 grand or whatever. It's like, come on, I hate that. I hate that stuff.
Yeah, I think the best thing to do, live below your means until, I think, the whole kind of wear your bank account type trend that's getting more and more popular, where people, not even just money that they have, but money that they're borrowing, credit, stuff like that, and they get themselves into debt because they wanted to drive a BMW or something. That's dangerous. That's such a slippery slope.
There's so much of that out here in LA because it's such a car culture. Yeah, everyone judges you on your car. Oh, you only have a Lexus. I got a new Audi. I got a Bentley Bentayga. I got a Maybach. Who gives a good? I mean, it's just a freaking car at the end of the day, and
Exactly.
I don't know these people. Yeah,
I struggle to understand why. I mean, when it comes to like cars, don't get me wrong. I like a nice car, of course. Who doesn't, right?
I like cars. I like cars too, but I don't spend it on crazy stuff.
But like,
plus I have a family.
Offered me, hey,
I
like
no, go ahead.
Of course, if someone offered me, said, look, you can get this Lamborghini right now, put 5,000, 10,000 down, whatever, and it's going to cost you 5,000 a month. Like, do I really want to stretch my cash flow so I can have an appreciating asset that's just going to cost an arm and a leg?
Exactly.
But I'll look cool for a bit. It just makes no sense to me, like is it possible? Yeah, but these finance companies knows you at some point you're probably going to default. They take the car away.
You're going to get it back. Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Like, you might as well. You're better off just renting it for a few hours.
Yes. I know, but you're getting at that age where you're like mid-30s and you're starting to see things, I'm sure, a little differently. Yeah, it's all these younger guys that are crazy with it.
But that's the thing. When I was younger, social media wasn't really a thing. I mean, there was a few sites, I think on MySpace or something, but it's nothing like how it was today, right? And so we didn't really grow up with that kind of materialistic. You need to have a nice car. You need to have
which is good.
Nice watch.
Which is good. Good for you.
We didn't have that. So, but for this newer generation, I can understand why Forex and trading attracts so many younger men, especially because they feel it's a great way of attaining that. And the reality is, yes, it is. You can absolutely do it, but you have to treat it like a business. If you're looking at trading as a way of just getting a Lamborghini next month, it's not going to work out. Definitely not.
Yeah.
But if you're looking, hey, look, I want to, be able to accumulate $50,000, $100,000, pounds, whatever, in the next year and a half, 2 years, you can absolutely do that. But you have to treat it like a business, And when you get the money, don't just spend it all on something flashy, because then you're going to be desperate for the next trade to work out in order to pay whatever you just bought. You see what I mean? You're putting so much pressure on every trade.
Yep. Exactly.
Live below your means for a few years and build up a bit of capital, build up a bit of wealth in your pocket. Be at a point where you can at least live for 6 months without any pay and you'll be okay. Then when you do trade, you're not going to be worried if you have a bad day. You're like, oh, okay, no big deal. Bad week, not the end of the world. I'm fine. I can pay my bills.
It's going to happen. Guaranteed it's going to happen. No matter how much will you want to not have it happen, it will happen. So and like you said, you can be much more relaxed and in a better position if you got a nest egg and you're not like just dying because you need to make money today to pay the bills or whatever you have. You got to, but it also helps. And if you can build that discipline, it'll serve you so well in the future with everything you do.
100%. Yeah, discipline is I would say probably one of the most major. Sorry, go on.
No, you go. No, discipline is very.
I was just going to say, discipline is probably the most important thing. Yeah.
So my son, he just graduated high school. He's going to go to college in 4 weeks. But so he was, and he at some point he did express desire in trading. I like what my dad does, and I'm like, I don't want you to do this at all. And I shouldn't say it because there's people. I mean, everyone should do it, but I didn't want him to do it because it's just such a long. I knew what it took to get me here, and I don't want to see you waste all this money and waste all this time, and and he doesn't really have a a big passion for it. He wants to make money, but he likes, I think, commercial real estate and other things better. So he's going to go to school for business and a minor in real estate. But when he was in high school, the last 2 years, he ran the stock society club for the school. So, and he had like his, one of his teachers, like in econ, some of the business classes he took at high school was kind of like they let the students run the clubs, but the teacher was kind of like a moderator. Well, they would do these contests, right? And it's all sim money. So everyone opened up like a TD Ameritrade account or something, but and everyone's a minor. So we had to have a parent, like I had to open up an account for him because at the time he was like 16 or 15. So, but it was just paper trading. No, I didn't put any money into it. And it was just so he can use it. And it's a pretty big club at the school. There's like probably 80 or 100 students in this club, and they'd meet and have lunch and they do things, but they do these contests, right? So it's all paper money. And, oh my God, my son had this kid who would call him on the weekend, like every weekend, like Saturday and Sunday. I can't log in to put a trade on. I'm trying to put a trade on. And my son's like, the markets are closed. And he goes, yeah, but I'm going to win the contest. And my son's like, we didn't even put any money. It's not even like, Sam, they didn't even put like $5 in. It's just like they all were given maybe paper trade, 25,000 made up money, right? And then whoever the top three at the end, whatever, they had to hold it. I don't think they could trade it much. And they would get like some, they get some gift certificates, some good prizes. Maybe someone who won made $100 or something. This kid would drive my son nuts. And my son's like, this isn't even the real market. He's like, yeah, no, it is. I've researched the company. I need to buy it. And we're like, oh my God. And this kid would come to school with all these Instagram things like you were just talking about, saying, I'm going to get good now because by the time I get to senior, and he was a younger kid. So by the time he gets to senior year in high school, he wants to be able to buy like an M3 or something. I'm like, dude, what the hell?
Yeah.
Delusional.
It is, man. It is.
Especially when you didn't even know the markets were closed on a weekend.
I know.
Because he's like, well, but Bitcoin trades, the Forex market's open. Why can't I buy stocks? We're like, because it trades on the NYSE, buddy, and it's not open. That's why.
Yeah. It's funny, man. It's funny. But there's so many things. Like I look back when I was a beginner, and I thought silly stuff as well. I remember once, and I'm ashamed to even say this, to be honest, because I look back now and I cringe that I actually didn't figure this out. But I was trading. This was actually before. I think I was this before I even worked at a prop firm. So this was technically the first time I ever traded, right? And I went straight into a live account. And I don't think I put much in, a couple of £100 or dollars or whatever.
Yeah. Right.
And I was trading and market closed, obviously. And market rolled over. And the spread gets huge, right? Mm-hmm. And I was like, what's going on? Look at this. They're manipulating it. And I wrote this, because I got stopped out like instantly. And I wrote this huge email to the to the broker saying, "You are manipulating the market.
Oh my God!
I want a refund." I look back now and I'm like, "Oh,
that's funny. That is funny though." Oh my God!
But
that is funny.
You realize how far you've come, then,
Yeah. Oh, I did a lot of crazy. I mean, we didn't have all this online stuff. I had to just trade with real money and just try it, not lose a lot of stuff. But I was kind of stubborn. Yeah. I had this mentality of, I can do it. I'm special. I'll find a way. And if I'm going to do it, I might as well do it with real money. And if I'm making successful trades, I might as well make a lot of money on it. And I was just. It was the wrong attitude. Thankfully, there wasn't any of the social media stuff. I mean, there wasn't any of that stuff yet. iPhones weren't even, 10 years away or what have you. So nothing was going on. But the opposite side of it in a way was bad because I didn't have a lot of people to look up to, like mentors or successors. And so I didn't really know how to do much of this stuff outside of what I read. And there wasn't a whole lot of stuff out there. And the guys that were really successful, they weren't going to share their secret sauce, right? So I was just, you know, trying to see whatever worked. And there were lots of times I wanted to quit. And I would try, you know, I tried equities and you know, you want to be a day trader until you're in a position and you're holding it. And now all of a sudden you're a swing trader, right? Everybody gets to that point where, you know, it's like, oh, it's way below. I might as well hold it because I don't want to sell it now. So I'm holding. I'm a buy and holder. And then I started doing penny stocks and I started doing, you know, a lot of stuff. I didn't really do options. I never really did. I did a little bit of Forex for maybe about a half a year. But I mean, I was just looking for a way to make money. I mean, that's really, I'll be blunt about it. I wanted a way.
Do you remember?
I wanted a way to make money.
It's now banned in the UK, but I remember when I was like quite early on, there's something called binary options came out, and it was you could do like 1 minute like call and put options, like binary options, and it was like a casino slot game almost. I loved doing that. I had no clue what I was doing. I'll be honest at this point, I had no clue what I was doing. I was just
but it was
going up. And it was just, you know, the way they laid it out, they were like, you know, if you're in the money, your return would be, you know, put the return. I'm like, oh, that sounds good. That was gambling, man.
They make it sound so good. But it's funny. You know, you say that, and there's people kind of like how, you know, people will get in and they really don't know what they're doing, but they're making money, and you're like, oh my God. And they're like, this seems pretty easy. It's like, you know, it's like the guy that brings his girlfriend or his wife to a casino and she doesn't know how to play roulette or doesn't know how to play craps. And all of a sudden it's like Lady Luck. She's just like winning everything. And they're like, oh my God, what the heck is going on here? I got to take you all the time. You're winning all this money. But there's also people, and I found other traders that want to know every little thing about everything. They want to know why it's moving. Why is the price this way? Why is the market, you know, they get so overdone, and analysis by paralysis is it's probably way worse than that. They can't do anything because they want to be so smart about it, or they're like the engineering type where they want to know just, you know, I mean, it's almost too smart for their own good. And that holds people back as well, because there's no real precision in these markets, as we know. It's probabilities. You gotta let go, and you've got to let, you know, will the market give you something today, and can you take it? It's more of the attitude to have. And the people that are very, very rigid, you know, like an engineer or a doctor type or an attorney, they tend to be they have a hard time trading, I find. They can be good investors, but on the, you know, the trading side, it's rough for them.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, I always told my mum she should get into trading. My dad, not so much, but my mum, my dad's quite more emotional, more passionate of a person. But my mum is like, the worst, you know, a nuclear weapon could be going off outside, and she'll remain calm, and she'll be very logical and figure everything out. Like, she has such a good brain when it comes to high pressure situations. And I'm like, you'd be a natural great trader. Sadly, I inherited more, I would say, of my dad's side, where I'm a bit quick to like this is bollocks, you know, forget this, is rubbish. Like, I'm a bit more emotional. So it took
women
me a bit of time,
women make for really good traders, though. There's a lot of case studies and examples of women doing really well. Like, they come in because they're like you said, they're level-headed. They don't overreact like men do. They don't have that testosterone craziness. They just see things, and they also are very good about following rules, and they don't take a lot of risk. Women don't take extreme risks like men. men take crazy risk, right? Men will get on a motorcycle and go 150 and go do, risk their life doing crazy stuff, right? I mean, so that's what men do. Women,
that's why women live
they're
longer.
more risk averse. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly why they live longer.
It's funny you say that because I did an interview with one of our traders only a few days ago, and she was a woman, I think, from Texas, and she was only like 8 months in to trading, but I was so impressed with her discipline and her just such level-headed. Like, no, I have to keep this amount of risk, and like she kind of figured it out really early on and just stuck to it, and actually got payouts and everything. And I'm like, 8 months in, you're doing this well. When I was 8 months in, I was still gambling, essentially, just like praying it goes in my direction.
It did. 8 years in, I was still moving around to different things and trying stuff to get successful. I'm serious. 8 years in, I wasn't even really making good, consistent money. I would have months where I'd make, do well. I'd give it all back, over the next several months. I would just, it was a big roller coaster, really rough. But I had a good paying other job, and I had other, I had other means to do stuff. So I was able to dabble. But if I had to do it with my own money, and if I was married and had kids at that point, forget that. No way in hell. My wife would be like, too much pressure. You can't make the money. No way.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, 100%. I would say it took me, I've been trading, I would say, properly since I was about 19. So I'm 34 now, so say 15 years or so, 15, 16 years. But I would say 10 years at least it took me before I could, if you were to say you have to make an income from trading, it took me, I would say 10 years.
Oh yeah, exactly. Me
like
too.
If right now, if someone said, like, you have to live off trading, no problem, I can do that.
Right. Right. Exactly.
But yeah, I would say.
But once you can do it, once you make that turn or make that curve, and you can start to consistently make money, you can actually. You're not just like barely sustaining. You can really grow and start to do well if you stay within your head and you size up properly and not go too aggressive. You can, it doesn't take that many years to start making some really good money. I mean, you can just go from like one year making 20, 25 grand, 30 grand or 30,000 pounds or what have you. And then the next year you may see exponential growth. You may do the same exact thing. You just didn't have as many losses. You were more cautious with your entries. You traded less. Maybe you had a little more size, and all of a sudden you did the same thing and you made 120,000. You did 4 times that or whatever. And then the following year you're stacking, and it's so everyone's in this big rush. But geez, man, 5 years of doing really good trading, you can be a millionaire. I've seen it many times.
Oh, absolutely.
You really can.
Yeah, 100%.
It's
100%.
Yeah.
And I wish I could go back to the younger version of me and say, and give them the knowledge that I have now, and say, you could have saved yourself 5, 6 years and enjoyed them. Didn't have to struggle and all that. I
agree. I'm the same way.
But I mean, like I had other incomes, so it wasn't too bad. But yeah. But hey, better late than never.
I know. I agree with you, and it's kind of why I kept I really got serious before, like with futures. I think around 2016, and I was pretty good right away because I had gone through all the other stuff beforehand, and I had kind of worked out a lot of the junk. So I was like really honed in. I'm like, oh, this is good. So I was making money from like month 1 pretty much. And then when COVID hit and everyone was at home, I was really ramping it up. And I said to myself, I'm going to do this forever, because when I'm super old, like, I don't want to be one of these guys that's 70 years old and retired, and then now you run out of money because everything's going to cost so much more. You got to go. But you see that all these old people are back working at the supermarket or someplace. It's crazy. You can trade from anywhere. Like if I want to have a retire some other place, some other country, I can always do this. All I need is an internet connection and a good computer. And, if you know how to trade and make some money, you don't have to do it every day. Maybe you want to do other stuff as a, older person, but then maybe, a couple of days a week, you trade, you make a few $1,000 or whatever it is, and keeps you going. And it keeps your mind sharp. Like a lot of these elderly people that get Alzheimer's and dementia, right? Because they're not, I think they're not staying sharp with stuff. They're not reading, they're not doing other things. This keeps you mentally sharp. But anyway, we're getting to the end here. So
no, it's true. Yeah, we've got a few more minutes and then we'll wrap up.
Yeah.
But you're absolutely right. Like, I think the greatest thing about trading for me is it kind of gives you a sense of calmness, because say you started a different business, say an e-commerce business on Amazon or something. I've tried it before many years ago and did all right until one of my competitors contacted Amazon, somehow got me removed. No idea how they did it. One day just shut off. And I'm like, if that's possible, right? Imagine you built up a business and one day Amazon just say, you know what, we don't want you on our platform anymore. You haven't done anything wrong.
Exactly.
It's just one day,
exactly.
Whatever. Someone working in there took a bribe, whatever it is, just cut your account off. You can't fight for it. That's it. You're done. And there's so many elements with other businesses, right? Where what if your supplier, I don't know, what if just so many different factors that are out of your control that could just tank your business.
You're at the mercy. You're at the mercy of something.
Yeah. And all right, so some people say don't start a business, just get a salary job. But same thing can happen. You can get fired. That company may go down.
Right.
Have to. Yes, it's a bit more stable, I would say, if you're on a salary job. Fair enough. But with trading, no matter what, you give me an internet connection, a decent screen monitor, and the CME data, some footprint charts.
You need good data, but
I know I can make money.
You can, and no one can fire you, and no one could tell you got to work today. If you want to take the day off and go to the beach or do whatever, go skiing, I don't know, whatever you want to do, you could say, I'm going to do it. It's the freedom. That's fantastic.
That's the real true freedom of trading. It's not,
and it's a skill that we can do even through AI and algos. I think we can be, and I know there's a lot of guys that want to be, they all want to do the automated trading. They want to create an algo. They want to create something. But I really think you got to learn how to manually do it, because that will separate you from when everyone else all these computers are fighting each other. You may have an advantage as a human at some point, I feel.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. I mean, AI is going to replace a lot of jobs, but while there might be more AI activity and bot activity on the markets, it doesn't stop me from being competitive and still doing my trades. So AI can't replace me. It's beautiful, and that's why I love trading. But it is a process.
Agreed.
But Darryl,
agreed.
It
was fun. It was a long day, but it was good. Absolutely. We'll be back at it tomorrow.
Very
everyone.
good day.
Yeah.
That's it. Back at it tomorrow, and I wish you a great rest of your afternoon. I'm assuming over in California.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be
2:30
afternoon
for me.
surely.
You need to go to sleep, my friend.
That's it. Yeah.
You need to get to bed.
Yeah. I'm going to eat something, go to sleep, and
go to
do
sleep.
it again all over tomorrow. So.
All righty. All right, Coach
Thanks
Sam.
for watching,
It was
everyone.
always a blast.
Take care.
You got it. Thanks, everyone.
Hola Prime. Trade with